Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Had the Power of the Wizard's Wolf. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Green Park, England. November 2001. A man appeared out of nowhere at the entrance of Green Park. This man was tall with silver hair and beard, who looked like a kindly old grandfather just out for a stroll. He had sparkly blue eyes behind square-lensed glasses added to this semblance, though the long robes with a purple cloak clashed with that. If anyone was there to see him, they might suspect he was some sort of cosplayer or had a touch of senility. The man rummaged in his cloak for a moment, trying to find something. When he stopped, he pulled out a silver cigarette lighter. Before he did anything with it, he noticed that he was being watched by a cat hiding by some bushes. Normal people would pay this no mind, seeing just another stray and ignore it like any other. But this was no ordinary man. "I should have known you'd come this way, Minerva," he said with an amused chuckle, flicking open the cigarette lighter. At that moment the nearest street light went out, with the GHT appearing to be pulled into the lighter as if vacuumed. He clicked the lighter several more times and this same phenomenon happened with all other street lights in the vicinity, covering the place in significant darkness. "So what's on your mind, my dear?" he asked, closing the lighter and sitting on a bench, looking at the cat as if expecting it to answer. The cat stepped towards him and started to grow, morphing into a full-grown and fully clothed woman dressed in an emerald cloak and black hair tied in a bun. She looked a bit ruffled, as if she had just gotten out of an uncomfortable position and needed to stretch. "How did you know it was me, sir? I've never seen a normal cat sit so stiffly," he replied. "And we're not on duty here, you can address me by name, Professor." "You'd be tiff too if you sat on the pavement all day, Headmaster," McGonagall commented. "All day, when you could have been celebrating. I must have passed a dozen feasts and parties on my way here." McGonagall sniffed impatiently. "Oh yes, everyone's celebrating all right, you think they'd be a bit more careful about it. But they're not, they're getting careless in their excitement. Even the Muggles are noticing the festivities. It was on their news. Flocks of owls, shooting stars, despite what those overzealous types think, the Muggles are not stupid. Shooting stars down at Kent, now that was stupid. I'll bet that was Daedalus Diggle. He never had much sense. You can't blame them, we've had precious little to celebrate for 11 years. Dumbledore told her. "I know that," McGonagall said, irritated. "But it's only been 2 days since the Dark Lord was killed. People are being careless, and it is only a matter of time till the Dragon Council and Ministry will do something about it. Don't worry, mate. The Dragon Council is willing to let it slide for the time being since he's gone and we're in the mood to celebrate too." A new voice interjected. "He is gone, right?" Appearing into view was a man of about 30 wearing a blue blazer over a red shirt. He had short but spiked pepper blonde hair, some freckles, a face that looked like it was always ready to smile, and around his neck a set of headphones. The cord leading into a pocket. "Ah, David the First didn't expect you to be here. And yes, it certainly seems so. We have much to be thankful for," Dumbledore answered. "Would you both care for a lemon drop?" "No thanks. I prefer Jelly Bellies and Mars bars." "Well, even if you know who is gone," McGonagall started. "My dear Professor, surely a sensible person like yourself can call him by his real name." Dumbledore interrupted. "All this, you know who, nonsense, it just made people more afraid of him. Voldemort is not going to pop out of thin air just because you say his name. He's not Beetlejuice." McGonagall flinched, but also looked confused. "Beetlejuice? Is that some new flavor for Bertie Bott's Every Flavor beans?" "No, it's a movie from America about a wisecracking ghost. But now that you mention it, I wouldn't be surprised if those beans did have such a flavor," Dumbledore clarified. I got to agree with Dumbledore here. It got really annoying to keep saying you know who over the years. And by constantly addressing him by title rather than name, it does kind of make people forget that in the end he was still a normal wizard. A very powerful and very twisted wizard, but a wizard nonetheless. David commented. "But it's different, everyone knows that Dumbledore is the only person you know." McGonagall paused when she saw Dumbledore look a little annoyed at her force of habit. "Oh, all right. The only person Voldemort was frightened of. And you, David, are the British dragon, guardian of the magical creatures in this country. You had to act like you weren't afraid of him, or else it would have demoralized most of our forces. You flatter me, Minerva, but don't forget Voldemort did have powers I will never have. My victory was never guaranteed. Dumbledore pointed out. Only because you are too, well, noble to use them. It's lucky it is dark. I haven't blushed so much since Madame Pomfrey said she liked my new earmuffs. That made David chuckle, and McGonagall sent a sharp look at Dumbledore. The owls are nothing compared to the rumors flying around about why he has disappeared and what finally stopped him. Oh, and what are they saying? David asked, wanting to get an idea on how crazy and disproportionate the rumors already were. McGonagall cleared her throat first. What they are saying is that Voldemort, still a bit uncomfortable saying that again, he's not apparating here, Dumbledore claimed, waving one hand around the area to prove his point. Anyway, on Halloween night he turned up in Godric's Hollow to find the Potters, and the rumor is that Lily and James Potter that they are dead. McGonagall continued. Dumbledore slowly bowed his head and David clenched his fist at the news, at which McGonagall gasped. I can't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. Oh, Albus. Dumbledore patted her on the shoulder. I know. Wiping her eyes, McGonagall continued. He then tried to kill the Potter's son Harry, but he couldn't kill that little boy. No one knows why or how. Dumbledore nodded glumly and let her continue. After all he has done, all the people he has killed, he couldn't kill a little boy. It's astounding, of all the things to stop him. But how in the name of heaven did Harry survive? We can only guess so far. Dumbledore then looked at his watch, which had only planets for hands. Hagrid's late. I suppose it was he who told you to. Quote, yes. McGonagall nodded. David shook his head. No, I was on patrol. But that raises a few questions. What are you two gonna do with Harry? It's hard to say. James and Lily have no living relatives, not even within the Muggle community. But it wouldn't be right to put Harry in an orphanage. With the kind of attention he'd get at a Wizarding One, we'd risk him turning into a second Voldemort. And the risks of him accidentally casting magic in a Muggle orphanage is even worse. Dumbledore theorized. Didn't the parents name legal guardians in case this happened? David asked. That's something I'm having Hagrid check out while he watches over the child. We've had to keep him hidden in case any Death Eaters decided to make their leader a martyr. Because the leader died didn't mean the followers died with him. There was a low but growing sound of a motor heading towards them, but this sound was coming from all places above them instead of on the street. After a while, a motorbike with a passenger side car descended from the air and came to a park. Must you be so loud, Hagrid? McGonagall criticized, hoping no one had heard the bike coming. The big and burly driver of the vehicle stood up and smiled. Well, ma'am, I was gonna use a broom to get here, but silly me, I must have forgotten to grab it. After all, they make brooms in me size by the dozens, they. Who's this with you, Hagrid? Dumbledore asked, noting that the half-giant didn't come here alone like anticipated. Seated in the sidecar was a man who gave off an almost feral but at the same time refined aura. And in his arms at the moment was a bundle of cloth, which the old wizard had a very good idea regarding. Well, when I got the Potters, you know who was gone, but this bloke was there. Hagrid answered. Had make sure he ain't no Death Eater. And wouldn't bring him, if I weren't convinced he was one o' the good guys. Yes, but who is he? David asked as the man stepped out. My name is Bigby, and I'm going to be looking after this child. He responded in a gruff but clearly American accent. Hold on, I thought Sirius was the boy's godfather. Dumbledore countered. McGonagall looked to her superior. Albus, that man is locked away in Azkaban. He just killed 12 Muggles the other day. I know, but that's not the point. James and Lily already had a godparent selected for their son. Quote, well, since you claim that man is unfit for the job, who else will it go to? Bigby grunted, almost like he was challenging them to refuse him. Did the parents have any relatives that can look over the boy? David asked. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Sadly, we have not found any yet. The Potter clan appears to be extinct, and Lily's family is completely unknown to us. Of course they are. You people in this country don't consider her kind worth keeping track of. Bigby said in an accusing way. You've sure got nerve. McGonagall reprimanded. What do you mean? Are you saying the mother's family was Muggle? David asked. Nope. They were Fable. Fable, McGonagall repeated, looking like the word didn't mean anything to her. However, that was not the case with Dumbledore and David. That would explain the lack of history of Lily's family. Tell me, are you related to her? The old wizard asked. Biologically no, but I am the one who raised her. She was like a daughter to me. And when she asked me to watch over her child if anything happened to her, you couldn't make me say no. Bigby answered. Do you have proof of a connection to her? David asked. Bigby handed a book, which David took. He opened it and saw it was a photo album, showing several pictures of this man with a girl who got older over various photos. These were clearly Muggle photos since they didn't move, but they showed the faces clear enough. Dumbledore looked over David's shoulders. I recognize her, that's Lily Potter, maiden name Wolf. A few photos showed Lily at her wedding with Bigby attending. And same with Harry's birth. Not exactly what I would call conclusive proof, but enough to make me take you seriously for now. David said, handing Bigby the book back. You mean all this time Lily was actually a fable? Dumbledore asked. What is a fable? McGonagall asked, since like most people when she heard the word something else came to mind. Let's call it one who's not quite a wizard but definitely not a Muggle. Dumbledore answered cryptically, then looked back to Bigby. From what I understand, the majority of the world's Fable population lives in America. That a problem? Bigby challenged. It would be better for the child to remain here in England. Bigby lightly narrowed his eyes. Give me a good reason why. I have reason to believe that the young boy in your arms will be what finishes the war against the Dark Lord once and for all. Dumbledore explained. Bigby frowned. From what I heard, this Voldemort guy is already dead. Surely. As a fable, you know not everyone stays dead. The old wizard claimed. Voldemort may be dead for the time being, but surely he has prepared a means to come back. Young Harry there when he's older and trained may very well be the one to end the evil one for good. And where did you hear this? Dumbledore pursed his lips. I have my sources. Bigby held his stern look. So that's it, huh? You have no intention of telling me. You think I can't read between the lines, Merlin? I'm a sheriff. Separating the truth from bullshit is what I'm paid to do. Language, sir. McGonagall chewed out. So what's it going to be, old man? Either give me an actual legitimate reason to believe Lily's boy is better off here, or I'm taking him back home. Bigby threatened. Dumbledore didn't answer right away. He didn't want to reveal the prophecy just yet. He knew prophecies had a tendency to cause more trouble than prevent, especially when multiple people tried to control them. And he couldn't exactly take the baby away when he admitted that it currently had no living relatives other than the man holding said baby. What was he going to say? Instead of letting you raise him, I'm going to stick him in some orphanage so complete strangers can take him instead, if at all. Yeah, that would really help his case. Tell you what, he said when an idea came to him. You raised Lily when she was a child, yet you let her come to Hogwarts to learn magic, right? Can you allow the same for Harry? That was because of certain circumstances for her at the time. If similar circumstances exist for Harry when he's older, then I'll consider it. If not, then no. I suppose that's the best I can ask for. Would you like for us to convert a small portion of his inheritance into American money to help get you started on providing for him? Dumbledore asked. That would be appreciated. Bigby admitted. Tell me, sir, how will you care for this child? David asked curiously. Can you do it alone or do you have support back home? Trust me, this child will have plenty of support. I just hope you don't make him a rude American. David replied. Bigby smiled. I'm a New Yorker. David rolled his eyes. He's doomed. I just hope this doesn't affect Harry too much. The Fables have much to offer him, but not all of them get to live happily ever after. Dumbledore thought with much concern. After a long legal process to gain official custody, followed by an equally long plane back, Bigby finally arrived in New York with baby in tow. Wading through the mundane people, or Mundy as his people liked to call them. He soon found his ride waiting for him. So you actually did it? A beautiful woman with soft pale skin and shiny black hair asked, wearing a casual outfit consisting of a dark blue t-shirt and black pants. Her name was Snow, and her eyes went immediately to the sleeping baby in a seat carrier. I just wish I had gotten there sooner. Maybe then Lily would still be alive. Bigby lightly moaned. Both his parents are dead. Snow said sadly, rubbing the young boy's head in an attempt to soothe him. You know, in our world, that usually means something major is going to happen in his life down the line. The two started walking out of the airport, completely ignored by the others inside. Bigby didn't bring any luggage with him, so there was none to pick up here. I had some old wizard basically say the same. And he asked if I'd let the little guy stay in England, but he refused to say exactly why. Best I could get out of him was some crap about Harry here growing up to be their weapon someday. A weapon, Snow repeated, in a tone that was a mixture of surprise and skepticism, as they got to her car. Bigby put the baby inside safely, then got in himself while Snow did the same and drove off. Yeah, it seems that back in England there's some war of the witches going on that's currently at a standstill, and their grand leader believes Lily's boy is going to be the one to end it once and for all. You don't have to be a genius to know what that means. Snow frowned a bit but kept her eyes on the traffic. No, you don't. So how did you convince them to let him go into your custody if they wanted to use him like that? Well, I was fully prepared for a fight if it came to that, though good thing it didn't. One of the guys there had the scent of dragon on him. Dragon? Snow asked. They glamorized a dragon. My nose says yes. Anyway, what really helped me was mostly calling them out on it. There I was, the closest thing to a legal guardian the kid could have, and they had nothing except some secret they wanted to keep secret. If we brought it to court, it's pretty clear who would have won. Well, now that you have, what are you going to do? It's not going to be like when you found Lily. Snow asked, turning closer to their community. Tell me about it. I had a hard time with Lily, but at least she was old enough to understand me and do a few things herself. With Harry, he's completely dependent on me. Bigby replied, glancing to the blissfully asleep infant in the back. Snow sighed. Tell you what, until you can find a nanny or something to help out, I'll pitch in once in a while. Bigby smiled. Didn't even have to ask, just like with Lily. Snow frowned. With Lily it was one thing. We so rarely ever have children fables in town anymore. Everyone was glad to pitch in. Except the 13th floor, but you know what I mean. With this boy, it's because you clearly need the help more. Speaking of which, I need to get the 13th floor willing to do something this time. Given what's going on in England, I'd prefer not sending this kid back when he's older. The car came to a stop outside a gated building located on Bullfinch Street. It was called the Woodland. And it was the heart of the hidden community known as Fabletown. You think this boy will learn magic someday? Snow asked as they got out of the car. Both his parents could, so it's very likely. At least as a half Fable he gets the same legal status we get with Makusa. The two went inside the Woodland, passing the sleeping security guard, and proceeded to the residential section. No one else was in the halls at the time, so they reached Bigby's apartment and went inside. An unwelcome scent hit the sheriff's nose. Colin, he growled. What are you doing here? On the couch watching TV was a pig with a cigarette in its mouth. House sitting while you were gone. What does it look like? Put out that cigarette. There's a baby here, Bigby ordered. Buzzkill. Colin the pig groaned but did as told. Snow looked to Bigby. You know this means you can't smoke around him either. I know, and it's going to be hell on my nose. Few things to point out here to avoid confusion down the line. First, Harry's mother Lily has a different background and origin that will be further explained later on, so in this universe the Dursleys do not exist. Rolls eyes like any of us are actually going to miss them. Second, Harry's love life is not going to be a priority until he gets older, but I will warn you now that I intend to make it Herrick's Ginny when it is time. Don't even think of asking for otherwise, you will be ignored. However, at Beta request, I am at least keeping open the possibility of a harem, though Hermione will not be included in it. She will be Harry's friend but not his lover. Third and final, the timing of the events will not be the same as it was in the HP canon. Most of this will happen in the 21st century instead of the canon timeline. Fabletown, New York, July 2011. How's it going, Bigby? Snow asked as she set up a table in the apartment that Bigby called home. It was a modest apartment that clearly lacked a woman's touch, but it was livable for a man having custody of a child. Still no word on the cake, but Flycatcher says he's finished cleaning everything. He answered. Did you really need the janitor to clean this place for you? Snow asked. There are going to be kids here. If anything, I'll need the janitor for tomorrow more than today, he replied, making Snow snicker. Oh, by the way, I got word from England this morning. Snow quickly stopped what she was doing and looked at the sheriff. Again, Bigby nodded. Guy's being persistent. He keeps insisting that Harry come to his school and learn their forms of magic. Saying it's for the good of the world and all that crap. The way he talks about this Voldemort guy, you'd swear he was trying to take down the adversary himself. Let me guess, he still says that only Harry can end this read once and for all, yet refuses to tell you why he believes this. You're just supposed to trust him on this, right? Snow asked, and Bigby nodded again. I'd love to give this guy a piece of my mind. Bigby grinned at that thought. Where is the birthday boy, by the way? Snow asked. If anyone were to look at Harry without knowing who he was, you'd never think he was anything other than just Annette. Her normal 11-year-old boy with brown hair and green eyes. He was healthy, happy, and well-adjusted, thanks to simply being raised like a normal kid in New York. At the moment he wore a red shirt with blue sleeves, denim jeans, and a Yankees baseball cap that hid his messy hair. His present location was the Central Park Zoo, accompanied by Boy Blue and Pinocchio. Enjoying yourself, Harry? Boy Blue asked. Despite the nursery rhyme, he wasn't so little anymore. Now he was a tall blonde man wearing a blue shirt and blue khakis. So far, Boy Blue. Though it feels weird seeing animals that can't talk. Harry replied, passing by the polar bear exhibit. Personally, I'm glad for that. I'm not a fan of talking animals. Pinocchio noted. No longer a wooden puppet, he looked like a close to that of 10 years of age. He had dark hair, brown eyes, a bit of a perturbing lower lip, and wore a white shirt with black shorts. Ever deal with a persistent cricket constantly trying to tell you not to have fun? I'm still glad I stepped on him. Come on, Pinocchio, what about Grandpa? Harry asked. I don't think of him as an animal. Everyone else does. Boy Blue commented. The trio soon enough made their way into the reptile house, pausing to see the various cold-blooded creatures held behind glass. Next time someone at the farm complains about their living conditions, we should tell them at least they're not at a zoo. Pinocchio joked. I hear they're complaining more often lately. Harry added when they stopped in front of a python exhibit. Colin's been coming to Fabletown more and more often, saying everyone there is in a bad mood recently. Hey Harry, not to interrupt, but I swear that snake is looking at you. Boy Blue interjected. Naturally, Harry looked to confirm this, and it certainly did look like the python was looking directly at the boy with the lightning scar. But Harry just laughed sarcastically. Yeah, Boy Blue, I'm sure one of the snakes up at the farm came here to be in a zoo, he remarked. Next he'll start talking to us. Section, you got a problem with me, boy? Section, the snake asked with a New York accent. Harry blinked. Okay, apparently one of the snakes from the farm did get here. Section, farm. I was bred in captivity. Section, the snake protested. Why do you say that, Harry? Boy Blue asked. Harry looked to the older male. Didn't you hear him? Both Boy Blue and Pinocchio shook their heads. Section, hey kid, do me a favor and let me out of here. I want to see all the other places that visitors say is in this town. Section, the snake requested. Section, what's that Statue of Liberty like? How big is Times Square? And is the pizza better in Brooklyn or Queens? Section, you guys really don't hear him? Harry asked. Not a thing, Pinocchio repeated. Confused, Harry moved on from the exhibit. Despite the protesting of the python to be let out. Bigby, sir. A short-haired brunette woman dressed in blue came up to Bigby. We got a problem. What is it, Wendy? That wizard you've been on edge about, he just appeared at JFK Airport. Quote. Bigby quietly growled. You positive? Wendy nodded. Absolutely. He may be dressed as your average old man right now, but it's definitely him. Great, and there's only one reason he'd come all the way here to New York. Snow came forward. You think we can talk him out of it? I dunno, I sure wouldn't go to another country just to go home empty-handed. He's going to be hard to get rid of. If I may, shouldn't the decision ultimately be Harry's? Wendy asked. We do believe that. The problem is the other guy might not be so inclined to agree. Bigby said, and paused like he was thinking of what to do now. Wendy, go ahead and approach the man. Let him know who you are and that you can bring him here. However, get any information out of him that you can and make it clear to him that we will not tolerate secrets from him if they have anything to do with Harry. You got it, boss, Wendy said before disappearing into thin air as if she was never there. New York. While I'm here I ought to see the Statue of Liberty. Albus Dumbledore thought to himself as he made his way out of the airport. Dressed in normal civilian clothes, no one looking at him would ever guess he was considered to be the most powerful magic user alive. Whether or not he actually was, that was a cultural debate more than anything given that England didn't have all the wizards in the world. Outside the airport, at the place where most people got into cars or taxis, was a woman dressed in blue holding a sign. Not an uncommon thing to see at an airport. However, this sign said Albus on it. And he knew for a fact that no one in America was aware of his arrival. Hello, I'm Albus Dumbledore. Were you expecting me? He greeted the woman politely. No, I'm expecting Albus Einstein. You know, the guy who keeps sticking his tongue out. The woman replied snarkily, but lowered the sign and extended her hand. My name is Wendy darling, and I'll be your escort to Fabletown. Excellent. I've been anxious to see your community. Will there be any talking animals? Dumbledore replied while shaking her hand. Not in the main district. If you ask nicely, a trip to the farm might be possible, she said before leading him away. So what brings a renowned wizard such as yourself all the way to the Big Apple? You sure it's okay to speak so casual in a place like this? Dumbledore asked, looking around at the normal populace who were paying them no mind. They're New Yorkers, as long as you don't make bomb threats they'll ignore whatever you say here, she assured. To all the readers who thought that was a tasteless joke, I apologize. What do you mean, readers? Dumbledore asked, looking confused. Wendy simply shrugged. You'll know what I mean in time. For now, just ignore my little quirks. You'll find we fables have quite a few of them. Dumbledore smiled. So do we wizards. I'm assuming intercontinental travel isn't one of yours. So what brings you to Fabletown? Wendy asked. I assumed you knew. Why else were you sent to pick me up? The old wizard asked back. I just want to see if the answer you give matches the one my boss gave me, she replied. Dumbledore kept his smile. I'd like to make some people in your home an offer. Welcome back, Harry. Snow greeted when the boy came back to the woodland, hugging him briefly. Did you have fun? Yeah, I did. Though I think one of the snakes at the farm somehow got into the zoo. Snow arched an eyebrow. Really? I'll get someone on that right away. But for now, today's about you. And your other friends finally showed up. Harry smiled as she released him. About time. What took them so long? It's their summer too, Harry. Now go have fun. But stay out of trouble. Snow insisted. Yes, Miss White, Harry said before heading off into the ballroom. Right away Harry noticed two kids close to his own age inside. One of them was a Chinese-American boy wearing a red shirt and denim shorts. The other was a Caucasian girl with short black hair and blue eyes wearing a yellow shirt and blue pants. Both of them were passing a basketball between themselves, being careful to avoid hitting anything. Hey guys, Harry called out, waving to them. The boy caught the ball and smiled. About time you showed up, man. What took you so long? He then tossed the ball towards Harry. Sorry, Jake, I don't know how to fly, Harry remarked, catching the ball and putting it down. Glad to see you got off work this early, Coraline. Would have been here sooner, but I couldn't get out of working in the stockroom, the girl commented. Anyway, what do we do first here? I asked for laser tag if you guys could come along. Hopefully Grandpa hasn't changed his mind. Awesome, Jake cheered. Where is he anyway? I'm not sure. And where's Percy? I thought he was here with you guys too, Harry muttered, bending over to pick the basketball back up. Jake shrugged. Haven't seen him yet, Harry sighed. Well, until he or Grandpa show up. Wanna throw some hoops? Jake smiled. You know it. What about Jane? You know, 2 boys versus 2 girls, Coraline asked. Here I am, a girl with short black hair said, peeking out from under a couch. By the way, did someone lose a wad of money wrapped up in a rubber band? Because I found a rubber band. Everyone rolled their eyes. Dumb joke, Jane. Now get out of there. The girl climbed out into the open. Now that she was fully visible, everyone could see that Jane wore a black tank top over a white shirt and a denim skirt over black leggings. With her The four kids left the ballroom then the woodland, heading for one of the other buildings in Fabletown and entering. They waved to a few adults they knew along the way and took the elevator up to the roof, which had a basketball court ready for them. First to score 11 wins, Harry announced, beginning to dribble while Coraline and Jane took defense. Harry tried to fake towards his right but Coraline saw through it and batted the ball away from him. Jane and Jake rushed towards it, but Jake was a little faster and while he couldn't get the ball he did bat it out of Jane's reach. "Thanks Jake," Harry said as he recovered the ball then made a toss over Coraline. It bounced off the rim but didn't go through the hoop. Jane jumped and caught the ball, now putting the boys on defense. "No. Enough shadows here to help you spookster," Jake teased, preventing her from passing to her partner. Jane reached into her pocket and pulled out a silver coin. Jake saw it and briefly froze, then shook his head. Jane simply tossed it to the side and unfortunately Jake could not resist looking towards it, giving Jane an opening to pass the ball. Coraline caught it and then threw it towards the hoop. It went in. "Girls score first," Coraline cheered. "Foul play. She cheated," Jake protested. "Not my fault you paid more attention to something shiny," Jane taunted, collecting the ball then tossing it to Harry. "Get in the game Jake. Besides, it's just for fun," Harry advised, dribbling and trying to get around the girls. Having left JFK Airport, Wendy drove Dumbledore to Fabletown through Queens then over the Queensboro Bridge. She took a bit of a scenic route mostly for traffic and to go ahead and let her passenger indulge in seeing the sights. "I must say, this city has changed a lot since Grindelwald came here so many years ago," he commented as they drove through the east side. "Of course, Mundy society doesn't stay still, it's always trying to advance." "Excuse me, but what do you mean by Mundy?" Dumbledore asked. "Oh, that's what we call the non-magical people. It's based on the word mundane. I forget what the term used back in Europe is. We call them muggles," he clarified, still looking out the window. "How can things have changed so much in less than a century? I know that muggles have to be creative with their lack of magic, but when I was a kid over half this stuff didn't even exist. Has muggle society really changed that much in just a couple of decades?" Wendy actually laughed at that. "Has society changed since the 1940s? Have you been living under a rock?" Dumbledore looked a little flustered. "I'm aware that some things have changed, but nothing to this degree. There's electronics everywhere, so many automobiles, those flying machines I had to come here in. I thought most changes had been minor or cosmetic, but this is like a whole different world than the one I grew up in." "Yeah, that tends to happen when you live a long time. Though considering you're supposed to be an educator, that makes me wonder how qualified you are if you're this unaware of the outside world." Dumbledore winced a little, knowing that this was not going to make him look good regarding the conversation he came here to have. It didn't take them long to reach their destination. Wendy parked in front of the woodland and made it clear to Dumbledore that he could exit the vehicle. He just saw a normal street with tall buildings and some more parked cars. "So this is where we can find the entrance to Fabletown?" he asked. Wendy shook her head. "Nope, we're already in Fabletown." Dumbledore blinked. "Wait, you mean it's out in the open for muggles to see?" Wendy gestured for him to look around. "You see anything that's magical or out of the ordinary here? Anything that's supposed to be hidden? But, oh I see, you have muggle repellent charms that make them avoid the area, is that it?" Wendy shook her head. "Nope, they're completely free to walk on in here. Even shop here too. Nothing's keeping them away." Dumbledore actually dropped his jaw to hear this. But, what about the Statute of Secrecy? I know that Makusa has their own version here too. Don't you abide by it at all?" "Of course, we're allied with Makusa. Have been since they got established in this country. We abide by the Statute of Secrecy, but that doesn't mean everything has to be hidden. We've got a Mundy-safe public front with the more magical aspects hidden in the back. So we're hiding in plain sight." "What, you don't?" The aged wizard found himself unable to properly reply. He had been expecting the Fables to have their own equivalents of Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and the various residential areas, obscured and protected by all sorts of magical defenses and diversions. The idea of a magical society being out in the open with a muggle front was the kind of thing that would make most wizards, even the most open-minded ones, confused as hell. "Come on, let's go in. I'm pretty sure I know who you came here to see." Wendy added, leading him into the woodland. Dumbledore had to admit that the entry hall to the building was rather nice. It looked rather simple to him. Just a large room with an elevator in the back by a large door to the right of it. Either side of the room had the opening to a stairway going up. To the left of the way in there was a sitting area of a sort, consisting of 2 couches and a table between them, and to the right was a security desk with a guard in uniform. Said guard had his hat over his face and was obviously sleeping. The elevator dinged then opened. And out came Bigby, practically pushing a pig out. "How the heck do you keep getting here, Colin? You know you can't be here without a glamour." "What? I can't drop by to say happy birthday to the kid." "You used to be fun, Bigby. I also used to go around on all fours and blow down little pigs' houses." "What's your point?" Bigby muttered, then looked ahead and perked. "Ah, Wendy, you're back. I'll deal with you later, Colin. Then I'll just go back up." Colin attempted, but Bigby nudged him away from the elevator. "Hardass." Dumbledore smiled and walked over towards him with an extended hand. "Hello, my good sir. If you don't remember me, I'm Albus Dumbledore. And is this a talking pig?" "Bigby Wolf, and yes, I do remember you." Bigby greeted back and accepting the handshake with some reluctance. "My name's Colin. Nice to see someone who thinks I'm something special for once." The pig added, "I'd like to talk more, Mr. Dumbledore, but it's Harry's birthday and I'm suppose Ed to take him and his friends to his next activity. Could you wait until later to make your recruitment speech for your school?" Bigby asked. Dumbledore looked a little surprised by the bluntness but nodded. "But of course. I am on vacation, so I am in no rush. And I wouldn't dream of trying to deprive a young boy of his birthday. I can wait until you and Harry are both ready." "So until then, where will you be staying?" Wendy asked. "I don't suppose Fabletown has a hotel here, do you?" "Yes, but not a good one. Though the price is right if you're going cheap." "Oh, I hope you have American money with you," Bigby advised. Dumbledore smiled and pulled out a pouch. "As a matter of fact, I was able to convert some galleons into dragons before coming here." Bigby shrugged. "Might work, but word of warning. We use Mundy cash here more than wizard cash. Crap, I used all the muggle money just to get plane tickets for here and back." Dumbledore thought. "Next time I'm at the ICM I should see if we can extend the international flow network to include America." Bigby excused himself and walked out of the woodland, and Colin took the opportunity to head back upstairs. "Come on, I'll show you that hotel," Wendy offered. "Much appreciated." The two started to walk out, but before they could, the doors burst open and a blond man with a ponytail wearing a black shirt and denim jeans ran past them. Like lions were trying to eat him or something. He came close to knocking them both over and didn't say a word in response, foregoing the elevator in favor of the stairs. It did not take long for them to hear a thump and a squeal and a crash. "Aw, damn it, you son of a bitch, are you trying to break my back?" Colin was heard shouting. Wendy came over, followed by a curious Dumbledore, and they saw the blonde man collapsed on the stairs entangled with a sore swine. "Geez, Jack, what's gotten into you?" Wendy asked, helping to separate the two. "I need to see Bigby. It's important," the blonde man stated, gasping like he was out of breath. "You just missed him. He's taking his boy out for some fun. It's an emergency," Jack insisted, grasping Wendy's sleeve. "Someone murdered Rose." Wendy blinked, then sighed. "Damn, boss is not going to like hearing this." Fabletown, New York, August 2011. Evening came, and a car pulled in front of the woodland again. "Thanks for taking us, Mr. Wolf," Coraline said as she got out of the car. Followed by Jane. "That was so much fun," Harry added as he got out too along with Bigby. Jake had already been dropped off at his house, so he wasn't there with them now. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself," Bigby said, looking at his phone and typing out a text. "Now you kids go ahead and get that cake Miss White was nice enough to have delivered." "Thanks. All th," Reese said before heading into the woodland ahead of him. Bigby walked in and avoided the elevator, taking the stairs until he reached the office of the mayor and deputy mayor of Fabletown, advertising. The former is King Cole and the latter is Snow White. It was a rather large room, one that realistically could never fit inside the building, but magic did have its uses. Inside were some desks and bookshelves. What you'd expect in an office, but there were lots of other things there, including but not limited to several Greek statues, the shedded skin of a dragon, an ornate mirror, what looked like a giant mammoth's tusk, and even a gnarled tree with a dead knight hanging from it. He opened the door and saw Snow there standing by her desk. Standing beside her was Wendy, and seated in one of the visitor chairs was Jack. In his peripheral Bigby could see a flying monkey putting books on the shelves. "Sorry it took so long. I didn't want to cut Harry's fun short," Bigby clarified. "Yeah, I saw your texts. And you made the right choice. The boy shouldn't have his birthday ruined by crime details," Snow replied. Bigby lit a cigarette. "So the word is Rose Red was murdered?" Jack nodded. "I saw the crime scene. I could take you there right now. I locked the door so I don't think anyone's gone in and altered anything." "That's good. What time did you see the crime scene?" "This afternoon. I rushed over immediately, but according to Wendy you had just left seconds before." Wendy nodded. "You should have seen him, he was in such a rush that he tripped over Colin on the stairs." Bigby mused this over. "Would I be correct in assuming that the crime scene is Rose's apartment?" Jack nodded. "That's on Grim Street, am I right?" Snow slammed her fist on her desk. "Why are you wasting time asking questions? My sister could be dead. Do something, damn it." "I'm doing my job, Snow, let me do it," Bigby assured. "But first, let me tell Harry I'll be a while." Snow nodded, still looking annoyed, and Bigby sent his grandson a text. "Wendy, you might as well let Dumbledore have a chat with Harry while I'm busy. But keep an eye to make sure no funny business happens." "No problem, boss," she said, then vanished into thin air. Fabletown's one and only hotel certainly fit Wendy's description of it. It reminded Dumbledore a lot of the Leaky Cauldron back in London, both in design and upkeep. Had Dumbledore been a less humble person, he'd likely consider it beneath him to stay here. "I'm just glad they did take wizard money," he thought out loud, checking out the TV. There was a knock at the door and he got up to answer it. Seeing Wendy. "Hey Mr. Dumbledore, Harry's got some free time, so if you'd like to talk to him now's your chance." Dumbledore smiled. "Yes, that would be nice. Rather than take a car." Wendy had them walk back to the woodland. It wasn't a long walk, just a couple of blocks. "Amazing, there are lots of people out walking around right now, and I can't tell which are Fable and which are Muggle." Dumbledore thought along the way. Muggles who get into wizarding areas are always so obvious, they're so curious and nervous and out of place it's easy to spot them. But here everything looks the same. So I guess there's nothing to make the Muggles feel out of place. Maybe Fabletown's, hiding in plain sight, approach really does work. They got to the woodland soon enough. And used the elevator to get to Harry's apartment. Wendy knocked, and seconds later Harry opened the door. "Hi Wendy, Grandpa said you would show up." "Hi Mom, and yes I saved you a slice," Jane called out. "Thanks Jane." "Harry, this man is Albus Dumbledore, and he's got an offer for you." Harry invited them both in and Wendy went to go get her slice of cake. Harry even offered Dumbledore a piece too, which he thanked the young boy for. "It's nice to see you again after so long Harry. I don't know if you were ever told, but I knew your parents well back when they were alive." Harry shook his head. "I don't think so. Grandpa has told me stuff about Mom and Dad, but not so much about who they knew back in England." "How did you know them?" "At first I was simply their headmaster. Which is why I'm here. I'm in charge of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Both your parents attended and I'd like to extend you an offer to attend as well." "Hogwarts," Harry repeated with a laugh. "Sounds like something Colin would get after a bad day. A school where they teach magic?" Coraline asked, surprised. "That actually existed back home." "Ah, you're English," Dumbledore replied, recognizing the young girl's accent. "Who are you little one?" "I'm Coraline Jones, once a normal Mundy girl who got turned into a fable a few years ago." Dumbledore blinked. "People can turn into fables." "That's possible. Counting Coraline there are 4 confirmed cases of it happening. We don't yet know exactly how it happens but it can and does." Wendy answered, with Jane beside her. First and second cases don't live here at the moment, but some of the third case examples are still here in town having decent lives. I won't bother naming them in case you're not familiar with Mundy literature." "Wait, why do you want Harry to go to your school?" Jane asked Dumbledore. "Wouldn't it be easier for him to go to school here in America?" "That would be a pretty big commute." Coraline agreed. Dumbledore shook his head. "Oh no, it's a boarding school. Harry would be living there except in the summer." Harry looked rather apprehensive. I dunno, my friend Percy's been to a few boarding schools and he didn't like any of them. Plus America and Fabletown's my home. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. I can promise you that Hogwarts is nothing like an American boarding school. It's a lot more fun. But still, you're asking me to leave my home and learn, what? Magic. I already know some magic. There's always more to learn. Besides, each culture has its own specialties and priorities with magic. For example, Egyptian magic has always favored runes and curses, while East Asia favors charms and magical objects. At Hogwarts we try to dabble in various forms to help the individual find their own specialty. So you would have lots of variety to try out and learn about. What about tuition? I'm homeschooled here primarily because it's cheaper that way. Harry asked. That's already taken care of. Your parents left you some money that was intended for your education when you were old enough to attend. At the time I believe they were understandably under the impression that you would still be living in England at the age of 11. So that's what they saved up for. Harry arched an eyebrow. So hypothetically speaking, if I were to refuse, this money would be denied to me. Dumbledore scratched his beard. Actually I'm not entirely sure. That seems more like something the goblins at Gringotts would be able to answer. Still, it sort of implies I have to attend or else someone else gets what my parents wanted me to have. Harry grumbled. I suppose in a way it does, but I assure you that being at Hogwarts wouldn't be a bad thing for you. You'd have a great opportunity to learn magic and more about your parents from the people who knew them. Wendy put her hand on Harry's shoulder. There's no need to make a decision now, Harry. After all, I'm sure someone from Ilvermorny will come by soon with their own recruitment pitch. Might as well see what they have to offer. Dumbledore fidgeted a little at this news. I had not considered that Ilvermorny would try the same thing. In hindsight that was a bit of an oversight on my part. Harry nodded. Yeah, you're right. Harry my boy, you said you already were told a few things about magic. Dumbledore asked, and Harry nodded. Would it be possible for me to speak with them tomorrow? To get an idea of how your education up until now has been. Harry nodded. Sure, I see nothing wrong with that. I'll let one of my tutors know and hopefully arrange something. Dumbledore smiled. Thank you. Down the road Jack had brought Bigby and Snow to one of the brownstone buildings that were considered Fabletown property. Snow had insisted that she come along, and Bigby relented but only on the condition that she not interfere with his job. This is Rose's apartment, right? Bigby asked, standing in front of a closed door on the second floor. Yeah, I know it by heart. I come over all the time. Jack answered. Do you have a key? Bigby added. Jack pulled a key out of his pocket and unlocked the door, allowing them to enter the premises. Everything should be just how I left it. I knew not to touch anything since it was a crime scene. So brace yourselves. The apartment looked like something right out of an uncensored slasher movie. Blood was splattered everywhere except the ceiling, all furniture except the couch was on its side and damaged to some degree, broken glass and scattered belongings decorated the floor. And on the wall written in blood was the phrase, "No more happily ever after." Oh God, Rose, Snow said, aghast at the idea of what her sister must have experienced here. I know, it's horrible. Jack added. Snow struggled to not gag. She had seen a lot in her lifetime, but the sight of so much blood, her sister's blood, was more than enough to unsettle her. Bigby held out his cigarette. Hold this. I'm going to need my senses clear to scope this out. Snow took it with some displeasure. I'll take a closer look. You two stay out here. Do not come in for any reason. Keep the door open for now. But if anyone comes by, close the door and stay in the hall until they pass. For now, this must be kept under wraps. The two agreed, and Bigby went to the center of the living room. Careful not to step in any of the blood puddles. Slowly he checked the floors, the writing on the walls, and the couch piece by piece. Shouldn't you be checking the bedroom for Rose first? Snow asked. I already checked. She's not in there, Jack stated. Bigby turned to them. Quiet, let me work. Snow glared. My sister might be dead. I think I have a right to be concerned here. You want to find her, right? Then let me do my job without making it harder for me. Bigby warned. Snow got the message and quieted down. Bigby continued combing the living room, seeing where the blood had gotten and what all had been damaged. When he got to the back end of the room, he saw the radio CD case, clear of blood. Silently, Bigby used his phone to take some photos of the room and radio, as well as the floor around it. Bigby's foot hit a banged-up blood-covered toaster, then he went into the kitchen. Compared to the living room, this one was spotless. Sure, there was some trash on the countertops from old takeout. But there was no blood in this room at all. There was no damage either, except for some tiny holes on the freezer that looked too well spaced to be caused accidentally. Bigby opened one of the drawers, expecting to see silverware. Instead, there were various hand tools meant for basic maintenance and repairs around the house. But among them was a padlock along with a tall clasp that could be fitted to something. Taking it out, Bigby tested it against the holes on the freezer, getting a perfect match. Got something, he said to himself. Rather than continue, Bigby went back to the door. Jack, I'm taking you in. The blonde man jerked back. What for? Questioning. You know more than you've admitted. Did he kill Rose? Snow asked. We'll find out. Morning came and Harry woke up, being sure to keep quiet. Bigby didn't come home until late last night, not an uncommon occurrence, so Harry was in the habit of not making too much noise at this time of day. Looking around, he saw Colin passed out on the couch, some frosting lingering around his mouth, and the door to Bigby's room was open. Inside he could see the man sleeping soundly on his bed. After a quick shower, Harry made himself a simple breakfast of cereal and milk. On the table he saw a note, something Bigby occasionally did to let him know what was going on. Rose Red is presumed dead. Got a lead. Harry blinked. Okay, that's a heck of a first thing to read in the morning. Soon enough Harry finished eating and then washed the bowl. Normally he'd spend the rest of the morning quietly passing time with a game or book, or working on something that his tutors had assigned him. Today he had no assignments, and with Colin here he felt it would be harder to occupy himself without disturbing anyone. With nothing else to do, he grabbed a plastic bottle with a red liquid inside, wrote down a note himself and left the apartment. Harry walked down the road, taking him through the main district of downtown Fabletown. If Fabletown was on the official map of Manhattan, you'd find it sandwiched in between Midtown and Chinatown, stretching from Times Square to the sea. It was divided into 4 districts, named for the primary street that went through each one. Harry lived in the Bullfinch district, which was where the government and public service offices of Fabletown were located. The Woodland doubled as both an apartment complex and the ministry for the community. The next district over was the Anderson district. Economically speaking, it was the middle-class section, as well as the shopping area of Fabletown. Sure, the others had businesses too, but Anderson had the majority thanks to more concealments. After that came the Grim district, which was essentially the low-income housing portion of Fabletown. The final one was the Hamilton district down at the piers, which was cheap to live in good conditions but had limited room, essentially making it the rent control portion of Fabletown. I wonder what it would be like going to a real school, Harry thought to himself, passing by the the Eggman diner. A look through the window showed some people having breakfast. I never got to before. Even public school seemed too expensive at the time. If money isn't the issue, then I really don't see what's so bad about going to the same school Mom went to. He paused for a moment before crossing the road and entering the Anderson district. But something tells me that something else is the issue. Why would the guy in charge of the school come all this way to ask me in person? If it was that Ilvermorny place, I could see a representative coming by, but not the headmaster. What would make the trip worth it to him? He's gotta be after something, I just need to figure out what. Harry went into a store with a sign calling it the Blue Grocer. At first glance it looked like any standard mini convenience store that would exist in Manhattan due to limited space. But of course there was more to it. Harry went up to the cashier, a thin man wearing a uniform. Hey Antonio, is the boss here? Ah, hello Harry. Yes, she should be in the back. You know how to get there. The cashier replied, speaking in an Italian accent. Thanks, and say hi to Bassanio for me, Harry said before heading to the back of the store. He came across a door labeled Employees Only, but walked in without problem. On this side there was a huge room, one that by all Mundy reasoning should not have fit within the skyscraper the market was built into. This looked like a legitimately fully stocked Mundy supermarket, complete with aisles, freezers, and cashiers, with several customers pushing carts as well. Let's just say that Doctor Who wasn't the only one to use, bigger on the inside, gimmicks. The young boy strolled to the back of the store, occasionally saying hi to some of the shoppers. He came to another door, this one marked, Management, and knocked. "It's Harry," he called out to whoever was inside. The door unlocked and opened to reveal a woman in her 20s wearing an orange blouse and brown pants. "Good morning, Harry. I was expecting you," she asked, allowing the boy to come inside. "Hi, Violet. Got you what you need, as always," he greeted back, reaching into his pocket and taking out the plastic bottle he grabbed earlier. Violet took the bottle and downed the contents in one gulp. When she finished, she made a disgusted expression. "Yuck, I swear I'll never get used to this crap." "Well, Violet, you could have some gum," Harry said, then chuckled. Violet glared at him. "Don't even joke like that." "In all seriousness, Violet, can I ask you a question?" Harry asked. Violet leaned against her desk. "Of course, Harry. I don't mind. What's troubling you?" "A man came here offering to let me attend his school. It teaches magic and is all the way in England, and it's the same school my mom went to." "Do you know anything about it?" Violet shook her head. "Sorry. I don't really pay attention to the magical stuff here except that potion you make me. And I honestly can't recall anything that Lily might have told me years ago." "Are you afraid to go?" Harry shook his head too. "Oh, it's not that. I just can't help but wonder if it's a good idea." "Why? What's the downside?" Harry fidgeted a little. "If I'm being completely honest, I get the feeling that that's a sort of expectation from me." Violet tilted her head. "How so?" "This guy came here all the way from England, just to ask me to attend his school." "Who does that? Even if he did know my parents, why go this if I don't live in the country anymore? And this guy's basically the principal. Have you ever heard of the principal making recruitment pitches to new students?" "That is odd, but maybe it's an English thing." Coraline didn't seem to think so. "But that's not it. He said my parents already set up tuition, and it's implied that if I don't go, the school will still get that money anyway." Violet frowned. "Well, there's a lawsuit waiting to happen." Harry nodded. "So while I'm not really against the idea of going, right now I'm more blackmailed than motivated to do so." "That's not a good first impression." Violet put her hand on the young boy's shoulder. "Take it from me, Harry, first impressions aren't always the most accurate. If they were, I sure as hell wouldn't be married to my husband." She chuckled for a moment, then sighed. "If you want my advice, try asking this man what the perks of going are rather than what the drawbacks of not going are." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I think I will. Thanks, Violet. Say hi to Coraline and Augustus for me. And if you do to England, Harry, be sure to still send me more potion. You're so much cheaper than the 13th floor witches." Violet added while the two waved goodbye. With a yawn and stretch, Snow rose from bed. Normally she was an early riser, but last night had kept her up way later than even she was used to, and so she couldn't resist sleeping in. While odds were some people might complain about her neglecting her job, the fact that her sister was presumed murder ought to give her some leeway. Besides, her job as deputy mayor and she usually handled disputes on behalf of the mayor. It wouldn't kill cold to occasionally deal with these disputes himself. Still not fully alert, Snow left her bedroom to get some coffee started in the kitchen. Rubbing her eyes, she felt herself step in something wet and sticky. "Great, just what I need right now," she grumbled, slowly looking down. Then she gasped. Right there on her apartment floor was a trail of blood. One that went by her door and led back to the center of the living room. Sprawled across her coffee table was the inanimate body of a red-haired woman in white blood-stained pajamas. A very familiar red-haired woman. "Rosé. Oh God, Rose," Snow exclaimed, heading to the corpse, foregoing the blood on her floor. She checked for a pulse and any response, but got none on both accounts. Immediately she went to a phone and dialed one of the few numbers she had saved. "Come on, pick up, damn it." After 4 rings, the person on the other end answered. "Something wrong, Snow? Get your hairy ass over here immediately, Bigby. My sister's body is right here in my apartment." She could hear a sigh over the phone. "I'm on my way. Do me a favor and have some coffee ready for me, please." Fabletown, New York, August 2011. Bigby was peering out Snow's window, sipping some coffee out of a cup. Snow herself was beside him doing the same, having the foresight to get dressed before Fabletown's sheriff showed up at her apartment. He went in, did some forensics work, then had a drink. So, anything? Snow asked. Well, for one, Jack didn't bring her body here. Bigby started. Snow frowned. Well, duh. So who did? She wasn't there when you came home last night, right? Yes, I already told you that. As late as it was last night, I sure as hell would have noticed my sister's body on my coffee table. Bigby snickered. Snow, that's not Rose's body. Snow's expression turned to surprise. You certain? Don't fuck with me on this, Bigby. It's a good imitation. They even went so far as to cover it with Rose's scent as much as possible, but it's not her. The evidence is really clear. What evidence? Snow asked. Bigby took a moment to sip more coffee. For starters, the blood on the floor. It smells like Rose, but ignoring that, the fact it was there is not natural. Where else on your floor is there blood? Snow looked over her floor, this time bothering to examine the details. There was some blood gathering around the coffee table, and there was the trail that led to her bedroom door, but the rest of the floor was spotless. A blood trail implies that the body has been moved. But unless it came from your room, that's impossible. Bigby clarified. And I checked, there's no blood in or around your room. That trail was put there specifically with the intention of having you step in it, thus guaranteeing that you would notice the body even if you weren't looking at it. Snow fidgeted a little. But why? That's the question I'm still working on. Along with who did it and how. Wait, what else makes you think that's not really Rose? Snow added. Again, the blood. It has the scent of Rose, but not just her. Someone else too, possibly whoever handled the body, but the scent is in the blood too. The amount is also suspect. I haven't yet figured out how much blood was there on Rose's walls, but a body missing that much blood should be much paler and the one in your living room currently is. Snow again looked at the body. You're right, aside from the stains she looks, overall normal. More like Briar Rose than a blood-drained corpse. And I don't even see an open wound on her. Dead giveaway, no pun intended. So what's going on? Bigby finished off his coffee. That's the part I'm still trying to figure out. But I've narrowed it down to either a fable or a wizard. Sure, Rose was a party girl and had Mondays over all the time, but even if one of them did have a reason to kill her and could do it without getting caught, the writing on the wall proves otherwise. No more happily ever after. That would only make sense if the killer knew Rose was a fable. I don't think even she would tell anyone about us. So it had to be a fable or a wizard. And frankly, I believe a fable is more likely. Then my money's on Jack. Snow commented. He's in on it, I have no doubt of that. But he's locked up, so he couldn't have been the one to put that body in your living room last night. Someone else is involved. I want to be there when you interrogate Jack. Snow claimed. Bigby shook his head. No can do. This isn't your job. Snow frowned. The victim was my sister. Which means you can't do this unbiased. Besides, you've been estranged from your sister for years. How do I know you're not involved? Is that a joke? Nope. But while I don't believe you're a part of this, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't consider it a possibility. He replied. Snow stood up. Well, I'd love to prove my innocence. Sadly, I got to go meet my ex. He's back in town. And says he needs to talk about something. Hide your wallet. Bigby warned. Could Charming be a suspect? Snow quickly asked. He just got back to town when a murder happens. The timing is suspicious if nothing else. Quote. Bigby nodded. I agree. Sadly, Jack's the only one that's realistic here, so I'm focusing on him. Charming has nothing to gain from killing Rose. It's not like she left a will or anything. I'll see if I can get anything out of him. Snow said before walking away. Thank you for coming by. An old woman said as she sat in her rocking chair. And thank you for accepting my request. Dumbledore responded, seated on a rocking chair in front of her. He saw her apartment looked like an ordinary one you'd expect from a muggle old woman, but this was definitely no muggle. He could feel the magic radiating off her like heat. Oddly enough, he could feel it too on a black cat that was in the room too. One that had a spaded tail. My name is Albus Dumbledore, do you happen to know me? He asked just for clarification. The old woman shook her head. No, I don't really have any interest in what happens in England these days. If I'm going to turn on the BBC, there had better be Monty Python or Doctor Who on. Maybe some Benny Hill reruns. Even if you did, I doubt you'd find any news regarding wizards on the telly. We prefer the wireless back home. Dumbledore replied. Which reminds me, how can your community have electronics that work around magic, madam? Totenkinder, and I'd prefer Miss or Frau. She answered, then picked up a tray of cookies. Gingerbread. Oh thank you. He took one and bit into it. Tastes splendid. It should, I've had centuries to perfect my recipe. Now, as for how we have electronics here, I think the real question is why don't you? We've made some progress back home. We can get things like lights and some medical equipment to work around magic, but most machines just stop working in an area flooded with magical energy. And most wards applied to the devices to protect them just do the same amount of damage themselves. Frankly, most wizards don't consider anything of Muggle creation to be worth the effort to incorporate into our culture in the first place. Totenkinder silently scoffed. Next time one of them says something like that, remind them that fire, masonry, agriculture, clothes, and the Angli Shish language were all created without magic. Dumbledore chuckled. I think I might do that. Now, Harry told me that you're curious about what I've been teaching him. Totenkinder continued. I'd be happy to give you some professional insight. But before I do, I'm a little concerned about why you came all this way to offer Harry a chance to be in this school you teach. I can assure you that you have nothing to be concerned about. Dumbledore assured. Totenkinder raised an eyebrow and smiled a bit. Oh dear, you didn't really believe that would be answer enough for me, did you? He said nothing. I'll start with something simple. Who's paying tuition? I've already covered that with Harry. His parents when they were alive had already set aside a fund that will cover any and all future educational costs for his years at Hogwarts, with a little extra thrown in case of things like inflation or altered curriculum. So rest assured this won't cost Fabletown a thing. That's good. Now, what does your school typically teach children? A first-year student like Harry will be learns the basics over several fields, such as charms, potions, defense against dark arts, and herbology. We also provide an opportunity to learn flying on brooms and some medical magic. More advanced stuff will be given as the students get older. Alright, so when do you expect Harry to start learning how to fight? Dumbledore blinked and jerked back a bit. I beg your pardon, Mr. Dumbledore, did you think Bigby wouldn't have told anyone what you told him when he brought Harry here years ago? You told him that some dark wizard was dead but not really, and you needed Harry to finish the job. Assuming that you aren't setting up the boy as some kind of sacrifice, the only other explanation is you intend to train Harry how to fight. So, when do you expect to start teaching Harry this? The old wizard cleared his throat, still looking uncomfortable. Technically the defense against dark arts class could be considered a form of fighting. Totenkinder frowned. And technically it could be considered just a form of self-defense. And technically you didn't answer the question. Remember, you're the one that wants Harry to go to England. So what's the plan for if he's there? If things go well, Harry will never need to learn anything other than self-defense. It's not like I plan on sending him to war. The old headmaster insisted. Totenkinder nodded. So then the best form of self-defense is to keep Harry away from England in the first place, isn't it? His parents would have wanted him to attend Hogwarts. Dumbledore insisted. Totenkinder scoffed. More than they would have wanted him to be safe. Dumbledore did not like where this was going. He needed Harry to return to Great Britain. It was the only way to end the threat of Voldemort once and for all. But the Fables were different than the wizards in Britain. They had no reason to revere and defer to his wishes. They needed to be convinced that this whole thing was in Harry's best interests. And with the aspect of Voldemort's return already known to them, that wasn't going to be easy. Maybe it was time to try his trump card. Tell me, Miss Totenkinder, do you believe in prophecy? He asked. The old woman leaned back in her rocker. The mere fact you ask me that tells me regardless of my opinion, you believe it. So what's the prophecy that involves Harry? Not exactly the answer he was hoping to get, but one he could work with nonetheless. In summary, the only one who can end the Dark Lord for good is Harry. Until he fights back, the threat will never truly end. Totenkinder was silent, and while Dumbledore wanted to believe this meant he had convinced her, he suspected she was instead trying to find a hole in his argument. So if your plan this entire time was to get Harry to end this war for you, why did you say you hope he never had to learn more than self-defense? And why did you say, and I quote, it's not like I plan on sending him to war. And she found such a hole. Dumbledore just sat there wide-eyed, his mind racing to come up with a rebuttal that would be satisfactory. Totenkinder then leaned forward. It's clear to me that you're either lying or planning poorly. Both are reason enough to make sure Harry never goes anywhere near Europe right now. So I'm going to ask you this just once, and this time give me a good answer. Why should any of us allow Harry to attend your school? Dumbledore cleared his throat and tried his best to put his thoughts into words. Like most adults, I look at the children I teach and pray they never have to be in a situation where they will have to rely on anything other than self-defense. And in a perfect world, that wouldn't be necessary either. However, I cannot ignore the problem that exists in my homeland. The Dark Lord will come back, and when he does, he will seek complete control over Great Britain, even going so far as to reveal magic to the Muggles and bring great danger to us all. Including the Fables. Don't you think that by sending Harry to England all that trouble could be avoided before it goes too far? And what makes you so sure that sending him to England will be the lesser of two evils? Totenkinder asked back. Does this Dark Lord of yours know this prophecy? Dumbledore nodded. Only a part of it, but regardless of your opinion of prophecy, he takes this one very seriously. It's why he went for Harry in the first place. Alright, so he still fears that Harry will be the one to kill him and wants to eliminate the threat by having Harry remain here in New York. How's this Dark Lord going to do that? He can get here. Just decades ago a Dark Lord by the name of Gellert Grindelwald came to New York. It led to some considerable trouble. Totenkinder nodded. I remember that time. It actually worked out well here for us Americans. Dumbledore looked confused. How so? Not important. What is important is immigration. Services would be warned ahead of time and your current threat would have to come through them to get here. And if he does get through, Makusa will be looking for him if he goes silent in England and there's no way for him to know where Fabletown is. Unless you leak that information when you get back. So right now the biggest threat to Harry is you. The old wizard frowned but could not fault her. But if he just stays here, countless people will be in danger. Totenkinder slightly smiled. And that's the crux of your whole argument. You need him. He doesn't need you. And I think that scares you. Scares me. Dumbledore repeated. The old witch nodded. Yes, it scares you. You're terrified of the idea that the fate of your country could be in the hands of a young child that you know nothing about. A young child that has no reason whatsoever to solve your problem for you. Yes he does, Voldemort killed his parents. Totenkinder narrowed her eyes. So you want to encourage revenge? Dumbledore could not respond to that. Harry has no reason to go to England and save any of you. And that terrifies you. You're here to make him come, and that means you need to give him a reason. Most likely either bribery, threats, or force, because you don't want to take the chance that he'll say no if you simply ask him. You want, yes, to be the only option he has. Then once he's there, you intend to make sure he stays until the job is done. But even then that's not enough to make you feel better. You'll still be afraid that Harry won't make the decisions you'd prefer he make, so you'd try to find some way to limit his choices. To manipulate him and hide the fact you're doing it so he won't turn against you. And in all that fear, you'll start looking for unpleasant signs, the kind of things that make you think that Harry himself is a threat waiting to happen. Dumbledore frowned but remained silent. He hated that as accusing as her words were, there was a very plausible sense of logic to it that anyone could believe. If she convinced anyone in Fabletown this was the case, Harry would be more likely to go to China than Britain for his schooling. Totenkinder then smiled but it looked more poisonous than merry. So please, just get to the point. Why should we let Harry go to your school? Dumbledore kept himself silent, composing himself to avoid reacting in any way that would ruin his credibility. The Fable Witch essentially had this argument locked solid and they both knew it. What do you want? He asked simply. Totenkinder kept her poisonous smile. I can think of one thing, and one thing only. That will make this endeavor worth considering on our end. You want Harry to risk his life to solve a problem you have that doesn't otherwise concern him. Well, you have to do the same for us. Fabletown has a threat of its own similar to your Dark Lord, so I think you should provide us with a means to fight against them too. One hand washes the other, right? Totenkinder nodded. Yes, does that seem fair? Dumbledore smiled a bit. I believe it does. Good, I'm glad we can be reasonable about this. While you're at it, you should speak with Dr. Swinehart. He'll have something to ask you too. Dumbledore nodded. I believe I will. Now Jack, you know how to make this short. Bigby told the blonde man seated on a bed lacking a mattress in the basement of the woodland. Yeah, but running's really not going to be easy right now. Jack replied jokingly. No jokes, Jack, unless you want to be the next Fable to die. Snow warned, standing off to the side. Bigby had protested her being there. But she had pulled rank and made him accept her. Sorry, you know how habits are. Jack said, trying to laugh it off. Let's start simple. What did you do when you first got to Rose's apartment? Bigby asked. I was worried, why wouldn't I be? There was so much blood. For a moment I thought several people had died there, but there were no bodies. The amount of blood on the walls is still questionable. A murder that aggressive would be really hard to hide, and no one else has reported anything, not even a complaint about noise. Until forensics verifies how much blood was on the walls. It's still possible this is all a ruse. Snow blinked in surprise. Are you saying Rose might still be alive? Without a body or a murder weapon we have to consider the possibility. Bigby answered. Snow sighed in relief. What about the body Snow found? Jack asked. It's a fake, glamored to look like Rose but it's not her. Bigby answered. Why did you go to Rose's apartment in the first place, Jack? I wanted to see her. He answered simply. How long have you and Rose been involved romantically? Almost 4 years now. Consecutively or in general? Jack looked confused. Well, we first started seeing each other about 4 years ago. We weren't broken up last night though. I recall about a year ago, back during the Crooked Man scandal, you and Rose had a public falling out. Almost everyone in Fabletown saw you and her fighting and screaming, and those that didn't soon heard about it. We're lucky NYPD didn't get brought in. And if I recall correctly, on last year's Remembrance Day she attended the gala with someone else. Who was it? Bluebeard. Jack answered bitterly. But she was only doing it to make me jealous. He's the one you should be questioning. You know his history with women. Maybe he fell into his old habits. We'll get to him, but right now you're the one under question. Bigby stated. You've got an apartment here in the woodland, right? Jack looked confused again. Yeah, why? But you have your own key to Rose's place, and you stay over there often. Jack nodded. Yeah, but not every night. That's not a crime, so why not that night? Bigby asked. I was out having some fun with friends, and when it got late I figured I'd not bother her so late and headed back to my own place. Funny, Grimble doesn't remember seeing you come back that night. Bigby countered. It was after midnight and the guy never wakes up. How could he have seen me? Jack responded. There's a reason Grimble is the security guard here, Jack. Bigby mentioned. You'd be surprised what he detects, even when he's out like a light. Anyway, your story is that you were out that night with friends, came home late, then went to Rose's place in the morning, saw the mess but no body. And came back here in a hurry. Jack nodded. Then you won't mind if we check your apartment. Jack shrugged. Go ahead, I got nothing to hide, except some print OU. TS you probably don't want your kid to see if you bring him along. Printouts. Snow repeated, looking disgusted. With the internet around, who buys Playboy anymore? Jack asked. One other question, Jack. Who were your last 5 girlfriends before Rose? Bigby added. The blonde man thought it over. There's Jill, though I haven't seen her in years. There was this cute blonde at a cafe, this other girl with great knockers. That one night stand at Queen's, and last Halloween this babe who may or may not have been a real mermaid. Man, I was plowed that night. You're a sleaze. Snow criticized. Well, sore rye Miss Disney princess. But some of us didn't choose to stay celibate when our marriages ended. Jack snarked. Snow fumed and looked like she was ready to turn Jack into the next headless horseman. But Bigby began ushering her out of the room. That will do, Jack, the sheriff said before locking the door, leaving Jack in the room. Sometimes I wish he had been the one to fall off that beanstalk. Snow bitterly muttered, walking away while Bigby followed. Be straight with me, Bigby, do you really think my sister is alive? It is entirely possible, which is saying something. Snow arched an eyebrow. Saying what? Nothing I can say for certain. Right now I've got an idea what happened, but still more questions that need answers. The two went up some stairs that brought them to the ground floor. If Rose is still alive, then why hasn't she shown up? Snow asked. That's one of the questions. If she's still alive, then it could be a kidnapping. And if they want us to NK she's murdered, then there will be no ransom issued. I would consider her faking her death, if not for the fact it'd be impractical for her to be hidden from us for long. So who would want Rose gone but not dead? I'll check out Bluebeard to see what he's willing to say. And I'll look inside Jack's place. I suggest you go about your business as usual and try not to worry too much. Snow frowned and put her hands on her hips. How can you say that? She's my sister. And what can you do that you haven't already done to find her? Bigby replied. I'm doing my job here, Snow, you should be doing yours too. Snow still looked crossed, but sighed. Fine, but I better be the first person to be told what you find. Bigby smirked. Wouldn't dream of telling anyone else before you. So what brings you here to me, Mr. Dumbledore? A man dressed as a surgeon said while sitting behind a desk. Miss Totenkinder recommended I speak with you. I was speaking to her about Harry Wolf and him attending my school. I assume you're his doctor? Dumbledore asked, seated across from him. They were inside the medic's office in the woodland, and thanks to spatial magic there was several large rooms Ignid for hospital work attached to it as well. It almost made the old wizard feel like he was inside a more advanced version of St. Mungo's. Yes, my name is Swinehart and I'm the chief physician here at Fabletown. So you wish for Harry to attend your school in England? All right, I can think of some things that should be addressed while we're at it. Miss Totenkinder did the same, and not to nitpick. But the school is actually in Scotland, not England. My mistake. Anyway, Harry is well vaccinated against the greater diseases here in America, both mundane and magical, so that won't be a problem. Are there any diseases in your country that he should be prepped against ahead of time? Ah, excellent question. It seems every year at least one Muggle-born student catches an illness they weren't aware existed and has to spend a lot of time being treated for, affecting their overall grades. Most pureblood families, or families in general that live in our community, prepare themselves ahead of time by treating their children for such ailments. Do you at least warn these Muggle-born, as you call them, of the risks? Swinehart asked. Dumbledore nodded. We do warn them of what the most common diseases are, how one might catch them, and what to do if afflicted. However, we cannot provide proactive treatment for them. The best they can do is see to our school nurse if they're sick or worried about being sick. Sadly, we cannot afford to give sufficient medicine to a dozen new students each year. Swinehart thought for a moment. Then something has to be done for Harry. I will not have the risk of him bringing back foreign illnesses each summer if he goes to your school. Dumbledore nodded, getting the feel that the Dr. Fable was more on his side than Totenkinder had been. That can be arranged. Funds to cover Harry's education have been established, it wouldn't take much to see to his health as well. Speaking of his health, there's only one more thing I really should discuss with you. Swinehart continued, looking a little uncomfortable for a second before standing up. Follow me, please. Dumbledore rose to his feet, following the doctor into a hallway within the medical wing. I'm sure it's not within your jurisdiction, but would it be possible for you to provide me any medical reports that Harry had back when he was in England? Swinehart started. Dumbledore was confused. Why? He only lived there for a year and I presume James and Lily kept him in good health. What could outdated records tell you? I've heard the story of that Halloween night when Harry's birth parents were killed. And I examined the boy when he got here to see if there were any effects the magic used on him had left on him. I'm certain that I was not the only one to do so when he was collected from the crime scene. And I wish to know what the medic who checked him out at the time discovered. Dumbledore mildly panicked. The truth was, right after Harry had been rescued from Godric's Hollow, he hadn't been taken to a hospital or anyone. Dumbledore's only real priority at the time had been to find him a new guardian. He had completely forgotten about confirming with someone that Harry was still healthy. No. That's not true. There was a reason he hadn't taken Harry to a doctor and focused on getting Harry somewhere safe first. A reason he didn't want anyone else to learn yet, but did the Fables figure it out? I am unsure about such records. You are correct, the hospitals are generally out of my jurisdiction back home save for the school nurse. The old wizard covered. But while we're on the subject, did you discover anything about the boy that was alarming? Swinehart nodded. As a matter of fact, I did. Something that I was, and to this day still am, positive no Professional worth their Hippocratic oath would have overseen when examining the child. Which is why I want to ask them why didn't they do anything about it. Perhaps they thought they couldn't do anything about it. Dumbledore suggested. It wouldn't be wrong, magical medicine can do nothing in regards to a Horcrux. When Dumbledore first got to see Harry after the attempted murder, he had done a scan of the boy to see if Voldemort or anyone else had cursed the boy. They had not, but he had detected a strong presence from Voldemort linked to Harry's scar. Fearing the worst, he tested again and got confirmation. Harry now had a Horcrux in his head, meaning as long as he lived the Dark Lord could not die. Then they gave up too easily, because I fixed the problem within a day. Swinehart countered. Excuse me? Dumbledore asked. That's impossible, they couldn't have gotten rid of the Horcrux without killing Harry. Swinehart opened a door into a room, one that was a bit chillier than the hallway. You see, scans showed an odd bit of magic attached to Harry's scar tissue. It wasn't coming from Harry himself, if anything it was taking very minute bits of Harry's own power to sustain itself, like a parasite. We could not disconnect it or exorcise it, but I had an idea. The energy was attached strictly to the scar tissue, and nothing else. I did some careful surgery on the afflicted area and removed the scar tissue. And I was right, the energy was removed from Harry's being entirely. Dumbledore was completely and utterly dumbfounded. Surgery, of course. How could he not have seen it? The Horcrux had only been attached to the scar, not Harry's entire body. Remove the scar, remove the Horcrux. So simple and logical, and yet something Dumbledore would have never thought about in a million years. This literally changed everything he had planned for the boy. Has this affected him in any way? Dumbledore asked. Not that I can see. To me Harry is a fine healthy young man with no real problems regarding his physical, mental, or magical capabilities. Whatever that energy had been, I can only state that removing it was only a good thing for the boy. Swinehart then went to a freezer door and used a key card to unlock it. However, this is the part that I felt I needed to show you. The door was opened and a tray was pulled out. There was a box on top that the doctor unsealed. And inside was a small lump of flesh. One that had a lightning-shaped scar on it. Dumbledore gaped in shock. Is that? Swinehart nodded. The very same scar that I surgically removed myself 10 years ago. Oddly, from a medical standpoint, it still seems alive, however impossible that may be. I've actually tried destroying it, but it resisted all forms of incineration. Whatever magical taint was on Harry's scar, it's still there. The Horcrux, it's still technically alive. Dumbledore realized in horror. I've confirmed that whatever taint on this scar is no longer on Harry. Swinehart continued. Though oddly, when he recovered from surgery that same scar appeared on his forehead again. Believe me, I did everything to make sure that there was no taint left. It's the oddest coincidence I've ever seen. That is good for Harry. The old wizard noted. The doctor sealed up the box and closed the door again. I would much appreciate it if you could provide me with some insight into what magic would have this result on Harry's original scar. Dumbledore nodded. I will do what I can to make sure this is no threat to Harry or others, good doctor. Is there anything else? Swinehart shook his head. No. That will do. Thank you. Dumbledore thanked him in return and then left the medical wing. Harry doesn't have a Horcrux in him anymore. He no longer has to die in order to take down Voldemort. He can actually live past this war now. This means I can now prepare him for victory rather than martyrdom. Fabletown will be more willing to become our ally now. Fabletown, New York, August 2011. What are we doing here, Harry? At the moment Harry was inside an empty apartment in Fabletown, accompanied by Coraline, Jake, and Jane. Guys, according to Grandpa, Miss White's sister might have been murdered. Harry told them as he stood by one of two coolers, one of which had a binder on it. Coraline, Jake, and Jane's eyes widened. Might have been. Harry nodded. Nothing's proven. And Grandpa asked me to do something here to help figure something out. This apartment is directly below Miss Red's apartment, and shaped the same way. He then tapped one of the coolers. He asked me to recreate the crime scene, and thanks to Miss Totenkinder, we have the supplies to do so here. I assume that by you're saying you need our help. Coraline asked. Harry nodded. I've got lunch in the other cooler just so you know. I'm in. I've got nothing else to do anyway. Jake agreed. Might as well, I've got nothing going on too. Jane added. After a bit, Coraline shrugged. Aw, what the hell, can't be worse than anything at work. Brace yourself, Harry said, opening the cooler and pulling out several clear bags with red liquid. We're going to recreate all the blood on the walls and furniture. Coraline cringed and backed away. It's not real, it just looks real. And I was taught how to clean it up with magic, Harry assured, taking out some shrunken furniture too. Coraline shook her head and headed for the door. No thanks, I'd rather go back to the Blue Grocer. Good luck, Harry. Jake chuckled. Squeamish much? Coraline gave the boy a dirty look. UW. Old be too if a monster tried to rip out your eyes then sew them shut. She then left the apartment, slamming the door a little more than necessary. Undaunted, Harry, Jake, and Jane set up the furniture, using a loaned wand to make it become regular size again, and stated putting the fake blood everywhere. When Bigby went to his next suspect, one thing he did not expect to see was Cinderella fencing with him. Mr. Bluebeard, don't call me princess in that tone, she told him as she blocked and diverted his épée. You make it sound like it's another way of saying, turd sandwich, or something. Did you have such a dirty mouth back in the homelands? Bluebeard, a physically fit bald man with glasses and a well-trimmed beard and mustache, asked while continuing his moves. He was a well-known Fable, notorious for his old days of marrying many women then killing them, like a male Black Widow, and for currently being one of the richest Fables in town. You should have seen my step-family. They had mouths dirty enough to plant crops in. Cinderella replied. Can I interrupt you too, or would I just give you a new target if I did? Bigby called out, waving his hand a bit to get their attention. Both sparring Fables stopped, with Bluebeard looking mildly annoyed. Sheriff, what brings you here? Just wanted to ask some questions. For starters, have you heard the latest news? Bluebeard put down his épée. The last thing I heard from the gossipers is that Charming is back in town, claiming he's so poor now that he has to auction off something. Cinderella sighed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, more like he's scamming someone by now. My money's on some waitress in a diner who fell for his sweet talk. Elsewhere, in the Lower East Side, a woman laying comfortably in bed felt a need to sneeze, waking her up in time to see Charming trying to sneak out. That's old news by now. The news I'm talking about is the murder of Rose Red, Bigby said as if it were casual conversation. Bluebeard blinked and jolted in place, not finding this casual. What? Cinderella however showed no reaction. Yeah, I heard that. Carved like a turkey as they put it. Bluebeard looked to the blonde princess. You knew about this? Knew of it? I just didn't say anything because I thought you did too. Who did this? Bluebeard asked, looking at both of them. Rumor is that Jack did it. Cinderella answered. He's being interrogated, but I'd like to ask a few questions for you too, Bluebeard. Bigby claimed. Me too, Cinderella asked, putting away her épée on a holder on the wall. Just one. Who told you about Rosé? The sheriff asked, curious since they were hoping to keep this under wraps. I heard from a few girls coming into my shop. I think one of them was Rapunzel and she heard it from the mice in the woodland. Though I can't confirm that part. That will do, Bigby said with a nod. But there is something else worth telling you. Cinderella continued. A few days ago I saw Jack with a girl who definitely wasn't Rose. Cinderella, that's like saying you saw Charlie Sheen with a girl he wasn't with yesterday. Bigby chided. Well duh, but there's more to it than that. I saw him having a pretty nasty fight with this other girl. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it looked like she was threatening him. Then this guy I've never seen before gets between them and holds a wand at her, shutting her up. Bigby raised an eyebrow. A wizard. Cinderella nodded. Where and when was this? The day before your kid's birthday. As for where, it wasn't in Fabletown. I went to Battery Park for a bit then came by via Broadway and stopped at a Starbucks. I think it was the one on Vesey Street. Broadway. Isn't that where Makusa is located? Bluebeard asked. If so, I wonder what Jack was doing there. And what he did to piss that woman off so much that a wizard had to get involved. Cinderella added. Bigby nodded. Can you describe the woman? Short brown hair and a blue shirt, that's all I could see. Her back was to me. Nice ass at least. Thank you for your help, Cinderella. Bigby said, then stepped closer to Bluebeard and pulled out some photos. These were from the crime scene. Bluebeard looked rather disturbed by them. My nose confirmed all that blood is hers. This clearly proves that son of a bitch Jack is guilty. Why haven't you arrested him? Bluebeard asked, his anger starting to rise. How do I know you didn't kill her? Bigby asked. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Cinderella walk away, but remain long enough to hear this next part. Bluebeard looked surprised, then outraged. That is an outrageous claim, but I know how these things work, so I'll say it directly. I did not kill Rose Red. Alright, so where were you on July 31st? I was here all day and night. I rarely go out into Fabletown or New York. You can ask my caretaker Hobbs, he can verify my whereabouts. He's your butler, right? Not exactly the most creditable source, but for now I'll ignore my skepticism. Bigby said, lighting a cigarette. I recall you attending last year's Remembrance Day ball with Rose. Were you together romantically or to avoid going stag? Bluebeard smiled. Romantically. So why does Jack still have a key to her apartment and regularly visits? Bigby asked, then held up his hand to silence the bald Fable. Let me rephrase that. It's obvious why Jack would go to her. But why would Rose allow him to do this if she's with you, romantically as you put it? Bluebeard lost his smile and put his hands together. You see, this is where our relationship gets complicated. Rose knew what people would say about us being together. I hear the comments too about my dating life. She preferred we be discreet, not give the vultures something to pick at. I presume that allowing Jack to be seen around her was her using a decoy. So what about the ball? That's not exactly discreet. Bigby asked. It's kind of like how you put it, we didn't want to go stag. Plus we're not ashamed of our relationship, we just don't want others making it a big deal. Besides, it was still a great night. That was when I proposed, and she accepted. Bluebeard said happily. Bigby looked surprised to hear this. Gotta admit I did not see that coming. Like a woodsman's axe. Bluebeard jested, laughing a little. Bigby frowned. Low blow chrome dome. Now, I can assume. Me that you kept your engagement discreet too. Bluebeard nodded. Yes, the gossipers would have had a field day with this news. But we knew this couldn't be kept secret forever, and wouldn't have been worth it if we had tried. So Rose suggested we keep it under wraps for 1 year, and reveal it this Remembrance Day. Bigby hummed simply, not sure what to say. Bluebeard turned and walked towards another room. If you don't believe me I can prove it. Bigby followed him into what looked like a den or office for the wealthy Fable. Going behind a desk, Bluebeard opened a drawer and took out a file. We formalized it with a written agreement. I presume you can verify Rose's handwriting. I know someone who can. Bigby said, taking the file and looking into it. Why a contract? Why not just a verbal agreement? Because I gave a dowry. Rose was in a bad place at that time and needed some help, which she wasn't going to get from her sister. I offered her some, but she was too proud to take it. By claiming it was a dowry to the bride, that was okay. Of course, a contract was needed to make it official, otherwise she'd see it as charity. Bigby closed the file. So far this seems legit. So Rose is, or was, your fiancé, and someone killed her mere days before you were going to announce it. Bluebeard arched an eyebrow. Yes, the timing is too much of a coincidence. Someone does not want her to be my wife. But why would they kill her? The investigation will find that answer soon enough. Bigby assured, then shook the bald Fable's hand. Any ideas who it could be? Other than Jack? No, but if you can find them I'll offer $1 million as a sign of gratitude. Well, now I actually want to solve this case. Bigby joked and laughed a bit. Bluebeard didn't find it funny. Having nothing to do at the moment, Dumbledore relaxed on a bench outside the woodland, enjoying the limited scenery there was to behold. When he did, he saw Colin the pig in the shade of a bush looking miserable. You okay? Dumbledore asked, remembering this pig from before. Can you get me some water or something? I'm baking out here. The old wizard took out his wand. No problem. With a little wave he created a hole in the ground then filled it with water, effectively creating a wading pool. Oh thank you. Colin said before waddling in and relaxing like a pig in a jacuzzi. My good swine, if you don't mind me asking. I'm told that the animal fables live in a place called the farm. Why don't you? Oh I live there, I just don't like it there. I'm a city pig, Manhattan is my kind of place to be. Heck, I'd even take your London over the farm. Oh, I don't live in London. My home is the school of Hogwarts back in Scotland, and the nearest town is a quaint little village called Hogsmeade. It's nothing like this city. Colin snorted. Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. What, were the geniuses who named these places pigs too? Dumbledore laughed. No, my good swine, they were human. Though, I think they did build with straw and sticks and bricks. Colin laughed too. Best things to use as long as you don't have any wolves around to blow them down. So you're the only one of the 3 pigs that survived? Dumbledore asked. Colin shook his head and rolled around a little to cover more of himself with water. No, all 3 of us did. Sometimes the storyteller forgets that and says me and my brother died. I'm the pig who made the straw house, by the way. You wouldn't happen to know anyone who is quite knowledgeable about fables and their history and culture, would you? Dumbledore inquired. If you're looking for teachers for your school, I don't have much to suggest. There's the 13th floor, the magic experts of town, you could have your pick of any of them. True, but I'm looking for someone to teach about the identity of fables, not just their magic. I'm also suspecting an animal fable might be good, to better show the diversity of your culture. Colin looked confused, his ears fluttering a bit. An animal for a teacher. Well, it's not the weirdest thing to come out of Fabletown. By the way, this farm wouldn't happen to have 4 animals in particular, would it? Like a lion, eagle, badger, and snake? Dumbledore asked, another idea coming to him. Absolutely. Why? Just thinking of something I might do later on. A little more over there, Harry. Once empty and clean apartment was now a bloody mess, literally. Everything was finished except for the last part, Harry having to brush the words, "No more happily ever after," on the wall with more blood. Here's a clue for Grandpa. Whoever put this on the walls couldn't have done it barehanded. They definitely came here prepared for this, so he can rule out spur-of-the-moment motives. He thought out loud. A knock at a door caught their attention. Wonder who that could be. Jake said, going to open the door. On the other side was a boy their age with dark hair and blue-green eyes. "Ah, Percy, nice of you to show up. Sorry I'm late, the big slob was practically willing to chain me to the stove since Mom had to be at her job today." Percy explained, then held out a bag. "Speaking of which, I brought some samples from her store." "Sweet," Jane said, coming up to him and taking some candy out of the bag. Percy looked around the room as Jake took some candy too. "Wow, it's almost like The Shining in here. Didn't Harry tell you the story?" Jake asked. Percy nodded. "The whole thing. Death of a woman, recreating the crime scene, I leave anything out?" Harry shook his head. "No, that pretty much sums it up. At least you're here for the clean-up." Percy rolled his eyes. "Lucky me." Jane snickered, then went to grab another drink from the cooler. But when she did so, she paused. Was someone looking in through the window, standing on the catwalk. "Guys!" she shrieked, naturally caught off guard, and then suddenly the window burst open and the stranger jumped in, holding a wand. All the kids jumped back, keeping their eyes on this man. "Are you Harry Potter?" the stranger demanded, aiming his wand at the boy. The man looked to be about in his 30s, not exactly athletic but certainly not fat. He had long black hair that went to his shoulders, black eyes, and wore a white shirt with black pants. And he did not look friendly. Harry backed away, naturally afraid like any 11-year-old in his position would be. He eyed the loaned wand, put by the cooler since he didn't need it while painting on the wall. The only thing in his hands was the brush, and that wasn't going to do him any good. "You recognize this guy?" Jake whispered to Percy, who shook his head. Jane meanwhile was trying to slowly maneuver around the man, but he pointed the wand at her. "Don't move a muscle, girl," he demanded. "Which Fable girl are you? The one that uses shadows, or the one that used to be a muggle?" As he spoke, his voice developed a bit of a venomous tone, like his own words left a bitter taste in his mouth. Jane's eyes widened. "How does he know us?" "Doesn't matter either way. Cruciatus." A beam of light hit Jane and right away she screamed in agony, collapsing on her side and spasming a bit like she was trying to fight off whatever was hurting her. "Jane!" Harry yelled, lunging at the man with his bare fists. This prompted Jake and Percy to do the same. The man saw this and turned to Harry first, thus cancelling his spell on Jane. But before he could cast another, the boys made contact and started punching and attacking in any way they could. The man was unprepared for this and struggled to get the 11-year-olds off him. "Get the hell off me," he shouted, clutching his wand and creating some kind of pulse spell that repelled all three away from him. Harry hit the wall. Jake tumbled over Jane, hurting her more, and Percy landed in the kitchen. The man got up and pointed his wand to each of them one by one. "I've fought against tougher men than you children. And I've had to deal with many kids over my lifetime. Nothing you three can do will be enough to overpower me." The boys were stunned more than hurt, aching at worst, so they were able to get back up soon enough. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, but the man saw this and fired a spell right at it, destroying it right in Harry's hand. "Don't get any ideas, boy who lived," the man threatened, stepping closer. "I need you alive, but I don't need you in good condition." Cruciatus. Harry tried to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough. The spell hit him and it was like every nerve in his body was being directly exposed to a branding iron. He screamed and fell to the floor, trying to fight it off and doing a terrible job at it. All the while the man doing this to him looked it was just work on his part to make this happen, like there was no satisfaction to take from it. Jake went up to him from the side and did a slash attack of all things. The man winced and yelped in pain, backing away and canceling the spell. He checked his side and saw not only a tear in his shirt but an open wound starting to bleed. Confused, he looked to the other boy and saw his hands were now different. Reptilian and clawed. "What the hell?" he asked, putting pressure on the injury. Jane stood beside Jake and showed her teeth transform into fangs, with her own hands turning into claws too. Though she only showed her right hand, her left hand was hidden behind her with her own cell phone in it. "You must be some of those inhuman fables," the man said, keeping his wand ready again. He remembered that Percy was behind him and quickly turned around to see if that boy was going to make any sudden moves too. Right away he fired another Cruciatus curse, but since he failed to aim properly he missed Percy and hit the kitchen sink, bursting the faucet and making it spray water everywhere. Jake and Jane took the opportunity to attack the man again, but he turned around to face them again. Jake slashed and managed to get the wand out of his hands, sending it flying away. Jane got in close and dug her claws into his sides, though she had to stop when he kneed her hard in the stomach. Harry grabbed a wand and fired off the only spell he knew, a basic cleaning spell. Sure, it wasn't offensive, but it surely would have done something to the man attacking them. The wand was incooperative, but the spell was cast, sending some blue light at the man. At the same time a blast of water came from the kitchen and hit the man in the back of the head. A blast that looked more like it came from a hose than a burst faucet. The man struggled not to fall as he got away, rubbing his eyes and looking like he had a bit of a rash where Harry's spell had hit him. All of a sudden Wendy was in the room, having just appeared there behind Jane. One look told her everything she needed to know, and she took out a gun and shot the man in his foot. He hollered like never before and grabbed the wounded body part, giving Wendy a chance to get in close and point her gun right in his face. "If the next two words out of your mouth are anything but, 'I surrender,' the third word out of your mouth will be, 'Ow my dick, why did you shoot me in the dick?'" The man panicked and struggled to not scream more, but he moved his free hand to his right pocket. Next thing they knew, he was gone. "Crap, that's not good," Wendy groaned, then put away her gun. Immediately she checked all the kids. "What did he do to you?" "A lot of things. But he was here for Harry. We were just in the way to him," Jane replied. "I'll get you to help." Quote, Jack was laying on the cot in his cell but perked up when he heard the door unlock. "Oh good, lunch. I'm famished." The door opened. "Hey, you're not Bigby." At the door was Bluebeard dressed in a blue suit, and in his hands was a large platter with a domed lid. "No I'm not," he said, devoid of good emotion. Jack got uncomfortable. What's on the menu?" "Your last meal," Bluebeard answered, taking off the lid to reveal a full turkey. He set it down, Jack's eyes trying to look at him rather than the bird, and Bluebeard took a gilded dagger out of his suit pockets. "I didn't do anything to Rose. I swear," Jack shouted, backing away. "Go ahead and deny it all you want, boy. I'm more than happy to carve you like this turkey until you confess," Bluebeard threatened. Jack's eyes darted around for a moment before he gripped the cot and looked Bluebeard square in the eyes. "I do have one thing to say that you might be interested in." "And what's that?" "I was never actually chained up in here. In a burst of movement, Jack bolted from the cot and ran out the door that Bluebeard had carelessly left open. Stunned, Bluebeard didn't react immediately. But the moment passed and he gave chase. Jack, however, was in much better shape in regards to running and had too much of a head start for the bald Fable to catch up. He sprinted up the stairs and into the entry room of the woodland. "Stop!" Grimble shouted, on his feet and moving around his desk. Jack ignored the security guard and ran outside, right onto Bullfinch Street and off into Manhattan. He caught a cab and told the driver to take him off the island to anywhere. Back in the woodland, Bluebeard cursed and fumed before retrieving the turkey. No need to let it go to waste. Fabletown, New York, August 2011. Someone attacked these kids. In broad daylight. Snow exclaimed in horror and disgust. At the moment Harry, Percy, Jake, and Jane were in Swinehart's clinic, being examined. After confirming that the kids were fit to move, Wendy had brought them there, then alerted both Bigby and Snow. Neither were happy to hear about this. "How bad is it, Doc?" Bigby asked. "They'll recover. None of them took any physical damage aside from some bruises. According to them, the main harm came from something called the cruciatus, which was used on Harry and Jane. In layman's terms, it's a spell to make a person experience severe pain, like acupuncture done with knives, and it's right at the top of MACUSA's illegal spells list. Whoever did this just bought himself a life sentence at whatever the prison is that Makusa uses. I forget the name," Swinehart explained. Bigby growled. "Wendy, get Bo and Piper. We're on a manhunt." "On it, boss." "Wait," Snow interjected before Wendy could depart. "Let's ask Dumbledore some questions first." "Why?" Harry asked. This person was clearly a wizard, and it sounds like he's exactly the sort of wizard Dumbledore's been warning us about. I want to see what his approach is when one of them is right here doing something like this. Bigby smiled and nodded. "You do that. I'm going to check out the crime scene, get the scent before it fades. Wendy, you know what to do. This target takes priority over Jack at the moment." Before they got here, Bigby had been informed by Grimble of Jack's escape. He had not been happy about that and was going to have harsh words with Bluebeard later, but for now the one who assaulted Harry concerned him more. "Before you go, Mr. Wolf, I've got something to show you," Swinehart added as Wendy left an SN. "I'll help the 4 kids get ready to go too. Sorry boys, but you're probably better off going home," Snow told Jake and Percy. "I'll make sure you're escorted just to be safe." The doctor led Bigby into one of the patient recovery rooms, where he saw a woman he couldn't identify seated on a hospital bed, with bandages on her head and a cast around her neck. "Is this who I think it is?" Bigby asked. Swinehart nodded. "Be careful interviewing her, her voice is still rough." Bigby nodded too and sat on a chair beside the bed. "You can still write, can you?" The woman gave a thumbs up. "Doctor, please get me some paper and a pen." "Mr. Dumbledore," Snow said when she found the old man, who was currently eating at the I Am the Eggman diner. The place was pretty sparse at the moment, with ONL. Why the staff and 2 other Fables present. "I'd like to ask you a few questions." "Certainly, Miss White," he said, allowing her and Harry to sit in his booth. "What troubles you? Tell me about these people that want to hurt Harry. Who exactly are they and what do they want?" Dumbledore looked uncomfortable. "I don't think this is suitable for children's ears. A man just attacked Harry today. A man who claimed he was working for a Dark Lord. I don't have the patience for you to be ready to treat this like a real problem. So tell me what I want to know, or you can go back to England tonight for all I care." Dumbledore nodded and put down his fork. "All right, sorry to offend. Now, the Dark Lord in question is a vile man who calls himself Lord Voldemort. He is quite simply a monster that wishes to purge the magical community of Britain of anyone he deems unworthy to live in it. It saddens me that he has managed to gain such a devoted following of people that wish the same. They call themselves Death Eaters. So basically they're terrorists," Harry noted. Dumbledore frowned like an adult hearing a child use a swear word. "That's an unfair accusation. Are they murderers? Did they terrorize innocent people? Did they kill innocent people claiming their victims deserve to die? Did they claim that the world is better off without their victims in it? Did they commit crimes in order to accomplish their goals?" Snow asked, and Dumbledore failed to respond. If the answer is yes to any of those, then yes, they are the dictionary definition of terrorists. Dumbledore kept his frown. They're just misguided. They can be reformed. Snow glared in a way that made the old wizard feel like he just made a big mistake saying that. So that's your stance on this. A man attacks a child with intent to kill and you say, oh, he doesn't know any better. Go back to England, you old bastard, you are no longer welcome in Fabletown. Wait, Dumbledore quickly replied, I didn't mean it like that. Snow stood up. Yeah, they never do. Quote, wait, Dumbledore pleaded, trying not to sound desperate, and he was thankful that Snow didn't just ignore him. I'm sorry to offend. If you'll allow me, I can go into better detail on my reaction. Rest assured, I am not at all thrilled about what just happened to Harry and would take firm action if I could. Snow sat back down, but she looked at him in a eye that reminded him of his own mother when he had pushed her buttons. Dumbledore took a moment to clear his throat. I suppose that your use of the word terrorist is not an unfitting word. After all, by your definition the Death Eaters sadly do fit into the perimeters. I simply never thought of it in that sense before, and from my perspective, the term terrorist is not a word to be used lightly. So why take offense if you're not on their side? Snow remarked, still annoyed. If you're not a Death Eater and no one you're close to is a Death Eater, you shouldn't take the word terrorist personally. It implies that all Death Eaters are the same, and I know for a fact that is not the case. There have been some that came to their senses and left the group, and there have been some were threatened in numerous ways to work in the group's favor. To say that they are terrorists is to imply that every single one of them is horrid and deserves punishment, even the ones that are repentant or innocent. If they did the crime, then they are still on some level terrorists, even if they felt bad afterwards. Snow pressed. Harry nodded. A murderer is still a murderer even if they say, sorry. Dumbledore frowned slightly. One of my closest colleagues is a former Death Eater who realized that the group endangered someone he cared about and defected. He does not deserve to be seen on the same level as those that are unrepentant and deserve to be in jail. Snow leaned back. Maybe, but frankly that's for the courts to decide, not a school teacher like yourself. She then sighed in frustration. Could one of these Death Eaters have gotten here to America? Dumbledore nodded. Of course. While many have been imprisoned and some pardoned, not all have been brought to justice. It would not surprise me to discover some of them fleeing the country and starting anew. But how would any of them be aware of Harry being in Fabletown? He turned to Harry. Can you describe the man Harry? He nodded. He was tall, and while not fat he wasn't exactly skinny either. He had long dark hair, more brown than black, he had a beard, and I couldn't really get a good look at his eyes. Honestly, he looked like someone who would star in a Tim Burton movie. But sadly there was nothing that really stood out about him. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Sadly that was not an uncommon description of many Death Eaters in the past. I wish I could do more, but it's not like I brought a profile on Death Eaters here with me. That wouldn't exactly help me with recruiting Harry into Hogwarts now, would it? But if I may, can I add something? Quote, go on, Snow said. If there is a free Death Eater here in America, and one that knows where Harry lives, that means Harry is in danger here. Somehow this Eater learned of this and decided to act on it, and it seems they still hold true to what Voldemort preached. What if he's not the only one? Snow frowned but sighed. You're right. As long as this man is free, Harry is in danger. But on the other hand, there are more of these Death Eaters in England. How can you be certain that the same will not happen there? Dumbledore paused to carefully phrase his answer. Sadly, I cannot promise that Harry's presence at Hogwarts would remain unknown. He is rather famous back in Britain and would be identified sooner or later. But I can assure you that his well-being will be my top priority, and I will ensure that no criminal Death Eaters will have access to him on my watch. Snow kept her eyes on the old wizard, reminding him of when Totenkinder was picking apart his arguments. Then she nodded. While I'm not sold on it yet, I did encourage Bigby to send Lily to your school when a maniac threatened her life here. So right now, despite my issues with you, I'm in favor of Harry going. But I will not commit to that until after I hear from the Ilvermorny representative and discuss this with them. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Thank you. And if you don't mind, what exactly was the problem with Lily all those years ago? Lily appeared in Fabletown as a really young child years ago, and Bigby took her in. She was really enamored with him and he was soon wrapped around her finger. Then a Fable with a long history of criminal activity came and tried to kill her. They got away but promised vengeance. So for Lily's own safety, we sent her to England and hid her identity as a Fable. Dumbledore looked shocked to hear this. Why would someone want to kill Lily back then? Snow shrugged. Search me. The worst part of this is that they still haven't been caught. And I have worried that they might go after Harry too. But whoever did this to Harry isn't the same person. This sounds like a wizard, and Lily's assaulter was definitely a Fable. Lily was safe in Hogwarts despite being the target of murderers. I imagine Harry would be safe too. Snow nodded. I'll hold you to it. The Woolworth Building was one of many historic landmarks in New York City. Until 1930 it was the largest building in the world, and the Mundys used it for various businesses since it had been completed. Unknown to them there was another use to it. Wizards had sneaked in during its construction and carefully added to its structure, and this gave them the perfect place to store the head of the American wizarding government. The entry hall of MACUSA headquarters was a sight to behold. It was similar to a cathedral at first glance, several hundred feet tall and decorated with all sorts of Gothic or valuable colors, but clearly designed for business rather than worship. Each floor was visible from the entrance with a ring-around walkway and visible doors, with elevators and stairs connecting them. Statues and monuments to historical figures were spread around. In the center of the main floor was a monument to the infamous Salem witch trials, and while most historians couldn't agree on how many if any witches were actually sentenced during those trials, they did agree the memory of the event was significant enough to immortalize. But 3 people here did not come for the view. Wendy along with 2 others, a man and a woman, went up to the receptionist desk. We need to speak with the OR department. You have a crime to report? The receptionist asked. Yes, a man just assaulted 4 children and used one of the unforgivables on 2 of them. The receptionist's eyes widened and she immediately went for her phone. A few minutes later she hung up. Mr. Waverly in room 534 will see you now. They took the elevator down and went to the aforementioned room. They were greeted by a tall man with short black hair and brown eyes behind glasses. He wore a dark purple shirt with an open brown jacket over it, and overall looked like he old have easily passed as a member of NYPD who was on call but not on duty. Hello, I'm Marvin Waverly, part of MACUSA Special Victims Unit. The woman with Wendy blinked, looking confused. Special Victims Unit. No one was raped. We include the unforgivables and child crimes in our department. And from what I'm told, you're reporting both. Wendy nodded. I'm Wendy Darling, these are my associates Pied Piper and Bo Beep. If it wasn't already obvious, we're from Fabletown. Waverly took this in. So what brings you here to MACUSA? Isn't our policy, take care of our own problems? Not when. The suspect is a wizard who viciously attacks children. And we have reason to believe this wizard is part of a known terrorist cell who have deadly intent towards one of our citizens. Piper explained. Waverly showed surprise then nodded. Agreed, we need to collaborate on such an incident. Tell me about the crime. Why did you bring me here, Miss White? After they had left the diner, Snow had brought Harry and Dumbledore to the head office of Fabletown, where she told Harry to stay until she or Bigby came back. That way there was no chance of a follow-up attack on him. Then Snow had brought Dumbledore outside and into a car, where she drove him into the city. She came to a stop at an open place decorated with several American flags. This is Ground Zero, the site of the most terrible terrorist attack New York has ever seen. She told him, getting out of the car and gesturing for him to do the same. Dumbledore did not look comfortable with this but could tell Snow was trying to tell him something. With her previous bad mood at him, he was not about to alienate her further. There used to be 2 skyscrapers here, the World Trade Center. She continued as the 2 walked closer to the memorial. I won't bother telling you what their significance was since it had nothing to do with your lifestyle, but it was a very important place. On September 11, 2001, which was a little less in 2 months before Harry's parents were killed, a group of armed terrorists hijacked 2 airplanes with innocent civilians on them and deliberately crashed those planes into the 2 towers here. The crash even destroyed the buildings, killing practically everyone inside too. It was a truly horrible day that left a scar on this country of ours. Dumbledore looked around the area in shock. He tried to picture such an event but it was proving difficult for him. Not that he couldn't, after all he had been around during World War II and seen the damage of Voldemort as well. He knew full well that attacks of this magnitude were possible. But that didn't make it easier to accept. Snow then turned to face the old wizard. And do you know why the terrorists did that? I can guess, but I suspect you have an answer you already want to tell me. He replied. Because they could. Because they felt that Americans deserved it. Because they honestly believed that they were on the right side and their God would reward them for their bravery and sacrifice. They truly believed that they were heroes, Dumbledore, but to us they were terrorists. She then took a step closer to him. So tell me, how are these Death Eaters any different? Dumbledore looked around, trying to compose his thoughts. In doing so he saw a family paying respects to someone long dead and a little girl putting a flower on a memorial. It reminded him quite a lot of how some wizards had paid respects to the Potters at Godric's Hollow after the war had ended. While the methods may be different and the cause not the same, I cannot deny that the results and motivation are inherently the same. He stated somberly. If the Death Eaters had the means, they would gladly repeat this exact moment on every Muggle city on the planet. Are the kind of people who killed Harry's parents. These are the kind of people who you're asking us to trust you to protect Harry from. So tell me, how can we possibly trust you to do that if you want to believe that they aren't bad people? Dumbledore sighed and closed his eyes. Does not everyone deserve a second chance? Only the repentant deserve forgiveness. Maybe some of these Death Eaters have changed their ways. But clearly not all of them have. 10 years is a long time, Dumbledore, so I'd say those that haven't changed by now aren't going to. A decade is more than enough time for grown adults to decide what they believe is right or wrong. It's time to stop pretending that they just need more time to see the light. Dumbledore slowly nodded and looked at Snow. I suppose you're right, Miss White. He closed his eyes for a moment, looking like this was hard for him. It's just, I find it hard to be as merciless as you're asking me to be. I truly do believe that given enough time and care everyone can become a better person. Is that such a terrible thing to believe? No, it's not, if you're a school teacher dealing with kids who are causing small problems or going through phases. It is unfitting of someone who wants to take an active stand in a war and led others to do the same. These Death Eaters aren't your students anymore, Professor. Putting them in detention and hoping they'll think about what they did isn't going to work anymore. Try and keep that in mind, please. I will try. Back in the head office of Fabletown, Harry was seated at Snow's desk writing on a piece of paper. Until he got interrupted by a flying blue monkey. What you doing, Harry? I'm trying to go over everything I can from my attack earlier, Buffkin. I want to see if I can figure anything out that might narrow down who this guy is. Is that the sheriff's job? The monkey asked. Harry nodded. Yeah, but don't you remember, Buffkin? I want to become sheriff of Fabletown when I'm older. I got to know detective work in order to make that happen. Oh, so you want to be like Sherlock Holmes? Buffkin asked. Sort of, but more like Grandpa. Besides, wasn't Sherlock Holmes one of those? Really just a story characters and not a true fable? Oh, I'm sure there was a real Sherlock Holmes. I'll look it up. Buffkin then flew off the desk and went to search the many bookshelves of the office. Okay, where was I? Guy's description, no obvious accent, used a wand, so likely a wizard. He noted, reading his paper. He called me Harry Potter, not Harry Wolf. So he's obviously aware of my old name but not my current one. Or at least not concerned about it. He also called me, Boy Who Lived. Does that mean anything to wizards? It's been a while since I had to talk to one myself other than Mr. Dumbledore. He tried to think some more. He came for me, but he seemed aware of Jane. Yeah, he said, girl who uses shadows and girl who used to be a Mundy. That means he knows about Coraline too. But not enough to tell the two apart. So we've got a wizard who's informed about fables but not informed enough and seems to be on some kind of mission to acquire me for some Dark Lord. Like he was one of those Death Eaters that Mr. Dumbledore was telling us about. A thought came to Harry, making his eyes widen. Wait, he said, girl who used to be a Muggle. He didn't say Mundy, he said Muggle. That's the same word Mr. Dumbledore has been using. That means this guy came from Europe, and that means it's very likely he's a Death Eater. He leaned back in the chair, taking this in. Could that Dark Lord guy be here too? Maybe going to England for a few months wouldn't be such a bad idea. After leaving Ground Zero, Dumbledore had returned to his hotel allowed to continue his stay at Fabletown. And Snow had returned to the woodland. In the lobby she saw Bigby who looked like he had been waiting for her. Heard anything? She asked. My employees are going over details WITH Makusa and I've talked with Bluebeard about what he did with Jack. Guy's lucky that the worst we could do was fine him for unintentionally aiding the escape of a suspect in custody. Aside from that, I need your help. With what? Snow asked. Bigby smiled. I think I have a way to wrap up the Rose-Red case, but to do it, I'm going to need you to be my date for one night. Happy Remembrance Day everyone. Harry greeted as people came to the ballroom of the woodland. The entrance hall to the building was extravagantly decorated and packed with people wearing their best. Many of whom were buying raffle tickets for a grand prize at Grimble's desk. Looking good Harry. How'd you get the suit? Flycatcher asked as he came up to the well-dressed boy, while he himself still wearing his orange janitor outfit. Miss White insisted. Though don't ask me how she afforded it. Harry replied. He was currently wearing an age-appropriate suit, mostly black with some visible blue. I think you look great Harry. Jane said, coming up to her friend with Wendy not far behind. Jane was wearing a shoulderless but not sleeveless violet dress with a black sash around her waist, and Wendy wore a RLESS and sleeveless sapphire blue dress with a red sash around her own waist, and a cut that displayed a modest amount of cleavage. I'm glad to see that Makusa agreed to help with security here. Wendy noted, looking around. There were a couple of Aurors mixed into the crowd, dressed for the occasion and practically indistinguishable from any other guest here. The only thing that came close to a giveaway was they were the only ones here who didn't share in the festive spirit, which was only something you'd notice if you were looking for it. You don't think that guy will make a repeat appearance here, do you? Harry asked. Not sounded as certain as he wanted to. Not going to take that chance. Besides, we still have no proof that he's the only one here. Wendy told the young boy. Can't you use your powers to find out Wendy? He asked. She shook her head. Sorry Harry, they don't work that way. We'd need spoiler for that kind of power and no one wants him around. Hey Harry, is that Dumbledore guy going to be here? Jane asked. Harry nodded. I think so, but he's not here yet. I'm just waiting for Grandpa to show up. I think he's waiting for Miss White to get ready. Coraline asked as she showed up. She wore a modest light blue sundress with thin vertical white stripes. Accompanying her was Violet from the Blue Grocer, wearing an orange dress, and a tall thin man with brown hair wearing a brown suit. Hey Violet. Augustus, if you're here, who's managing the caterers? Harry asked in a teasing manner. We're off the clock Harry, let whoever the big shots hire do that job. Violet replied. By the way, what exactly are they raffling off? I think the sign said, win a kingdom, or something. Oh that. Well, from what I heard from Snow, Charming's selling his land because right now it's his only way to make any money. A raffle's just a way to make people think they're winning it rather than buying it. Coraline just looked confused. But it's back in the homelands, and controlled by the adversary. Who would want a kingdom they can't go to? Like they say, the lottery is just a tax on stupid people my dear. Snow said as she came up. She was wearing an elegant dark blue dress with sleeves but no shoulders and a pearl necklace that looked more like a choker. Hello everyone. Hello Miss White. Everyone greeted back. After all, she was practically the one in charge of the entire community. So where's Bigby? Snow asked, looking around. I thought he was with you. Harry answered. I've been waiting for both of you here. Snow rolled her eyes and sighed in exacerbation. I just hope he knows what he's doing. We've already got trouble with Bluebeard thanks to all this, and Mayor Cole really appreciates his donations every year. The last thing we need is or Bluebeard to decide Fabletown's not worth it because of the situation with Jack. They all went inside the ballroom, seeing the various fables mingle and reminisce about old times, like when Fablet Own was just starting out and how things had changed since then. The ballroom itself was rather fancy and much bigger than the building should have allowed inside it. In the center was a small mountain with trees and 2 waterfalls pouring into a pool. 3 Greek gazebos were by the pool, where a band was playing soft music. This is different than last year, Violet said, looking around. Didn't They have a big apple tree in the middle with some flowers at the base. No, that was 2009. Last year was the moving ice sculptures and the chocolate fountain. Augustus corrected. Violet chuckled and patted his arm. Leave it to you to remember a chocolate fountain. So you gentlemen and ladies are the best magic users of Fabletown aside from Miss Totenkinder. By one of the tables adorned with some of the offered food and beverages, Dumbledore stood talking to 3 people. Said trio consisted of a young blonde girl who looked younger than Harry, a man who was dressed much like a Mundy stage magician, and a beautiful black-haired woman in an old-fashioned dark green dress. Some may say otherwise, but yes, the 3 of us are the most powerful magical fables in town. The young girl answered. My name is Ozma. I'm Abraham Cadabra. You can call me Abra or Cadabra. The man said, giving a bow like he was performing. And I'm Morgan Le Fay. The woman added. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Wait, you're not. She nodded. The Morgan Le Fay. But that would make you. She nodded. Yes, I am that old, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't make a fuss over it. Dumbledore took a moment to clear his throat. Pardon. Now I know it's improper to discuss business at parties, but would any of you be interested in having a job at Hogwarts this year? Ozma shook her head. I doubt any students would take me seriously there. Morgan put a hand on her chin. I might be open to it, but wizards and me don't exactly have the best history, if you know what I mean. Cadabra smiled. I would be willing. My son Rob went to Hogwarts and I've been interested in seeing the school for myself. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. Your son? But I thought that Lily Wolf was the only Fable who attended Hogwarts. My son was inspired by her to attend too. He started his first year in 2002 and graduated in 2009. Don't you recall a student named Rob Cadabra? Dumbledore thought it over. It does ring a bell. But right now that's all the familiarity I'm getting. It is hard to remember every student my school has, especially when I don't get to interact with all of them. So what's the job exactly? Cadabra asked. Quiet. It's time, Ozma said, gesturing towards the back of the ballroom. Everyone turned to face that way. By the band there was a podium surrounded by roses, to which a somewhat portly man with white hair and a beard wearing a black tux came up and tapped a microphone, silencing the band and getting everyone's attention. Hello everyone and welcome to Remembrance Day at the Woodland. I'm sure I need no introduction. He really didn't. He was old King Cole, the long-term mayor of Fabletown and quite the generous one. Despite the fact Fabletown was Democratic, no one had actually run against him in an election since he took office, so for the time being Cole was going to stay mayor indefinitely. We gather here today as friends and neighbors, but there was a time we would all be strangers to each other. Once we were all part of many countries and kingdoms, scattered over several worlds that were not this one. Some of us were kings, some were cobblers, some were witches or woodcarvers. We had our saints, our sinners, our social status climbers, but from the grandest lord to the hungriest peasant, the one thing we all were was strangers to each other. It took an invasion to unite us as a common people. He paused for a bit, allowing the people in the room to recall that day in their lives when everything they knew came crashing down and nothing would ever be the same for them again. It had been devastating for them all, most all knowing at least one who did not escape like they had. Beyond the shores, in a land we paid no mind to, there was the one we all know as the adversary. As we went about our lives, he masked his power, letting his ambitions grow with each day. Some of us would claim he is just a woodland sprite who went dark, some saw why he's a sorcerer who has been corrupted by the devil himself, some would even say he is the devil himself. But whoever the adversary is, whatever his origin, we know now that he has become a thing of horror with an insatiable hunger. Who conquered his own world, killing each king with a single sword, then turned his eyes on our homes. Dumbledore blinked. So this adversary is like a Voldemort who did win. When the Emerald City of Oz fell to the adversary's small army, most of us ignored it in favor of asking what were we going to have for dinner that day. Cole continued grimly. We took an pleasure in the suffering of the innocents there, but we found the inhabitants odd and the land too far away. We saw no reason to intervene. Then Narnia suffered the same fate, with the great lion Aslan slain by the adversary's soldiers. We again did nothing. Most of us who knew the lion thought he was a little too holier than thou for his own good. Then Neverland was conquered, with no army to defend it except playful children and sour pirates. It stood no chance against a fleet of armed soldiers. All it takes for evil to succeed is for good people to do nothing. Dumbledore whispered to himself, feeling the same inspiration he got when he decided to fight Voldemort the first time. One by one all our kingdoms fell under the adversary's domain, creating an empire that spanned realms. We had thought he was only after a select few, but it soon became clear he wanted all of the Fable worlds. None of us were safe from his ambition, and by the time we realized that, it was too late to take action. He was just too powerful. Many of us didn't even have the chance to run away. Cole added, "This man is sounding more and more like Voldemort. I hope Harry will see this and understand our plight now." Dumbledore thought. "But some of us did run away," Cole claimed. "We survived, we hid, living as outlaws and avoiding capture. Small groups banded together and over time we finally had a glimmer of hope. There was one world, and only one world, that the adversary had no interest in conquering. That one world he would not go to was our sanctuary, if we could just get there. As you can see, we have." This was where Cole started to smile. "Here, we have done more than survive. We have thrived. We have put aside past titles and grievances, united against a common enemy, and made covenant with each other. Be us predator or prey, prince or pauper, beauty or beast, we are a single community, allied in our undying memory of the homelands, and the unshakable hope that someday, somehow, we will be able to get our homes back from the one who drove us out of them." He then held up a glass of clear wine as if to toast something. "So ladies and gentlemen, lift your glasses and join me in this toast." Others did just that. "To the homelands. To the homelands," everyone in the room said, including Dumbledore. "A magical community that doesn't divide itself based on heredity. Their lifestyle might be vastly different than ours, but my home could learn a lot from these people," he thought. Cole set down his glass. "Thank you everyone, now, let's get to what you all really came here for. To celebrate." He left the podium and the band resumed playing, with some couples starting to dance. "Let's talk business later," Dumbledore said to Kadabra, who nodded and walked off. Dumbledore went off as well and saw Harry approaching a boy who was sitting on a velvet bench and sulking. "Hello Harry, good to see you. And who is your friend?" "Hello Mr. Dumbledore. I didn't know you were already here. Hope you're enjoying yourself. And this is Pinocchio. You've heard of him, right? I believe I'm familiar with the story," the old wizard said, looking at the child. "You look unhappy my boy. Are you not enjoying yourself?" Quote, "No, I'm not. I never have fun at these things." Pinocchio sulked. "I'm only here because sooner or later, that blue fairy will show her mug. Then I'll kick her ass. Language my boy." Pinocchio looked at the senior wizard. "I've over 1,000 years old Gramps." Dumbledore blinked. "You're older than me. Wow, even Nicholas Flamel doesn't look this young for his age." "We fables age very gracefully," Harry told the old man. Pinocchio huffed. "Some of us don't age at all. I said I wanted to be a real boy, I never said I wanted to stay a boy. I'm over 10 centuries old and I still haven't gone through puberty. I want to look old enough that I can drive, go to bars, and hook up with a girl. So excuse me for cussing. Boy, you sure are different than that Disney movie," Dumbledore remarked, though he felt he had said something he shouldn't when the former puppet gave him a rather offended look. "Ex-nay on the D-word sir," Harry warned. "Some pay. Opal here do not appreciate being compared to those movies. I'll keep that in mind." Snow was still alone looking around, keeping her eye on Harry most of the time but also looking for Bigby. Until she saw someone approach her. "Excuse me, are you Deputy Mayor White?" he asked. "I am." "You are," she replied, not recognizing him at all. "My name is Rufus Range, and I work for the Ilvermorny School of Magic." Snow perked and gave him a handshake. "Oh hello, we've been expecting you. Odd that you came today of all days. Business got in the way, it happens as I'm sure you're aware of." Sadly Hat means today may be my only chance for Harry Wolf was it? He asked, and Snow nodded. "Right, thanks to the delay I can't really put off my recruitment pitch anymore. Not without cutting into his time to prepare for the school if he accepts." Snow looked into the ballroom, seeing Harry chatting with a few others oblivious to her. "Not the best time, but if you're short on time I'm sure he'll spare some for you." Rufus smiled. "Thank you. Would you mind sending him out here?" It's a little too loud and crowded in there for me to do my job properly. And I'd rather not have to answer anyone else's questions. His are the only important ones in this situation. Snow nodded. That's understandable. I'll go get him for you. Make yourself comfortable. She started to turn away but stopped and looked back to him. Oh, while we're on the matter, the headmaster of the Hogwarts School of Magic is here too to offer Harry a chance to attend. Would you like to discuss anything with him? Rufus froze. Zian looked like he was both surprised and scared to be told this. No, that will be unnecessary. Just Harry will do. Okay. Snow replied, sounding uncertain, then she went into the ballroom. A quick glance behind her let her see Rufus go outside, staying by the entry door to the woodland, but she couldn't get a good look anymore. Sorry to make you wait, Bigby said as he came up to her. Like Harry, he was wearing a suit. In fact, it almost looked like the two had shopped together. Given how Snow had arranged for both to get their suits, that wasn't exactly inaccurate. There you are, she said when she saw him. I was starting to think I'd been stood up. Would it matter? You always go to this thing stag anyway. Snow looked annoyed, but she still smiled. Yeah, but you have to set a good example for Harry. Who, by the way, is much more of a gentleman than you are. She motioned to the boy who was having a slow dance with Coraline at the moment. Hey, I'm the big bad wolf, not the socially acceptable wolf. He joked, then took the lovely woman into a dance. Well, Mr. Wolf, I need you to look into something. There's a man here claiming to be from Ilvermorny wanting to speak to Harry. But which I mentioned that Dumbledore was here, he looked like I held a gun to his face. Bigby raised an eyebrow. That's an unusual reaction. Think they have history. I don't know how, but yo. You don't act like that if you don't have a reason for it. Check the guy out, if he's clear then we can have him talk to Harry. Bigby nodded. Will do. He walked away and sure enough found the man at the door, looking a little fidgety. As a predator, Bigby compared him to a rabbit that knew a fox was nearby but wasn't sure where, wanting to bolt but not knowing where to bolt to. Are you here for Harry Wolf? The man saw him and composed himself. Yes, I'm Rufus Range from Ilvermorny. And you are? Bigby Wolf, Sheriff of Fabletown and legal guardian of Harry. He's occupied, as kids are at these things. But while you wait, I'd like to ask you a few things. Rufus nodded. I understand. What would you like to know? How was your own time as a student there? Bigby asked, leading them away from the door more into the open. Rufus didn't mind, especially as a woman accompanied by a child were trying to enter the woodland. They were going in a hurry, probably because they were clearly late to the party. Neither Bigby nor Rufus noticed that the child walking past them stared at them for a good chunk of time. You see, I didn't attend Ilvermorny as a student. I was schooled elsewhere and came here for work. Oh, and what exactly do you do? Bigby asked. I work as a cultural educator and advisor. It's my job to know about what other magical communities are like and inform the students about them. Their strengths, their differences, that sort of thing. So you must know about the Hogwarts school. Bigby noted. Rufus nodded. Yes, virtually everyone who works in magical education knows of Hogwarts. What about it? Quote, does it live up to its reputation? Well, as an educator, I believe it does a good job regarding teaching magic, but some subjects are virtually unnecessary for the real world. I do have my reservations about the headmaster and his choices over his career, if I may be honest. Bigby looked intrigued. Do tell. We have some reservations about the headmaster as well. Rufus relaxed more to hear that. Well, am I correct in assuming you are aware of the scandal involving a Dark Lord back in Britain? You mean with that Voldemort guy and the Death Eater terrorists? Rufus nodded. What you may not know is that Mr. Dumbledore, despite his vocal stance against it all, in a way is responsible for the entire situation. Bigby looked confused but interested. Explain. As I understand it, Dumbledore years ago had been trying to force some changes onto the magical community of Britain. Changes they were not in favor of. Changes they were not ready to cope with. But Dumbledore tried to force them onto the people, tried to change so many aspects of their lifestyle virtually overnight. The Dark Lord in question was, in my opinion, the natural respawn. Say of the people telling him to back off. Bigby frowned. You think someone starting genocidal extremism is a natural response? Rufus nodded. It is when you push for too much too soon onto people. who essentially have everything to lose in the process. Tell me, Fable, if Makusa tried to take away everything that makes Fabletown be Fabletown and told you that all your privileges and freedoms were going to go to someone else. Don't you think at least one Fable would have an extreme reaction? I see. But still, Voldemort chose to do it. While Dumbledore should have known he'd be met with opposition. He is not responsible for how others express it. Did he tell you he tried fighting against the Death Eaters? Rufus continued, and Bigby nodded. He probably wants you to think that he led his own army and was active in the fight. Truth is, he and his followers barely did anything. Records show that the Death Eaters killed a lot of people, both magical and non-magical, but few were ever caught or killed in the crossfires. Not during the war itself. Dumbledore virtually never led anyone into actual battle, and from what I've been told, they acted purely defensively. Almost like they were trying to win without actually hurting the enemy. Considering what Snow told me, I find that plausible. Bigby admitted. So not only did Dumbledore provoke the Dark Lord into starting a war, he didn't do much to actually end it. Rufus added. A 1-year-old child did more to end the war than he did. Frankly, if I were you, I wouldn't want to send anyone to Hogwarts as long as he's in charge. You make a good argument. But I would not be doing my job if I didn't check into the details. I'll keep this in mind, but for now I'll go get my grandson. Thank you, sir, Rufus replied. Harry. At the moment the aforementioned boy was by himself, trying to remember where the nearest bathroom in the building was without having to go back up to his apartment. Hearing his name made him turn around. Seeing another boy coming towards him. Ah, there you are, Percy. Where have you been? Harry, he's here. Harry looked confused. Who's here? That man. The one that attacked us in the empty apartment. I just saw him. He's here. Harry's eyes widened. Where? Outside talking to your grandpa. I saw him on my way in. I'm just lucky he didn't see me. You positive? Harry asked. Percy nodded. I know it's him. What's he doing coming back here tonight of all nights? He couldn't possibly think he can attack you with so many witnesses around, can he? I can't imagine he'd be here for anything other than finishing the job. But for the life of me I'm not sure how he can. What should we do? Harry replied. You get somewhere safe. Somewhere he can't find you. I'll find the others and alert the adults. Percy said in a not quite commanding tone. Harry nodded. Thanks, Perce, I owe you one. The two parted, with Harry heading towards the elevators and Percy into the ballroom. Harry went up to his apartment and locked it once inside. But he didn't act like a panicked child. Bigby had taken the time to prepare him for what to do in case of an intruder in the woodland. As such, he was in a safe place and would not draw attention to himself, but he still had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He went into his room and looked in his closet, finding and taking out what looked like an old shoebox. And put it on his bed, keeping the lid on. I may not legally be allowed to possess my own wand yet outside of practice, but that doesn't mean I can't use other magical tools if worse comes to worse. Percy went back outside the woodland but stayed close to the entrance. He could see Bigby still talking with that man, but the conversation was close to ending. Not wanting to be spotted, he went back inside and went into the ballroom, looking around for anyone who would be willing to listen to him. Excuse me, he said, coming up to Snow. At the moment the deputy mayor was talking to a chubby dark-haired man Percy had never seen before. Next to him were two kids Percy was also unfamiliar with, a blonde girl who looked like she was his age, and a brunette boy a few years older. They both looked a little uncomfortable being there. Excuse me, Miss White. Hey kid, do you always interrupt adults? The man asked, sounding irritated. It's all right, Mr. Tucci, I know this boy. Snow assured, though she looked a little annoyed herself. What is it, Percy? That man is here. The one that attacked us, he's talking to Mr. Wolf right now. Snow's eyes widened and her hand went to cover her mouth. Are you absolutely positive? Percy nodded, then Snow remembered something. He's talking to Mr. Wolf. Right now. Did you hear what they were saying? Am I missing something here? The man Snow referred to as Mr. Tucci asked, sounding more annoyed than concerned. We potentially have a dangerous man here. Could you maybe do something about it, sir? Snow asked. Mr. Tucci shook his head. Sorry. I came here to party. If the guy starts going crazy then maybe I'll do something. Until then, he should be enough for you to handle. I can do something, sir. The brunette boy offered, sounding eager to do something more exciting here. Mr. Tucci brushed him off. Leave it to the locals, Leo. Come on, mister, the blonde girl started, but Mr. Tucci looked towards her with a firm face. Don't fight me on this, Annie, or next year you won't get to attend this. Snow and Mr. Tucci's company all frowned, but none of them pressed the matter. Snow looked back to Percy. I'll go find Wendy. She's the one who can get the best positive ID on this guy. Until then, find Harry and the other kids and get them somewhere safe. Harry's already informed, but I'll go tell the others. Percy corrected with a nod, then went off. Snow walked away too, looking for Bigby's employee. No need to search, here I am. Snow stopped and turned around, seeing Wendy right there behind her, standing as if she was there the entire time. Which of course was completely impossible. How did you? I saw what was already written. Nothing happens on screen that I don't know about. Technically I'm bending the rules by coming to you rather than letting you contact me, but it's better to bend the fourth wall than to break it. Believe me, it can hurt. Snow had so much to ask about that and she didn't know where to start. Bigby had never given her a straight answer as to how Wendy worked, but it was clear that he did know what she was capable of. Snow could never make sense of it though. Fine, if you know what I want then go do it. Why waste time telling me? Establishing a scene, that's all. Wendy said before leaving. I'm not going to just stand around and wait for this to blow over. Snow thought, rushing up to her office to get a weapon. And maybe it was her paranoia getting the better of her, but she wanted her deadliest one. Bigby began to walk away with Rufus following. He led high into the building, into the elevators. Rufus didn't question it at all, though he was a little confused when they reached the top. The elevator opened at the roof, showing a luxury suite not unlike a penthouse. Is this your house? Rufus asked. No, this is the house of Mayor Cole. Only place in Fabletown that has a pool. Bigby said, leading him out of the elevator. Once Rufus left, Bigby hit a few buttons in the elevator and walked out himself. The elevator then went down. Is Harry here? Rufus asked, looking around. No, and he's not going to be anywhere near you. Rufus blinked and looked to Bigby. What do you mean? You must have brass balls to come here again, you bastard. How did you plan to kill him this time? Bigby growled, stepping forward. Mr. Wolf, I don't know what you're talking about. I've got the best nose in all of Fabletown, maybe even the world. Bigby informed the wizard, tapping his nose as he did. After my grandson was attacked by some unknown person, I, of course, checked him for foreign scents. And I found one, and I can smell it again. On you. Rufus gulped and stepped back. Bigby stepped forward. Tell me why you tried to kill my grandson and all. Leave you for the wizards to trial and prosecute. Fight me, and we'll see how good wizards fly without brooms. Rufus narrowed his eyes and pulled out his wand. Not so tough now, are you, Fable? Bigby looked like he could not be less afraid. He just went in barehanded, ready to apprehend the man. Rufus fired a spell that hit Bigby square in the chest. It felt similar to a bullet, Bigby knew from experience, and it did similar damage, putting a hole clear through his body. Yet he charged on and threw a punch at the surprised wizard. Rufus fell to the floor, dropping his wand. Bigby kicked it away, putting a hand over his wound. Then crouched down and grabbed Rufus's arm, pinning it behind the downed man. You just assaulted an officer, that means we can get first jurisdiction over your trial now. Bigby warned. You're basically already dead. Not yet. Rufus spat, then suddenly he disappeared into thin air. Bigby's hands were grasping nothing, so it clearly was not invisibility. Damn it, not again. Bigby growled, pounding the floor with his fist once in anger. You're not getting away from me this time. Since the elevator was inoperable for now, he chose to simply just down the building, thanking the deities in charge of this world that he had one hell of a pain threshold. Hey Rod, I need a favor. Wendy said as she strolled into a room in the woodland. This room looked like a business conference room. Except all the lights were off. The only light was coming from the window, showing a table with a silhouetted man seated at a chair working on a computer. Ah, fourth wall. Usually people knock before they enter a room. The man at the computer said, his face hidden by the shadows and computer. I'm the only one in Fabletown who even knows this room exists. And I have a name just like you know. Or would you like to be called narrator all the time? It doesn't matter what people call me, my role is only to make the story accessible to the reader. What are you here for? I need you to focus in on a specific target, Rod. Get them on the screen so that I can get to them and solve this problem. Wendy explained. Do I look like Deus Ex Machina? Rod asked, still typing. Why don't you seek him if you need a quick fix? You know how he works, and I don't want to have him be involved this soon in the story. Wendy explained. The author has a planned fourth wall. Our job is not to interfere but to let it carry out. Rod replied. Wendy huffed. Well, if you're not going to help me solve this my way, can you give me some clues about how to solve this the right way? 1 second please, Rod said, speeding up his typing a little more. With a final tap, a young girl appeared beside his desk. This girl had long blonde hair and wore a black dress, and she looked about 11 years old. Fourth wall. This is spoiler. Hi fourth wall, the girl said with a friendly way. Ooh, do I have permission to tell something? One thing spoiler and one thing only. If fourth wall accepts the risk. Rod claimed, then looked to Wendy. Spoiler can tell you anything about what hasn't already been revealed, but there is always a cost. Do you take cash or card? Wendy replied sarcastically. A child's life is on the line, Rod. Will this cost affect him? Not unless you make it affect him. What do you want to know? Spoiler asked, looking at Wendy with hopeful eyes. Let me check. Wendy scrolled up to get the exact name. Rufus Range, he just escaped Bigby Wolf and is off screen. I won't know where he is until the author wants me to, and I choose not to wait for that. Where is he? Spoiler's eyes glowed red and blue interchangeably, much like a police's siren, then stopped. Spoiler alert. That man is back inside the first floor of the woodland. He's hurt and looking for Harry. Who's closest to him right now? Wendy asked. One question only, fourth wall. Rod reminded her. Oh come on narrator, I can't stop with just one reveal. Spoiler objected, letting her eyes go red and blue again. Rufus Range is actually. Rod tapped the computer and the young girl went away. Jerk. Spoiler's voice was heard in the process, but nothing else was heard. You have your intel, fourth wall. Rod told Wendy. Now you better get to work. Thanks anyway, Rod, she said. Before you go, however. Rod continued, standing up and walking away from the computer. He's Sue. LD seen wearing a suit but his face was still hidden. Remember what I told you, Wendy, spoilers always come with a cost. There's a reason people prefer not to get them. And literals and fables are different. We structure the story. They experience it. You can't toe the line and get away with it forever. Wendy smirked. As you said, I'm the fourth wall. Being in both worlds at the same time is my nature. She then vanished into thin air. Rod then took out a cigarette and smoked. Fourth wall or not, if the readers don't like you, you won't last long. Whoa Bigby, what the heck happened to you? Flycatcher asked when he saw the sheriff of Fabletown walk into the woodland clearly looking hurt. I jumped off the roof. Tell me, did you see the man I was last with? Flycatcher shook his head. Sorry, I was paying attention to the buffet. But Snow looked like she was out for blood. Where is she? Bigby asked. I think her office. Good, then she's aware of the situation too, and Wendy surely is as well. I'm going to check on Harry myself then. Bigby walked off, his pain fading as he did so until he could walk normally. As he did, he closed his eyes and took a deep sniff, hoping that the wizard was still nearby. He most likely wasn't if he was escaping, but if he was foolish enough to come back to Fabletown on today of all days, then he was probably committed to finishing the job. The building was flooded with scents. So many that even a seasoned bloodhound would have some trouble finding a specific one quickly. But Bigby was more than a bloodhound, he was a wolf. Not just any wolf, the big bad wolf. And he had a fresh sample to help his nose narrow it down. He held out the confiscated wand from the wizard and used it to hone in on the scent. Mr. Wolf, what are you doing? Bigby opened his eyes and saw a confused Dumbledore not too far from him. Someone is here trying to kill my grandson, and if you really want us to believe you care about Harry, you'll help me find and take down this wizard. Dumbledore's eyes widened, then he nodded. May I see the wand? I think I can get some information out of it. Bigby handed it over and Dumbledore looked it over. He wasn't a wand expert. He couldn't begin to tell you what it was made out of, but he knew there were no specific identifying traits on it, so it could have been made anywhere or used by anyone. But there were other things this could tell him. Channeling a small amount of magic into it, the tip of the wand glowed. Dumbledore took out his wand, which was much more unique than other wands, and held the tip to the glowing part until it glowed too. He cancelled the spell and his wand continued to glow. There, I've managed to copy this wizard's magical signature. Give me a moment and I'll be able to find him if he's still within the vicinity. Dumbledore claimed. Get started then, I'm using my own method. Bigby told him, closing his eyes and sniffing the air again. His nose just told him that someone had gone by. But it wasn't his target and Dumbledore had said nothing, so he continued to look for the one scent he needed. Having done a quick apparition, Rufus had reappeared by the entrance of the woodland. For a moment he considered leaving and bailing out on his objective for the foreseeable time, but another part of him insisted on doing this while he still could. The boy was guarded but no one here seemed to use magic like wizards did. All he needed was one good shot. Acting quickly, Rufus re-entered the building and quickly headed up the stairs for several floors, wanting to find some air to hide before Bigby could find him on the way down from the roof. After that he'd search for the Potter boy. He could only be in the main hall right now until he was transferred somewhere safer. Who the hell are you? Rufus turned around, seeing a woman in a fancy light pink dress with long black hair. She looked like she should have been done in the ballroom rather than here in the hallway. While he lacked a wand, Rufus was not without a weapon. He took a knife out of a concealed holder and brandished it, frightening the woman. Where does Harry Wolf live? What do you want with Harry? She asked, stepping back. Rufus closed the gap between them and grabbed her arm, holding the knife to her neck. Take me to his apartment now. Okay, please don't kill me. The two began to walk forward. But soon Rufus made them stop. He turned around, seeing an empty hall. He began walking again only to stop and look behind himself again. Can any fables turn invisible? He asked his hostage. I know I can hear someone else walking in here. Not that I know of, she said, looking around wondering if someone invisible was really there. Rufus forced her to lead the way again, this time hearing nothing. That made him move faster. Wendy appeared and to her surprise she was in Snow's office. Snow could be seen holding a longsword and she was standing by a clearly drunk buffkin who was nearly passed out by her desk surrounded by bottles. Damn it, this isn't where I'm supposed to be. She groaned. Wendy, why are you here? Is Harry safe? Snow asked. No, the wannabe murderer is still after him. I know where he is but when I tried to get to him I was brought here instead. A thought came to Wendy, making her facepalm then look upwards. That's the cost of the spoiler isn't it? I have to get to him the hard way. And you can't even be specific on which floor he's on. Geez author, it's just fanfiction not a graphic novel. What the fuck are you talking about? Snow demanded, getting annoyed. I'll tell you all about it later, assuming Bigby gives me the okay. For now, follow me. I at least know where the jerk is going and pray the author lets us get there first. Snow nodded and the two women left the office, with an intoxicated flying monkey wondering how much beer he had left. I have a lock, sir. Dumbledore stated, getting Bigby's attention. He's in this very building, several stories up. He's trying to find Harry. Or Harry's home so he can stage an ambush. Bigby claimed. The two men moved up the stairs, with Dumbledore running faster than one would expect of a man his age. Here, this is the place. Rufus stood in front of a closed door, still holding the Fable woman hostage. You certain? Yes, of course. I've seen Harry several times over the years. The scared woman insisted. Can you open the door? Are you a tourist? No one in New York leaves their door unlocked. Can you unlock it? He clarified, pressing the knife into her neck to emphasize his need. A tiny bit of blood dripped down her skin. No, I can't. You know you'll never get away with this, right? She asked. Put your hands up. Rufus and his hostage turned to see Wendy and Snow stand down the hall. Wendy holding a pistol and Snow holding her sword. Let her go and step away from the door. Rufus glared at the two women. Either of you makes a step and this bitch gets cut. Wendy fired her gun, prompting Rufus to duck and let his hostage go. He felt no pain so he quickly concluded she had missed, but he could hear running feet coming his way. Not wanting to take a chance, he turned and tried to run away. Then all of a sudden, Rufus tripped and collapsed. To Wendy and Snow, it looked like he literally tripped over nothing. At this time Bigby and Dumbledore showed up from the other end of the hall. What just happened? Snow asked. The air beside Rufus shimmered and then the blonde girl that had been by Mr. Tucci earlier came into view, holding a baseball cap in her hand. Please don't shoot again. I'm lucky you missed me the first time. What are you doing here? Why did you put yourself in danger like that? Wendy asked. You said a kid's in danger. I've been training half my life to save people from trouble. She justified. Thank you for your help. Annie was it. Snow replied. Actually, it's Anna. Annabeth. Ignoring this, Bigby walked up to Rufus, clenching his fists looking ready to punch him some more. You're finished range. If that is your real name. Accio Portkey. Dumbledore said, pointing his wand at the downed man. From a pocket flew a key that he caught without directly touching. There, now we don't have to worry about him escaping. I don't think he's in any frame of mind to apparate right now. Snow let down her sword and held onto the hostage, who was trembling in fear. It's okay, he won't hurt you. Though you're going to be in trouble later, Rose. Bigby grunted. Snow looked confused but then she blinked in surprise. Rosé. She looked right at the scared woman's face and recognized it right away. Rosé. Oh my god, you're alive. What the fuck happened? Save it for later, Snow. Bigby told her, taking out some handcuffs. Rufus tried to fight back but a spell from Dumbledore made that difficult, allowing Bigby to cuff him. Rufus Range, you're under arrest for attempted murder. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. You'll all pay, I swear it. Rufus rude. Hold on. This man looks familiar. Dumbledore said, taking a good look at the man. I think I can help you identify this man, Mr. Wolf, but first I'll need to make a little purchase. Help yourself. You'll never break me, Dumbledore. Rufus claimed. Dumbledore looked at the cuffed man with firm authoritative eyes. I won't have to, Fabletown will. And from what I've learned from Miss White, they're not as nice as I am. For the rest of the night, Remembrance Day continued as normal with the majority of Fables being unaware of what had been transpiring. At midnight, per Fable tradition, the ball was considered over and the attendees went home, or out for further celebrations elsewhere. For a select few, they were brought into Snow's office. The current occupants were Snow, Mayor Cole, Wendy, Bluebeard, an undisguised Rose Red, and an unconscious Buffkin. Rose, what has been going on with you? If you weren't dead, why not tell me you were alive? Snow pleaded to her sister, W. Ho had taken off her brunette wig revealing short red hair. Rose refused to give her sister direct eye contact. Sure, make this all about yourself, Snow, as usual. You should have told me, you know. Bluebeard stated, looking a little insulted by this whole ordeal. Rose did not say a word to him. The door opened and in walked Bigby along with a drowsy Harry. Okay Bigby, we're all here. Now stop stalling already. Snow commanded. Bigby took a drag off his cigarette for a moment. Okay, first thing I need to tell you is Mr. Range is being held in our detention area with Piper and Bo currently standing guard. I haven't heard back from Dumbledore, he must have gone to the wizarding section of New York to get what he needs. So Harry and everyone else is safe, though I am going to be keeping a closer eye on him for the time being. Harry fidgeted but didn't look ungrateful for the concern. As for the part about Rose, I can tell you exactly what happened with her now. Bigby continued. Now, bear with me here. Right now I have that one opportunity very cop wishes to have, the parlor scene. That one moment when they can tell a whole room of people how they solved the crime. So pardon any dramatics I might do here. The sheriff paused to clear his throat. Now, I've been doing this job since we settled here in America, back when this city was still called New Amsterdam. During that time, I've never been in a gunfight. Never been in a car chase, never did any of that stuff you see on the cop shows or Die Hard movies. But I have experience in spades, and let me tell you, this case has been suspicious since the first moment. How so? Cole asked. Well sir, let's start with the very first moment. My office is here in the woodland, while Rose's apartment is on Grim Street. That distance covers roughly half of Fabletown. Yet Jack took a cab to get here from the apartment, acting like he was in a hurry. Not unrealistic, but when he got to me he was out of breath and sweaty like he had been running. Jack's in good shape, he wouldn't exhaust himself like that with what little running he had actually done. Snow found herself nodding. Jack needed me to believe that he had T.O. rushed to my office like it was a matter of life or death. He needed me to believe that what he saw truly got him worked up. And like a kid faking sick to stay home from school, he overacted. I told him to be subtle. Rose muttered under her breath. So already aware that something was off, I went to Rose's apartment. It was immediately obvious to me that the crime scene was staged, and like Jack, it was overacted. Blood was splattered everywhere, on virtually every possible surface, yet there were no footprints in the blood. Jack himself had said he had already been inside the apartment, confirming that Rose was not in the bedroom. Couldn't he have been trying to preserve evidence? Cole asked. Bigby shook his head. Not a chance. If you had thought that your girlfriend had been brutally attacked, your first priority would have been to make sure she was safe, not that evidence was preserved. And even if by chance Jack was preserving evidence, an actual murderer couldn't have done anything like that without themselves or Rose stepping in the blood too. Speaking of which, all that evidence there, Jack was the one who set up the scene. Why do you say that? Snow asked. Harry, since you had to do the scene recreation, do you want to tell this part? Bigby offered. The 11-year-old stepped up and cleared his throat. Well, all the furniture looked like it was knocked over. But aside from some tears and broken glass, there was little actual damage done. The lamp was on its side but the bulb was intact, an ashtray was far from the table but wasn't even chipped, and the stereo system was the only thing that didn't have a drop of blood on it. Not to mention the CDs on the floor were all the ones in the back of her collection, instead of the ones near the front that would have been much easier to grab in an actual struggle. Bigby added. Rose was obviously unwilling to damage and replace her favorites, the ones she would put in the front since she'd listened to them the most often. Just the lack of blood on that area alone made it clear Rose intended to use the stereo again, which is something she wouldn't have on her mind in a legit struggle to save herself from a murderer. The whole scene was staged and Rose was in on it. Snow looked to her sister. Why on earth would you fake your own death? I'm getting to that. Bigby cut off. Now Snow, at the time, all the evidence told me was that Rose was a part of setting up the scene. She obviously had input given the lack of blood on the stereo and in her kitchen. Yes, her toaster and some glasses were UGHT out of the kitchen and banged up good, but no damage or blood was in the kitchen itself. But that wasn't enough to prove she was still alive. There was still a chance she had been killed after the scene was staged. But why would that happen? Cole asked. Maybe Rose wanted to fake her death but her killer wanted the real thing and saw the scene as a great red herring. Anyway, my nose said T was definitely Rose's blood, so I had to consider the possibility. Then I had Harry and his friends recreate the scene to find out how much blood had actually been spilled before things went bad. Harry, how much blood did you use to make an exact replica? 5 or 6 pints, enough to kill a normal person. Bigby nodded. We knew the scene was staged, but we obviously had reason to suspect Rose was dead. The amount of blood was the one part where Jack and Rose had truly outsmarted me. But then I figured out the missing part. Harry said with some pride. According to Google, the average person can give a pint of blood every 6 weeks without any harm. If Rose wanted to, she could collect her own blood little by little until she had enough to make it look like she couldn't possibly have survived. Grandpa said it was possible, but where could she have kept it? I reminded him of the busted lock he found in the kitchen, one that matched holes found on the freezer. Bigby nodded. Rose likes to party, so I didn't think anything of a padlock on her fridge. Who wouldn't want to protect their food from nosy guests on a regular basis? But as Harry pointed out, the padlock was removed and put into a utility drawer. Not flung across the room. It wasn't removed as part of a setup, it was removed because it was no longer needed. And that meant that inside the freezer was Rose's own blood. Kept there over the course of 30 weeks, proving that this whole thing was planned well in advance. Why did you do it, Rose? Snow asked. Mind if I have a crack at that rosé? Just to see if I got it right. Bigby asked. The redhead looked a little distant right now, like she had given up. Go ahead, you've figured out all this so far. Okay, the simple fact is from day one I was never looking for her killer. I was looking for whoever would make her want to fake her death in the first place. Here's my theory. Over a year ago, Jack had another of his get-rich-quick schemes, this one a dot-com business. Seriously? Wendy asked. Bigby nodded. Yep, leave it to Jack to think he can win where everyone else has failed. Naturally he needed money to get it off the ground, so he turned to Rose for a handout. He talked her into it, but she didn't have enough to give him what he asked for, not without going broke herself. So then they had their breakup, done where everyone would see it and be aware of it, of course. And not too long later Rose ends up with Bluebeard. The aforementioned man looked at the redhead, not liking the direction this was going. Bluebeard, being the romantic he is, wanted to marry her in no time. But Rose convinced him to let their engagement last a year first. She had him write up a contract, and Bluebeard, what were the terms of it again? That our engagement be kept secret for a whole year. And she receive a cash dowry up front. In return we would still be allowed to have sex during that year, and Rose would speak on my behalf regarding any requests I had from our deputy mayor. Bigby nodded. That gave Jack the money he needed, and time for Rose to make enough to pay you back and end the engagement without repercussion. However, Jack lost the money. Like anyone but Rose could have seen him doing. Rose had the good grace to look humiliated. So the year began to dwindle down, and Rose knew it would come time to make good on the marriage. And of course, she knew Bluebeard wasn't exactly going to just let her off the hook if she tried to get out of it. Especially if he knew all this. So she and Jack came up with this scheme to cover their asses. What about the dead body in my apartment? How did it get there? Snow asked. The how is still unclear, but my best guess is Rose herself snuck into your apartment and planted it there, though I'm sure she had some help. Bigby answered. As for who it was, allow me to show you. Bigby opened the door to the office, and in came a blonde woman in a wheelchair that none of them recognized. He had several bandages and a cast around her neck, showing she hadn't been out of the hospital for long. Everyone, meet Jack's first partner in crime, Jill. Jack came to me about the loan first and I told him no. So he must have gone to Rose next. Jill explained, her voice rough and gravelly. Then the other day he came to me again begging for more, and it got aggressive. Next thing I know I'm falling and break my neck. Then I wake up in Swinehart's clinic and the sheriff tells me I was used as a prop to fake Rose Red's death. Bigby nodded. That's how I learned about Jack and Rose's motive in all this. Jill's nearly dead body gave them an opportunity to throw me off that they couldn't pass up. After they used some wizard stuff to make her look like Rose, of course. That must have been expensive though. They just didn't count on her surviving all that. In summary, Miss Red faked her death just to get out of keeping a promise she never intended to keep in the first place, right Grandpa? Harry asked, and Bigby nodded. Did you really think this was going to work, Rose? Snow asked. It only had to work long enough for me and Jack to find another way to make the money. I need something to help me avoid the deadline. She answered, ignoring the infuriated look on Bluebeard's face. All you were doing was trying to get out of one hole by digging another. Wendy stated. We can't all fly like your ex-boyfriend, can we? Rose snapped. Wendy glared and grabbed her gun, only for Bigby to roar. Stop. Wendy looked to him and sighed before putting away her gun. Behave everyone, this isn't Jerry Springer. Bigby warned. So Mayor Cole, Deputy Mayor White, now that you know what happened I believe you can take over from here. Yes, we will. Snow stated. Wendy moved to place cuffs on Rose again to make it less likely she'd try to escape. Thank you for your time everyone, now please enjoy what's left of the night. Bigby said to everyone else. Dumbledore had a little trouble finding the wizarding section of New York, but once he did find it he wasn't that surprised about its location. According to the taxi driver he had used to get there, who was a wizard by the way. The magical community was located all along the perimeter of Central Park. It made sense, since historically wizards preferred to live close to natural areas and magic was rumored to be strongest in those sorts of places. Like Fabletown, the wizarding area had a muggle front for the non-magical people in the area to use and be none the wiser. But behind it was where the wizards had their shops and residences. Concealed with charms and bigger on the inside spells. Some such places were also hidden inside the park itself. Dumbledore had found a drugstore and of course in the hidden back there had been a potions shop. Here you go, the clerk said, handing him a small bottle of potion while Dumbledore gave him some of his remaining dragons. Thank you, Dumbledore replied, pocketing the potion. By the way sir, could I ask you something? I've got time, shoot. Do you know of Fabletown? The clerk looked surprised to hear that. Of course I do, who doesn't? I'm not exactly from around here. What do you think of Fabletown? I haven't been there in years. But I've got nothing bad to say about them. Though there have been people that have complained about them before. How so? Dumbledore asked, curious. The clerk shrugged. I can't remember anything specific. Usually most people just make jokes or comments about the stories they're in. They have been pretty helpful in helping us find more ways to be less dependent on magic for everything. Most fables can go years without ever using magic. Dumbledore blinked. Wow, and I myself can barely get dressed in the morning without at least one spell. Because of that and the low birth rate, I remember hearing about a vote a few years ago where MACUSA considered removing the 5th dorm from Ilvermorny, but that bill didn't pass. The clerk continued. Dumbledore blinked again. Wait, did you say 5th dorm? I thought Ilvermorny was modeled after Hogwarts and had 4 dorms too. Sure, back in the beginning. After Wizards and Fable started their alliance long ago, a 5th dorm was added as a way to symbolically include the Fables as a part of magical America. The only downside is children are usually only born once every decade in Fabletown. Or so I've been told. So it's not only Fables who get to be in that dorm. That is quite interesting. Dumbledore commented. Thank you for your time. He left the store and with luck managed to get another cab that took him back to Fabletown. As he walked into the woodland he saw some people exiting already, likely having decided they were done for the night and returning home. And he approached Grimble at the front desk. I've got something that the sheriff can use in interrogating the prisoner. Grimble moved his hat to look at the wizard. Holding cells are downstairs. Where downstairs? You'll find it when you get there. Grimble said, covering his eyes with his hat again. Not getting more, Dumbledore decided to go with it and went to the stairs, going down to the lower floor. He wasn't sure where to go from there, but seeing 2 people by a door gave him a good idea where to start. Excuse me, is this where the prisoner is being held? He asked. Yeah, we're guarding him on behalf of our boss. I'm Bo Peep and this is Pied Piper. Is Mr. Wolf going to be long? Piper shrugged. Hopefully not, but I'd get comfortable if you're going to be waiting for him. Dumbledore nodded and conjured up a chair to sit on. So how's the prisoner? Right where he should. Bo replied, turning to look on through the window for good measure. Her eyes widened and she looked more thoroughly and sighed. He's gone. What? Piper asked, almost pushing her aside to look through as well. I don't believe it. He's gone. Hold it, let me check for something. Dumbledore said, getting up. Open the door, slowly. Bo and Piper did just that, and when it was open enough Dumbledore went inside. Accio invisibility cloak, he said with his wand out. There was no reaction. He then walked out of the room with them closing the door behind him. I was wrong. Somehow that man has indeed escaped. First Jack and now this. Miss White is not going to be happy. Bo rude. Morning came and so far no rumors had spread about the event. Dumbledore didn't get a chance to speak to Bigby so he went back to the hotel. Bigby himself was more than upset that the man who came here to attack Harry had somehow escaped again. There was no trail to sniff out or search, so Bigby couldn't even begin to look for him. As a result, he had to call it a night and just keep Harry safe. Now, Bigby and Harry were eating breakfast while Colin was seen sleeping on the couch. So Bigby considered that part at least a success. The doorbell rang and Bigby went to answer it, seeing Dumbledore on the other side. Opening the door he naturally checked the scent to confirm it was really him. Hello Mr. Wolf, I'm sorry about what happened. I still cannot figure out how he did that. There were no portkeys and I checked for anti-apparition wards. Dumbledore greeted, then looked to Harry. Harry, can I have a word with you? He put down his fork and looked to the old man. I suppose. What do you want to talk about? For starters, I want to say I'm glad that you weren't harmed last night. You weren't scared, were you? Harry shrugged. A little, but as sure everyone would get the guy this time. And if he got here I was ready to defend myself. That's good to hear. Do you know anything about this man? Only that he apparently worked at Ilvermorny. Right Grandpa? Harry asked. Allegedly. I reported the case to MACUSA and asked them to confirm his alias, but it will take time to get confirmation. But he did seem rather familiar with the wardee. Dumbledore was in and he expressed sympathy towards the Dark Lord in it. He may have been a Death Eater that fled British law. Dumbledore theorized. Though I fear what this could mean for Harry if Death Eaters truly have gotten into Ilvermorny. Bigby leaned back a little. Can you promise that there are no Death Eaters in Hogwarts? Dumbledore did his best to not fidget. There is no one loyal to the Dark Lord under my employ. That's not what I asked, Dumbledore. Bigby warned. The old wizard silently sighed. All right, I do have one professor who used to be a member, but he abandoned the organization before the war ended. He just couldn't follow Voldemort anymore. I can assure you he has my complete trust. Still, it's a Death Eater that will have easy access to Harry if he were to go to your school. Bigby contemplated. Look at it this way, there is only one at Hogwarts and I can do everything in my power to assure you he will be no threat. On the other hand, you don't know how. Many Death Eaters are in Ilvermorny and have no way to guarantee Harry's safety without asking for too much from the administration. Bigby and Harry looked at each other for a moment, then Bigby looked back to Dumbledore. We'll think about it, but you do make a good point. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to see if I can get a proper English breakfast rather than an American one. Don't think I want to know what that is, Harry said, enjoying some bacon. Snow was in a foul mood, going over the loose ends of the recent events. Fortunately Cole trusted her judgment, so she wasn't going to get much hassle over her choices, but a lot of people were going to be unhappy with her choices. But at least there was one person she didn't mind too much seeing be unhappy. This is all I get? Charming asked when he got a check, given to him by Snow at the I Am the Eggman diner. The check in question was his payment for putting his lands up for sale in the raffle, which came to a disappointing total of less than $33,000. Yes, after a few legal deductions of course. Snow told him, pausing to sip some coffee. We had to pay back Bluebeard for Jack and Rose's theft. And since they couldn't, we used this. Think of it as Jack and Rose now owe you money instead of owing him money, if that makes you feel better. Also, we had to cover the expenses of the investigation. And again blame Jack and Rose for not making this a cheap one. But none of that was my responsibility. Charming argued. No, it wasn't. But that money started as Fabletown property first. Yo, you didn't put your lands up for sale directly, you auctioned them off as a Fabletown event. That means we get first cut and you get the profit. If you wanted the profit to be bigger, you should have done an independent lottery. Not a sponsored one. Charming muttered some profanities under his breath but pocketed the money. As for Jack and Rose paying you back what we had to give to Bluebeard, I have a suggestion. Snow continued, getting her ex-husband's attention. I just mentioned to Rose that a sign of charitable donations, such as the giving of land to someone, might be enough to allow for a reduced sentence. Meaning she'd get something less degrading than scrapping the barnacles off the Hamilton for the next decade. I presume you getting your kingdom back free of charge if Rose takes the hint would suffice, would it not? Charming didn't smile, but he didn't disagree. When did you become such a bitch, Snow? She stood up casually. I'm sure we both remember the exact moment that happened, Charming. Now, I'm going back to work. You can cover the check for once. Done with that meeting, Snow headed back into the woodland, where she was greeted by Bigby and Bluebeard outside her office. So Miss White, what do you wish to discuss? Bluebeard asked. Snow opened the door and led the two men in. Bluebeard, I have something for you, but it won't come without conditions. She sat down and opened a drawer in her desk. Holding a check. This is the repayment for the money Rose swindled out of you. You can take this and all will be normal again, but the matter will be officially dropped. Meaning you can't take action against Jack or Rose again regarding this crime. Bluebeard clasped his hands together. Out of curiosity, what will happen if I don't accept this? Bluebeard, if you're holding on to some hope that you can still marry Rose, let me ask you this. Why? She went to all this effort to get out of that arrangement. Is that a woman you want as a wife? Plus let me remind you that you were caught red-handed in trying to kill Jack while he was a prisoner and that helped him to escape. Bigby pointed out. That is still considered a crime, but one could make the argument that you were caught up in the heat of the moment and not fully responsible for your own mentality. If you accept the reimbursement, I'll be inclined to accept a plea of momentary insanity. Bluebeard frowned. You're blackmailing me. Bluebeard, you're a victim in all this, but we're trying to get things back to normal. Rose will still be punished and Jack will still be arrested once we find him. In this way you're no worse off than you were before. What more could you want? Snow asked. Bluebeard took a few breaths, then held out his hand. Snow handed him the check and he pocketed it. What will be their punishments? Community service for Rose since we can't fine or imprison her. Jack's sentence will be determined once we catch him, and should he commit further crimes we may just send him to MACUSA's prison. I'd say we ask Dumbledore to take him to England. Bigby commented. Good day, Deputy Mayor, the bald man said before departing from the office. Snow slumped in her chair. Huh, that could have gone worse. Now I just got to figure out what to do about Jack. There was a knock at the door, making her sigh. Come in. The door opened and in walked Dumbledore, accompanied by Harry. Hello. Is this a bad time? Snow leaned back. Not the best, but if you're here for what I think you are, I can spare you the time. Dumbledore came in and took a seat, with Harry standing off to the side not far from Bigby. Let me guess, you've figured out how to accommodate our concerns regarding Harry if he chooses to attend your school. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, I've spoken with some people and have much better insight now. Harry will not undergo anything that forbids him from leaving Hogwarts should the school become unsafe or unfulfilling for him. His dorm will meet the standards of Fabletown for himself and other students who live there, and I am willing to allow a few of his friends here to join him so he feels less alone. Snow nodded and looked to the young boy. Harry, can you think of anyone who'd be willing to go with you in such an event? He shrugged. Just Coraline and Jane. Jake's needed here and Percy won't leave his mom. Snow nodded and motioned for Dumbledore to continue. I will implement a class to teach wizards about fables, and I have here a list of qualifications on appropriate teachers, as well as others that might help in other ways. The old wizard said, pulling out a piece of paper that he handed to the brunette woman. I will also ensure that Harry, when he is ready, will receive classes that are geared towards his personal goals and the goals of Fabletown. Oh, and that he receives proper medication for diseases at my home as well as can get to the school and supplies needed for it. I don't think he'll need more. I have a suggestion. Bigby mentioned. Getting everyone's attention. Diplomatic immunity. Diplomatic immunity. Dumbledore repeated. Why would he need that? Just a precaution. If he gets in trouble anything and someone outside your school wants to do something about it, they won't be able to. Any punishment Harry needs, that's for us to decide, not your government. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. It will raise some questions. But I'm sure Harry would face some regardless. You want animals? Snow asked, looking at the list given to her. Dumbledore nodded. Mostly to show the variety among fables. Plus each dorm has an animal mascot. It might help the students open up to the fables if they have something in common. There is however one thing I would like to ask of you though. What is that? Snow asked. I have a rather unorthodox thought regarding Harry's dorm. Hogwarts along with most magical schools have 4 dorms that reflect differing values among the students and teachers. But I've learned that Ilvermorny has 5, one inspired by Fabletown. I too have been inspired by Fabletown. I am in awe of a magical community that can keep up with the Muggle society and incorporate the two together. I think my culture can learn a lot from yours, and I think one way to get started is to create a 5th dorm in Hogwarts, one that reflects Fabletown values and lifestyles. So a little bit of New York in Hogwarts? Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. Modified of course, but compatible. Also think about the primary value of the house. Gryffindor values courage and honor, Ravenclaw values intelligence and wit. Hufflepuff values loyalty and patience, and Slytherin values cunning and power. What would the Fable House value? Harry grinned. That's easy, the same thing Fabletown stands for. Freedom and hope. Dumbledore blinked. Freedom and hope. Harry nodded. That's the whole reason Fabletown exists in the first place. Freedom from tyranny and dictators, and hope for the return home. Everyone who calls Fabletown home does so because of those. Snow smiled. Nicely said Harry. Maybe you should speak at the next Remembrance Day. She looked to Dumbledore. Can you really build a new dorm in less than a month? It will be a challenge and it will not be cheap, but if you were to provide some help and part of the funds then I believe it would be possible. Snow and Bigby looked to each other. Then to Harry. Harry, do you want to go to this school? The young boy straightened up a little. I gotta admit I do feel safer about going there than to Ilvermorny right now. And it would be nice to see where Mom and Dad went to school. Snow smiled. All right, Dumbledore, I'll see what we can provide, though I can't promise anything on the funds. I think I can cover some of that. Bigby added. Snow looked to him. How can you do that? I have my ways. Snow frowned. Fine, but when we have a moment you better tell me. She then looked to Dumbledore. And Don, think this means Harry will fight that Dark Lord you're afraid of. You're the adult, you do it. It may not be as easy as you think it is. Dumbledore said. Anyway, I should return home and get started on everything if I want to be done by the beginning of the school year. Can anyone come with me to help make sure the Fable dorm is set to your standards? Bigby nodded. Yes, Wendy, I already get her to go along with Harry as security if he accepts. So she'd be perfect. Jane will have to go with her too, you know. Harry noted. Bigby just nodded. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent. Now, I'll just wait for them to be ready and there's no need for that. Wendy and Jane have their own ways of traveling. Bigby assured. They'll meet you in London, kind of like how they met you here. Confused, the old wizard at least accepted it. All right then, I best be on my way. Thank you for your hospitality, and I look forward to seeing Harry attend my school. Hard to believe you're going to go off to the same school your mom did. Bigby said nostalgically while he helped Harry pack. It was the last week of August now, and time for Harry to be off to his new school. Why did she go to Hogwarts anyway? He asked. When she was young, a wanted criminal was loose and looking for Lily specifically. I don't think we ever got a motive out of them. We had Lily go to England to keep her safe. C.E. Ilvermorny would have been an easy way to find her. From there Lily grew fond of the place and she decided to stay. Then she married James and stayed there a little longer. Don't worry Dad, I'm not going to fall in love with a boy named James and stay there too. Harry joked. Bigby chuckled. No, but you might find a cute English girl there that will get her hooks into you. Then I might bring her here. Harry replied. There was a knock at the door and it opened to reveal Jane. You ready, Harry? Just about, still need to say goodbye to everyone. He answered. What have you been up to? For the past 3 weeks Wendy and Jane have been in Britain helping get the Fable dorm in Hogwarts ready. Neither had sent any messages back to Fabletown. Bigby hadn't said anything other than a lack of bad news was good news. You'll just have to see for yourself. Jane said with a pleased grin. Oh, Mom took the liberty of doing most of your shopping for you, but there are some supplies you'll need to get yourself. Fine, he replied, closing his case. Fortunately it was charmed to be bigger on the inside so he could hold everything he needed in it without being bothered by the weight. Hat time is it in England right now anyway? Jane looked at a clock. It's 10 a.m. here, so it should be 3 p.m. there. Plenty of time to shop and get to the hotel. Apparently Mom says you need to ride the train to school like the other kids. It's good for you or something like that. All I'm thinking is getting to sleep is going to be hard tonight. He said before looking at Bigby. You going to party my first night gone? Hell yeah I am. I've already got the deposit on the keg and strippers. I'm going to have Fabletown's first Mardi Gras tonight. Bigby joked, patting his grandson's back. Harry rolled his eyes. Sure Grandpa. Have a blast. I'm going to miss you Harry. But I'm going to tell you what I told Lily when she left. He paused to recall those years from 30 years ago. Get good grades, have fun. And be careful around girls. Be careful how? Harry asked. Bigby shrugged. Just don't be the kind of boy I told Lily to stay away from. Harry picked up the case and gave his room one last glance. Knowing he wouldn't be back for a while. Not wanting to linger, he left the room and the apartment, heading to the main room of the building. Down there was Snow, Totenkinder, Jake, Percy, Coraline, Boy Blue, Flycatcher. And Pinocchio. Won't be the same without you kid. Flycatcher said, tipping his hat to the young boy. Bring back some souvenirs. Pinocchio added. Get some chocolate. Mom tells me that European chocolate is sweeter than American. Percy said. And let me know if you see any dragons. Jake requested. Totenkinder came forward and handed Harry something. It looked like a wand with a holster. Here Harry. Wands are essential at these schools. This should do if you can't find a better one, though I'd suggest having one of their professionals make sure it's school appropriate first. Why? It's not going to explode is it? Harry asked, accepting the wand. Totenkinder smiled. Depends on what you do with it. Don't make any explosions, Harry. Snow warned. Just be a good student and represent Fabletown with dignity. How much dignity will he need to cancel out what Jane does? Coraline asked. I'll be good, Miss White. Harry told her, then gave her a little hug, which she was happy to return. Don't be too good though. Have some fun, be a kid. Pinocchio suggested. Snow gave the former puppet a dirty look. Your idea of kid-friendly fun, Pinnock. I.O. was drinking beer and joining a circus. Pinocchio rolled his eyes. What? You're only a kid once. Don't tell me you want him to be one of those nerds who might as well kick me, signs to his own back. You mean like you have on yours? Jake asked. Naturally, Pinocchio scrambled to check if that was true, which it wasn't, but it made Jake and the other kids laugh. Let us know if things get too bad over there. Snow added, letting go of the boy. Harry nodded. If I don't, you know Wendy or Jane will. You ready, Harry? Jane asked, standing up a supply closet with her hand on the knob. Coraline was coming towards her but looking a little hesitant. Everyone said goodbye one more time, and not wanting to linger, Jane opened the door, revealing a black abyss on the other side she walked into like it was normal. Coraline and Harry followed, closing the door behind them. Snow sighed. Now I need to take Rose up to the farm. Everyone, Bigby's in charge until I get back. A door opened and 3 kids came out. I hate traveling your way, Jane. Coraline groaned, rubbing her eyes. Beats taking the plane. Jane shrugged. So where are we? Harry asked, seeing a rustic room. Tea looked like it had been built and furnished a century ago and since then merely dusted but not improved. Outside the window he could see a city street with a sign saying Charing Cross Road. A hotel in London, duh. Where'd you think we were? Just making sure you came out the right door. He commented. Hi, Harry. Wendy said, surprising the boy since he hadn't seen her in the room before. This place is called the Leaky Cauldron. And apparently it's a wizard pub hidden in Mundy, London that the Moondies can't see. It's actually the closest thing they have to a Fabletown of their own. Unlike America, here in Britain the majority of wizards keep their homes away from Mundy places. Sort of like how we have the farm. So everyone who's inside this place is a wizard. With no Mundies or Fables at all. Harry asked. Yes. And as far as they know we're wizards too, and for now there's no reason to correct them. Now come on, let's take you shopping. Won't the people running this place realize I didn't check in? Harry asked. I think they'll be persuaded to look the other way. Now come on, before it gets too late. Everyone left the room and went down the hall, passing by the actual pub part of the inn. But Wendy wasn't in the mood to let the customers aware that Harry was present. That would overwhelm him and delay their errands. She turned a corner and eventually reached a pale brick wall with some trash cans by it. Where she put her finger on an insignia on one brick. The next thing they knew the bricks began to part, creating a doorway. On the other side of this door was an open market with people bustling through. Paying no mind to them. Here we are, Harry, Diagon Alley. One of the biggest shopping districts of the wizards here. Think of it as a Renaissance version of Fifth Avenue. What are we here for? He asked. First we're going to have a professional confirm that the wand Totenkinder gave you meets Hogwarts standards. After that, how about we get you a little pet for company? Harry perked. That would be great. Bigby had never been much of a pet person, what with Colin already routinely crashing at his place and with his own wolf nature making other animals look like prey to him. Outside that, we're mostly here to help you gain some familiarity with the wizards before you have to go to school. Don't want to look like an ignorant American, do you? Harry rolled his eyes. Like I'm not going to make British jokes at them too. I've already got 3 just about their teeth. Coraline smacked him on the arm. Don't make me stop being your friend, Harry. The group walked down the street, ignoring the looks they were getting, and following Wendy's lead. Harry took notice of the people and his first impression was they dressed really weird. Like that woman, and who apparently thought a stuffed vulture made a good hat. Mostly everyone else wore robes like they were cosplaying as wizards at a LARP convention, with only a few dressed casually like the Fables were. Kids were going around with their parents doing their own school shopping, several admiring brooms on display, and several owls flew overhead despite it being daytime. Here we are, Wendy said, reaching a shop with a wooden sign called Ollivander's before stepping inside. All over the walls were boxes, not unlike a shoe store, and behind the counter was an old man. Hello, welcome to Ollivander's Wands. I'm Ollivander, obviously. And what can I do for you? Wendy, who still had Harry's wand, handed it to him. This was custom made, and we'd like to make sure it's school appropriate before taking it there. Ollivander looked it over, getting a good feel for it. Strange, this wand is different. Oak, over 30 centimeters in length, and the core, what is this? Wolf fur. Harry blinked. It must be Grandpa's fur then. We have a very special wolf back home. Wendy answered. Special doesn't begin to describe it. Normally wolf fur would be about as effective a core as human hair, but this feels powerful. Almost divine. This could be about as powerful as a phoenix feather core. Just what kind of wolf was this? Wendy smiled. The big bad wolf, of course. Ollivander J. Ust looked at her like she told a joke he didn't find funny, then shrugged. The wand itself is certainly strong in build and power. Even the wood feels different than normal oak wood. It's like it was designed for life and death situations. This is too much for a child to take to school. Wendy immediately snatched it. You're not confiscating it if that's what you're thinking. Ollivander frowned slightly. And why should I allow a child to carry such a wand on a regular basis? What child needs such power and protection at a school? I don't believe you ever asked this boy what his name was. Wendy replied, pointing to Harry. So I'll tell you. He's Harry Wolf, but you know him better as Harry Potter. The wand expert gasped and looked at the young boy. You're the Harry Potter. I go by Wolf. But yeah, that was my birth name. He nodded. Wendy then brushed aside some of his bangs to show a lightning-shaped scar. Ollivander attempted to compose himself again. Well, as surprising as that is, that still doesn't justify him having such a wand. You know who is dead. Wendy rolled her eyes. Just say his name. What are you so afraid of? Pardon. Besides, even if he is dead, not all of his followers are, right? Don't you think a few would want to get revenge on behalf of their fallen master? But he'll be safe at Hogwarts. Ollivander said. Wendy scoffed. Oh sure, because no Death Eater would ever do something dishonorable like break into a school to kill a child. No, they're the good kind of genocidal criminal. I see your point, but... And besides, don't most former Death Eaters have children? Wendy continued. Don't you think it's possible that a few might try to have their kids do their dirty work for them? Ollivander blinked. Don't you think you're being a little paranoid? Don't you think you're being a little naive in assuming that Harry only has one enemy? Wendy asked back. There are worse things out there than Voldemort. Ollivander twitched in fear. Oh, grow some fucking balls already. It's just a name, nothing's going to happen if I say it. There are other things that would love to hurt Harry, and I am not going to let you deprive him of a wand that can give him a fighting chance. So, are you going to approve the wand? Or am I going to make you wish you wore brown pants to work today? Ollivander trembled a bit, but cleared his throat. Well, young Mr. Potter, Wolf, is bound to get a lot of attention once he arrives at the school, and perhaps some of it will not be with good intentions. So, while I'm still uncertain about the nature of this wand, for now I will not protest him having it. Good, Wendy said, smiling. Thank you for your help. The group of Fables then left the store. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore looked over the construction of the new fifth dorm with pride. From the outside it just looked like another tower being added, and it was, but the inside was the real accomplishment. Despite it being less than a month to make it work, he was certain that the tower would be complete before school started. Construction was initially handled mainly by house elves, but Bigby had sent from hired goblins and roles from Fabletown to assist in the manual labor and interior accommodations as well. Dumbledore was surprised to see how different these were from the versions he was familiar with. Fable goblins were green and burly, few with hair and the height ranging from first-year students to fourth at the tallest. Trolls were burly but huge, with the shortest being just a little bit shorter than Hagrid. They had horns and they had more color to them, with skin tones including pink, yellow, brown, and mauve, several with visible dark spots like moles or big freckles too. It wasn't just their appearances that were unexpected. It was their behavior. Fable goblins were really good at manual labor and worked remarkably fast even with little jobs, more like what Dumbledore would expect out of dwarves. And Fable trolls were talkative and worked with surprising coordination among themselves for the heavier jobs, though Dumbledore did note that they didn't smell the best. How is it going? Dumbledore asked when he saw them taking a lunch break, eating out of metal boxes. Apparently their tool boxes doubled as lunchboxes. So far it's going well. We're working on the wiring now, and after that we're going to confirm the best place to put the Wi-Fi. One of the goblins answered. Dumbledore nodded, though he had no idea what they were saying. At least it didn't sound dangerous or illegal. Though, one of your employees is still giving us trouble. One of the trolls added. Dumbledore sighed. He had told his staff about the needed change to the school when he came back to England and was met with some questions and concerns. But only one person had expressed actual opposition to the matter. The dorm was built anyway, and the staff had mostly avoided the working monsters with a few exceptions. Flitwick had approached the goblins with curiosity due to his own heritage, but the goblins soon found his questions of what made them different than British goblins to be offensive and didn't want to talk to him anymore. At least he apologized and left them alone. And Trelawney had been eager to try and give them all predictions of their futures, having never done so to a non-human before. They told her to buzz off, and if they wanted a prediction they'd consult an oracle back in New York. She tried anyway, but left in a huff when they went on as if they hadn't heard a word she had said. Who was it? I'll remind them of the importance of your work. Just please bear with them and don't take violent responses. Dumbledore asked. Does throwing the jerk into that lake count as violent? One of the trolls asked. Pointing to the Hogwarts lake. Dumbledore turned towards the lake in a panic, then ran over, wanting to make sure his employee wasn't in danger of drowning. Or worse, eaten by the giant squid. He sighed with relief and slowed down when he saw a drenched, angry man walk his way from the lake. Headmaster, I demand you let me kill those monsters. Severus, I warned you to not bother the trolls and goblins here. If you did so anyway, it's your own fault. I still say they shouldn't be here. Building a dorm just to pacify the Potter brat is. Stop right there, Severus, Dumbledore said firmly, which got results. It wasn't often that Dumbledore interrupted others, even if they were being rude. I understand your dislike of James Potter and have never denied you that right, but we are not talking about James Potter. Harry doesn't even use his father's name, he uses Lily's name. I would like to think that would give you at least a smidgen of tolerance for the boy. Snape peed some water out of his eyes and tried to wring out his hair, not responding to what the elderly wizard had said. Severus, when I announced that I would be going to New York to enroll Harry, you tedded even though you knew full well I had to do it. And when I came back with the news of a new dorm, you were the only one adamantly against it. I would think that you would be in favor of the things I've told you. And why would you think that? Snape asked, moving his hair out of his eyes and reaching for his wand. Because every sign points to what you want. Harry is more like Lily than James. He lives in the same home. With the same people, has the same family name, and with this dorm more of Lily's home and heritage will be here in Hogwarts, where she and her home can be honored. You shish. I'll be happy that Harry is following in his mother's footsteps rather than his father's. Why are you not? Because no matter what you say or do, it's not the same as having Lily herself back. Snape remarked bitterly, using a charm to dry himself. Severus, Lily is dead. Nothing can bring her back. Dumbledore stated. But at the same time, so is James. He can't come back and bother you either. So you can let go of your hatred of him. And what if I don't want to? Snape challenged. If you want to stay angry at a dead man, that's your right. But I'm warning you as a friend, Severus, do not transfer your hatred of James onto Harry. Harry will have protection here, and if you choose to antagonize Harry, they will not take kindly to you. Snape looked unthreatened. Why would Potter get protection? Because Fabletown is smart, Severus, and I had no choice but to tell them that Voldemort will return and target Harry. The only way Harry will be here is if Fabletown provides some protection for him too. And I find that completely acceptable. But they will take this duty seriously, so please, Severus, do not give them reason to classify you as a threat to Harry. I don't know what they can or will do to you. But they will do it if you prompt them. Snape scoffed and started walking away. I promise nothing. And I can handle anything they may try. Dumbledore sighed. Severus, I protected you before. But even I can't protect you against everything. Oh hey Harry, Coraline, there's one of the guys who works at Hogwarts. Wendy said, pointing at a rather large man. Not a fat man, though he certainly wasn't lean. More like a really tall and wide guy, one that looked like a small giant. What does he teach? Coraline asked. He doesn't, he's the groundskeeper. Wendy said, looking at the large man carefully. Like something wasn't right. Sure is different than Flycatcher. Harry whispered, to which Coraline nodded. Hello Hagrid. Wendy greeted, approaching the gentle giant. What brings you here? Ah, good to see ye Wendy. Oh, is this who I think it is? He asked, looking right at Harry. Yes, this is Harry, but you didn't answer my question. Wendy reminded him. Oh sorry. I'm just doing an errand for Dumbledore. He needs me to get something at Gringotts. I was just surprised to see Harry. The last time I saw he was just 1 year old. He looked back to Harry. You look just like James. But those are certainly Lily's eyes. Grandpa says the same, Harry replied. Hagrid looked confused. What do ye mean? Granddad is dead. Not on my mom's side of the family. Harry corrected. I see. Hagrid replied, looking like he was hearing something that clashed with his paradigm and didn't know what to believe now. Harry found that weird. Why would this Stran Gear believe that he had no living family taking care of him? You're going to Gringotts? Wendy asked, and Hagrid nodded. Harry could benefit from seeing that place, as well as anything his parents left for him. Mind if we tag along? No, not at all. It's like we're not even here. Jane whispered to Coraline, who nodded. And I'm not even hiding this time. This way, Hagrid said, leading the Fables. They passed a shop that looked like it sold nothing but cauldrons and accessories for the pots, and another shop that looked like it sold all sorts of European owls. Harry wondered how important were owls if a pet store would sell them alone. Up ahead was a majestic building that looked like it was made of ivory, with large bronze doors and windows. A sign on it declared this was Gringotts. And there was a short humanoid creature standing guard by it. That there's a goblin, Hagrid explained, in case the kids were unfamiliar. Goblins work at the bank here? Coraline asked. Hagrid nodded. Who did ye expect? In America, we have leprechauns. Jane answered. Hagrid blinked in surprise. Leprechauns. I mean, sure they're good with money, but they swindle anyone they can. Not if it's in their best interest not to. The goblin doorman let them in, and after going through 2 sets of doors they went into the main lobby. Like a Monday bank, there was a counter with tellers at it. This counter was rather long and there were 100 goblins acting at teller. Most were busy writing something down, weighing coins, or examining stones like a jeweler. Hey there, Wendy said, approaching a free goblin casually. We'd like to see the Potter vault. She took out a small gold key. The goblin examined it and was satisfied. Very well. Why does she have that? Harry asked. While we're at it, I've got this request from Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid added, pulling out a folded piece of paper. A few crumbled dog biscuits fell out of his coat pocket as he did so. It's about the ye know what in Vol. 713. The goblin took the letter and read it, then shrugged. Very well. If you're going together, I'll get someone to escort you both. Griphook. Another goblin came up and led the group down the hall. Why do you have that key? Harry asked the assassin. Apparently Dumbledore was keeping a hold of it all these years on your behalf. Wendy replied, not sounding happy with her answer. You can imagine a few of the things I had to say about that. Harry nodded. He really could. How did he get it? Had he used it at all during the past 10 years? What else did he have that rightfully belonged to Harry? Griphook opened a door for them, which revealed a steep staircase down an earthen tunnel lit with torches. They arrived at a platform at the bottom, with a rail before them like you'd find in a mine. Griphook whistled and a cart rolled up to them, unmanned. I don't think we can all fit in there. Coraline observed. You guys go on ahead without us. Jane offered, her and Coraline stepping back. If you need me, I'll just shadow travel. Just stay here, Wendy told her daughter. Jane nodded, and everyone climbed into the cart, Hagrid having some difficulty. Once in, the cart went off on its own. Griphook doing no visible form of steering it or controlling its speed. The rail took them through turns and declines, like the cavern was a maze. There was a burst of fire at one point, and Harry could have sworn it was a dragon causing it. After a few minutes that felt like half an hour, the cart stopped before a door. Hagrid looked like he was going to puke, and the others got out before he did. Here we are, Harry, what your birth parents left for you. Wendy told the boy. I was here a few days ago, mostly to make sure no traps were left inside some. Howard confirmed Dumbledore hadn't stolen from you when he had the chance. Though I did withdraw some money to cover your shopping. He nodded, not minding that. Griphook used the key to open the door, revealing a chamber filled with piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Harry whistled. Imagine what they'd do back home if they could see this. Jack would give his left nut for half of this. Wendy remarked. The bronze ones are called nuts, and they're sort of the dollar of this economy. The silver ones are called sickles, think of them as the 10s or 20s, and the gold ones are called galleons, the 50s. Now keep in mind I'm speaking comparatively, not literally. Especially you reading this. So I can use this anytime I want? Harry asked. No, most of this is for your tuition and supplies. But yeah, if you do want to splurge once in a while you can use this as long as you're careful. Just don't bankrupt yourself. Harry nodded and took a few coins of each type in a small bag Wendy had provided for him. Wendy took a few too, in case they had more to buy tonight. Finished, they went back in the cart and went to Hagrid's vault. That's what you came for? Harry asked when Hagrid came out of Vault 713 with a small bag. He nodded. Yes, but don't ask what it is. Not allowed to say anything about it. Nothing. Well, you better tell me right now if it's dangerous or not. Wendy declared, refusing to let him back in the cart for the time being. Oh, it's not dangerous at all. No need to worry, ma'am, he assured, but when he tried to step in she again stopped him. Then let me see it myself. If it's not dangerous. Hagrid pocketed the bag. No can do. Dumbledore says. Dumbledore's not here. I am. Wendy stated with no nonsense, holding out her hand. Let me see it, or take your own cart ride back. Hesitant, Hagrid handed her the pouch. Wendy opened it and looked inside, seeing an amber stone that looked sort of like an uncut gem. Satisfied, she closed the pouch and handed it back. There. Now was that so hard? Hagrid gave no answer as he climbed back in. One wild cart ride later, they were back at the entry and reunited with Jane and Coraline. Their errand finished, they all left Gringotts. Excuse me, but I'm gonna lay down somewhere. I hate those car rides. Hagrid said before leaving. What was in that bag? Harry asked Wendy. I'm not certain, but if I had to guess, it's a MacGuffin. The next stop in Diagon Alley for them was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, since Harry needed them for school and Wendy couldn't get them without confirming they would fit. The owner, Madame Malkin, they presumed, looked like a woman who didn't exactly look like the type who really should work in fashion. Though to be fair, they were judging by New York standards, not English or wizarding. Harry couldn't say he liked the idea of wearing robes like this on a regular basis. It just felt somewhat archaic, like the wizards were trying to be a stereotype. It was like if you saw somewhere in Tokyo where everyone still wore kimono as everyday clothing, nothing essentially wrong with it, but you would wonder why they did that. None for the girls, they don't need them. Wendy told Madame Malkin when her gaze turned towards Coraline and Jane. With the two not being students, there was no need for them to get robes. Someone's watching. Jane whispered, getting them to look at a blonde boy who was sizing them up. Like he was trying to decide if they were worth the effort to say hello to. Take a picture, it lasts longer. The blonde boy frowned a bit, more annoyed than angered. But this motivated him to actually approach the group. You're attending Hogwarts, right? He asked Harry, seeing him as the only one getting robes. Harry nodded. Looks that way. Play Quidditch. Harry arched an eyebrow. Never heard of it. What is it? What is it? The blonde boy repeated, like he was surprised to hear it. It's a sport. The best sport there is. I'm going to play, even though I have to wait for my second year to be allowed. Harry shrugged. That will give me plenty of time to learn. Jane leaned closer to Coraline. I'm noticing a trend here of everyone pretending we're not here. Wendy put a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Well, Harry is the main character, dear, it kind of comes with the territory. What house will you be in? The blonde boy asked. My whole family has been in Slytherin, so I'm positive that's where I'll be. Harry nodded in acceptance. I'm going to be in the 5th house. The blonde boy looked confused. 5th house. But Hogwarts only has 4 houses. They changed that this year. Jane said before Harry could. There's a new 5th house. My father's never said a word about a 5th house. Why would he? Coraline asked. He's part of the Board of Governors. They are part of the school's management. They would have to know about such a house. Harry shrugged. Maybe he's not allowed to speak about it outside business. Or maybe since you're so certain you're going to be in Slytherin there's no need to tell you about it. Yeah, that could be it. The blonde boy accepted. Well, if you're not going to be in Slytherin, are you at least a pureblood? Harry got a bad feeling from that question for some reason. Something about the way he said it was like he was asking if Harry was good enough to keep talking to. But maybe this was just a cultural thing and he was imagining the offense. Don't know, if that's a British term it's not one we use back home. You're not British. Where are you from then? Your accent's not any I've heard. New York. The blonde boy blinked, naturally surprised. You're American. But why would an American come to Hogwarts? Special request. Wendy said. Dumbledore. He was practically bending over backwards to convince this boy to go to his school. The blonde boy didn't respond, but they could tell from his eyes that he was curious and obviously starting to tell himself that Harry was not just another student. What's your name? He asked. Harry Wolf. Yours? Draco Malfoy. I'll be seeing you around then, Wolf. With that, the blonde boy left, robes tucked under his arm. Anyone else get a strange vibe from him? Harry quietly asked. I'm thinking I might have some fun scaring him this year. Jane mentioned, a devious grin on her face. After some uncomfortable fittings, Harry had robes that fit but would accommodate any growth experienced over the year. The group left the shop. Hey Harry. They looked and saw Hagrid coming towards them, looking like he had recovered from his motion sickness and had something under a cloak hanging in his left hand. Hagrid, please, we're trying to not announce to the world that Harry is here. Wendy carefully warned. The gentle giant nodded. Sorry about that, but I just got sighted. This is fair, you boy. He handed the boy what he was holding, and Harry removed the cloth to discover a birdcage containing a snowy owl. Oh wow, this is awesome. He exclaimed, having never seen an owl except for the zoo or the farm. And yes, Miss Wendy, it's perfectly safe. Check fair yourself all you want. Hagrid added. I'll take your word for it, Hagrid. But I gotta ask, why'd you get him a pet? Not that we don't appreciate it, but I have a feeling that you wouldn't do this for just any student. Wendy asked. Hagrid scratched his beard for a moment. Truth is his parents were good friends me and I wanna help their son. Think of this as 10 years of birthday gifts I couldn't give him before. Thanks Hagrid, Harry said, wanting to bond with the owl once he could. It looked like it wanted to be let out of the cage soon too. Hagrid smiled. I live in a shack on the school grounds. Feel free to come by anytime ye want to chat. I'll keep that in mind. Now, sorry to leave, but I oughta get back to Dumbledore now. See ye later, Harry and friends. Now we're acknowledged. Jane muttered as Hagrid left. Feeling hungry, the group looked for a place to eat. Most of the shops sold food meant to be eaten on the go or taken home, but there didn't seem to be anything like a restaurant or cafe where you could eat it there. Not in any of the places they were looking, so they went back to the Leaky Cauldron. Oh, pardon me, a man wearing a turban said as he tried to leave the inn the same time they tried to enter. He looked at the three kids for a moment but said nothing, and went on his way after they passed him. Up in the inn room, Harry sat down and released the owl, which hooted in appreciation and perched next to him. He petted her head and she seemed to like it. What are you going to name her? Coraline asked. Not sure. I'm still wondering why owls are so popular here. Well, you know how American wizards and witches like to use crows and ravens to carry messages and mail. It looks like here they prefer to use owls. Wendy told him. Then it's a real shame that I have no one here to send mail to. It's not like an owl can go to Fabletown and back. Harry commented. Either way, I'm sure she'll come in handy. The next day, Wendy went back to Hogwarts to oversee the Fable dorm, and she took Jane and Coraline with her. But since Harry was still to be considered a student, he wasn't supposed to be on school grounds yet. So for now, he had some free time to himself, which he was Wendy wanted him to use to get more accustomed to his new surroundings. At least he had time to have fun with his owl. At the moment he was sitting on a bench in Diagon Alley, reading a book going over the history of magical Britain. Trying to learn a little ahead of time and get ideas about what to name his owl, which was perched on his shoulders at the moment. Hello. He looked up, seeing a red-haired girl close to his age looking at him. Hi. He said back, with his owl hooting too. Mind if I sit down? Mom's with my brother and I don't want to stand around waiting for them to be done. Harry nodded. Go ahead. He scooted over a bit to give her more room. My name's Harry. What's yours? The girl blinked, surprised. I'm Ginny Weasley. Sorry, but, by any chance are you Harry Potter? Yes, but I go by the name Harry Wolf now. She looked confused. Why? I was raised by my mom's family, and their name is Wolf. It made more sense to call me Wolf than Potter. If you say so. She looked like she was nervous. Unsure what to say. Can I see your scar? Nodding, he moved his hair to show the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Ginny slowly raised her hand, wanting to touch it but not without his permission. A slight nod was enough for her, and she gently ran her fingers over it a few times. Thanks, she said when she was satisfied. I just wanted to make sure you weren't someone pretending to be him. Can't say I blame you. I'm told I'm pretty famous. He replied, then saw an opportunity. Can I ask you something? She nodded. Just what have you heard about me? All sorts of things. My dad would tell me stories about you doing heroic things like hunting criminals, punishing necromancers, and saving dragons from poachers. Harry looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or facepalm. Seriously. I left England when I was 1 year old. Who told people I was some kind of superhero who did all these things yet never once made a public appearance? Ginny blinked. You left England. He nodded. Yeah, right after my parents were killed. And sorry to burst your bubble, but I haven't been doing any hero stuff these past 10 years. All this time, I've just been a normal kid. Ginny looked at him, as if confused on how to see him now. This was nothing like the boy who lived that had been built up in her head all these years. You've been normal. What, is that a bad thing? She quickly shook her head. No, not at all. It's just, I don't know what to say here. I'm still processing the fact that I'm actually talking to you right now. She's seeing me as the character in the stories right now, not a person. Harry thought. As a Fable, he was well aware of this mentality. Whenever a Mundy or a wizard did find out about the Fables, it often took them a while to separate the story from the person. Most people would be surprised to learn Snow White actually loathed the 7 dwarves or Goldilocks now shared the beds with the 3 bears. It's okay. Just forget everything others told you about me. None of them actually knew me, so everything they said was just a story. You mean everyone who wrote the books about you was just lying? Ginny asked. All I know is I've been living in New York since some guy killed my parents learning some magic and detective skills. Anyone who says otherwise, yeah, they're lying. He replied, leaning back. The owl on his shoulder hooted as if agreeing with him. I see. Ginny said, drooping her shoulders a bit. She looked and sounded a tiny bit disappointed, like a childhood dream of hers was ending. You said you lived in New York. Harry nodded. I still live there. I'm just here for school, then I go back in summer. I hear that New York is the most amazing Muggle city in the world. Dad sometimes wishes he could see it, but there's no way Mum would get on one of those aeroplane things they fly with. Harry smiled a bit. It is a great place to live. Harry, she asked. He didn't respond, but he did look at her. Why are you here for school anyway? Don't they have magic schools in America? Yeah, there's one, but that Dumbledore guy really wants me here. If you ask me, he's up to something. But Fabletown drives a hard bargain, so good luck with that. Fabletown. Ginny repeated, confused. I thought you said you lived in New York. He nodded. Fabletown is a part of New York. Sort of like this place is a part of London. Ah, so Fabletown is the wizarding section of the city. He shook his head. Nope, it's the home of the fables. What do you mean home of the fables? Aren't fables just old stories for kids? She asked, still perplexed. He chuckled. You're not the first one to ask me that. Actually, we're another group of magical beings, not quite wizards, we're much more magical. And we call ourselves fables. Maybe at Hogwarts you can learn more about us. Ginny just blinked and stared. You're not a wizard, half fable. He corrected. Part of the deal of me coming here was Hogwarts has to teach wizards about fables. I think I'd rather learn from you. Ginny forced herself to say, turning red as she did. He arched an eyebrow in response. Well, it's like you said, if all the stories I know about you are lies, who better to tell me the truth than you? The 11-year-old boy grinned a little. When we're at school, then sure. She looked away a little. That's a bit of a problem. I'm not starting until next year. The owl hooted and nudged Harry like it was trying to tell him something. He was kind of annoyed by it. But then he remembered what Wendy told him about owls here. Maybe we can write to each other. She looked at him, surprised and hopeful. You mean it? He shrugged. Why not? I would like to make a few friends here. Friends that will accept me as I am instead of just see me as some story character. Though considering I'm a fable, that kind of contradicts itself. He said to himself. And it will give my owl something to do. He finished. Ginny smiled. I'd like that, Harry. Thank you. So how do we write each other? I get that owls are used, but how do they know where to go? He asked. The redhead looked surprised to be asked that. You know, I never really thought about it before. I always assumed that the owls just magically knew where to go as long as you told them who the letter was for. Maybe my owl needs to get familiar with you so she can track you later. Harry suggested. If a puppet can become a real boy and a frog can become a prince, why can't an owl be like a bloodhound? The owl looked mildly offended at that, while Ginny laughed a bit even though she thought the comparison was a highly odd one to make. Nonetheless, she held out her arm and the owl gently came onto it, sizing her up as if getting familiar with her. She's lovely. What's her name? Ginny asked. Haven't decided yet, but I will tonight. Ginny. A woman who Harry could only presume was the girl's mother called out, coming towards her with a red-haired boy beside her, both carrying a few things. This prompted the white owl to return to Harry's shoulder. You know better than to talk to strangers like that. It's okay, Mom. I just made a new friend. The young girl told her mother. Hi, I'm Harry Wolf. He answered when she looked at him, hoping she wouldn't ask if he was a Potter or not. Hello there. I'm sorry that my daughter was disturbing you. She gets bored easily. Harry shook his head. Wasn't bothered at all. I enjoyed talking to her. Where are your parents, young man? Miss Weasley asked, looking around. I'm just killing time right now. He answered simply, not wanting to go into further detail. Miss Weasley looked shocked to hear this. You can't be left alone like this. Come on, we'll take you somewhere safe and call your parents so they can take you home. Harry shook his head. No, I'm staying here. Young man, I'm just looking out for you. Harry stood up. So you're saying that if a child is alone and a complete stranger comes up to them telling the child to follow them home and is just looking out for them, then they should go along with it. Is that what you would tell your kids to do? Miss Weasley looked like she didn't know how to respond to that. Still, kids your age shouldn't be left alone like this. Harry sighed and took out his cell phone, dialing a number. Hello, Wendy. Hate to bother you, but could you make an appearance here? No weapons needed. Okay, thanks. He ended the call but kept the phone out of his pocket. Miss Weasley looked at the device like she had never seen such a thing in her life, which she hadn't. What was that? You're not supposed to be using magic outside of school. I didn't. It's not magic. But what else could it possibly? She was cut off by Wendy appearing out of thin air. Hey Harry, what's the problem? Oh nothing, but could you let her know I'm fine? Wendy looked to Miss Weasley. Ma'am, who are you? Miss Weasley asked. I'm Harry's guardian. Miss Weasley slightly frowned then. Well, it's highly irresponsible for you to abandon him to himself in a public place. At least I was trying to look out for him. Wendy crossed her arms. While I appreciate your intentions, ma'am, no one asked you to do that. And as you can see, Harry has access to me even from a distance, so it's not like he's vulnerable. You shouldn't have been away from him in the first place. Miss Weasley insisted. With all due respect, you shouldn't be trying to take other people's kids home with you. Harry countered. Legally, that's considered kidnapping. Wendy nodded. Harry's right. Whether you intended him harm or not is irrelevant. I trust Harry to be fine on his own. But since you don't, let me make it easier on you and take him with me. Harry quickly looked to Ginny as Wendy put her hand on his shoulder. It was nice talking to you, Ginny. I'll find some way to write you. The redhead girl smiled. I'd like that, Harry. Quote. The boy next to her, her brother Harry assumed, looked at him then her and back again like he was trying to figure something out. Wait, no way. You're not. Wendy disappeared, taking Harry with her before he could say the rest. Mrs. Weasley stood there for a bit, then exhaled. What a rude woman. Ginny, was that who I think it was? The girl's brother asked. She shook her head. No, Ron, he wasn't. His name is Harry Wolf, and he's a very interesting boy. Oh, don't tell me you're going to start crushing on him now instead. Ginny just blushed and fidgeted. Time went by, and it helped Harry get adjusted to the change in time zones. Though frankly that was probably going to be the easiest change to get used to here. The most notable thing he had done was name his owl. Looking through the book A History of Hogwarts, he said the name Hedwig out loud and the owl responded with enthusiasm. Since then the name had stuck. Then finally the day came, where he'd had to go to this school that wanted him to attend so badly. Wendy could have transported them there, but she made it clear that riding the train would have been good for him. Help him interact with other kids first. Jane and Coraline would meet him there, though knowing Jane she'd find a way onto the train and say hi. Apparently the station where he'd board the train was called Platform 9 3/4. And apparently the traditional way to get into it was via a hidden entry in a Mundy train station. How they made sure no Mundy never saw this or accidentally used it Harry could only guess at, but it was irrelevant. Not every wizard used that way, particularly the ones who didn't live in London in the first place, but Wendy preferred they just transport directly in. The station was Pret. Time much exactly what Harry had expected it to be. Kids of all ages there, parents fussing over them, and an old-fashioned red train waiting to leave. A sign said, Hogwarts Express, next to a clock, and owls flew around while just as many cats walked within a forest of legs like they owned the place. All right, see you at the other end, Harry. Just think of it as riding the subway, only much safer. Wendy advised with a chuckle. She smiled then disappeared into thin air. Harry was ready to leave but he saw the only thing here that would be familiar to him, and they made eye contact with him in return. Harry, so glad to see you, Ginny said, coming up to him breaking away from her family. Ginny, don't run off like that, her mother warned, followed by who Harry could only assume were the girls' brothers. Hey Ginny, glad to see you again. Harry greeted with a smile, ignoring the older woman. Why haven't you ridden me yet? She asked, sounding a little hurt. I thought I'd wait until I had something to tell you. Like what being at the school was like. I was afraid anything else would just confuse you. Are you Harry Potter? Ron asked. Harry frowned a bit, annoyed by the abruptness. My name is Harry Wolf. That's what I want to be called. Two of the older brothers, twins from the looks of it, laughed. Your name is Harry Wolf. What, was Fuzzy Cat already taken? The other asked. The train whistled. Boys, I hate to cut this short, but you better hurry up. Mrs. Weasley warned. The twins left with a wave and a goodbye. Ron followed after letting his mother hug him, though he looked like he didn't enjoy it as much as she did. You better write me, Ginny whispered to Harry. He nodded. Will do. He went towards the end of the train and climbed in, watching others carry trunks of supplies and looking at him like he was the weird one since he was using a briefcase instead. The interior of the train was certainly different than a New York subway, having compartments rather than rows of seats and poles. Eyeing a random door, he opened and saw the room was empty, so he settled down and closed the door. After a moment the train began moving away slowly, and he glanced out the window. Seeing the waving parents saying one more goodbye to their children. A knock at the door drew his attention away, and it opened to reveal a red-headed boy with freckles and a round face. You're Ginny's brother, am I right? Harry asked, moving Hedwig's cage next to him so she could see out the window. Yeah, I am. The name's Ron. You mind if I sit here since the train's already going? Depends. Are you going to just give me a hard time? Harry asked. Ron brought in his trunk and a cage with a rat in it. Hedwig got anxious at seeing the nervous rodent, but the rat was safe. Nah, I've got no reason to. It's not like you can do anything to my sister for at least a year. I just figure it wouldn't hurt to get to know you. Why did you ask if my name was Potter? Harry asked, already having a guess or two. Ron shifted in his seat to get more comfortable. Oh that. Well, my sis has had a thing for the famous Harry Potter since she could speak. Since she took an interest in you and your name is Harry. I couldn't help but wonder. Ah, I see. Harry commented, getting an answer he didn't expect. He had figured it had either been Ginny who told them his original name, or just an assumption that any Harry his age could be Harry Potter. At least his hair was covering his scar, so the redhead boy wouldn't have more reason to think this. Who were your brothers? There's the twins George and Fred. And Ron struggled to think of a good way to describe them. Suddenly the door opened and there stood an excited George and Fred. Ron, you gotta come with us. Lee Jordan has a giant tarantula with him. Ron panicked. Why would I want to see that? Think of all the fun we could have. With a spider like that on the train. Harry arched an eyebrow. So they like to speak in tandem. Ron shook his head. I don't want to be anywhere near a tarantula and I don't want to think about what you two would think is fun to do with one. One of the twins shrugged. Suit yourself. They closed the door and left. Ron exhaled but didn't look relaxed. That was them, and there. No explanation necessary. Harry said for him. Obviously they're playful. But their definition of play is questionable. Ron fidgeted, still bothered by the idea of the twins bringing a magically altered tarantula right into the room. The other one attending this year is Percy. You got a brother named Percy. How funny, I got a friend back home named that too. Harry noted. My Percy is a real stick in the mud. Follows the rules like it's a religion, and he expects everyone else to do the same. Worse is he made prefect this year, so now when he wants to enforce them he can't. What's a prefect? Harry asked. You don't know? Ron asked back. Harry shook his head. What? Didn't your parents tell you anything about being at Hogwarts? My parents are dead. I've been living with my grandpa in New York and he didn't attend this school. So no. Harry stated. Ron looked naturally uncomfortable and awkward, but then he noted another thing his companion had said. Wait, New York as in America. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, unless you know of another New York. Then why are you going here? I mean, yeah, our school is the best in the world, but still, why? Harry leaned back. Because the guy running the school came all the way to New York to beg me to come here. And frankly I want to see if this was worth it. Ron looked quite surprised by this. You're saying Professor Dumbledore himself asked you to come to Hogwarts? Harry nodded. Why? That's what I'm here to find out. Time went by and the train left the London area, going through open grassy fields filled with cows and sheep. The two boys continued to talk, Ron talking about his family a bit shying away from any topic that involved money, and Harry talked about New York without mentioning anything about the Fables. After noon a woman in robes pushing a trolley cart came by and offered them cheap treats. Both boys turned her down and she continued on her way. Ron was hungry though and took out some wrapped sandwiches, only to sigh. I told Mum I don't like corned beef. I wonder what Wendy left for me. Harry said, opening his case. Wendy had left him a lunchbox but he hadn't checked what was inside. In hindsight that probably wasn't the best choice. Aren't you supposed to have a trunk? Ron asked. There's no rule against cases. And this is easier to carry than something that looks like it belongs to a pirate. Harry commented, finding and pulling out the lunchbox. He opened it and smiled. Aw score. What do you got? Ron asked, curious. Authentic New York pizza. Harry answered, pulling out a slice and taking a bite. Going to miss this over here. What is pizza? The redhead boy asked, unfamiliar with the substance he saw in the other boy's hand. It's one of the best things ever made in America. Here, try one. Harry offered him a slice, a plain pepperoni one. Ron accepted, though he studied it like he thought it might try to bite him before he could bite it. Still, Ron was never one to pass up food and try to bite. Wow, he said, surprised as he chewed. This is good. I got to see if Mum can make this back home. I'd be happier if the school could. Harry remarked, eating more off his slice as well as enjoying some soda. A knock at the door was made and it opened to show a boy their age who looked like he was one bad thing away from crying. Excuse me, have either of you seen a toad? On this train? No, were we supposed to? Harry replied. You lost your pet? Ron asked. The boy shedded a tear. No, but Trevor keeps getting away. He's a toad, how far could he have gotten before you noticed? Ron asked, making the boy cry a little more than leave. That was rude you know. Harry pointed out. Ron just shrugged. It's not like I'm wrong am I? If a toad could get away from him like that, then either he wasn't paying any attention to it or isn't looking that hard to begin with. We're on a train, there's only so many places a toad could be. Harry couldn't help but concede, so he chose to let the matter drop. Once again the door opened. This time without a knock prior, and a bushy-haired girl showed herself. Either of you seen a toad wandering around? We already told him no. Ron remarked. The girl kept looking at them both, as if she was trying to get them to say more. But since neither were giving her any kind of verbal bait, she left. Lot of people coming in, Harry. Ron panicked and jumped, and Harry looked down to see Jane poke her head out from an overhead compartment. He smiled. I knew you'd show up sooner or later, Jane. Can you help me out? This is a bit of a tight spot. Harry reached up and helped pull the girl out and land on her feet, where she stretched and sat down next to him. Who the heck are you and how the heck did you fit in there? Ron asked, looking into the compartment as best he could. There was room, but nowhere near enough for a person to fit. Just a special talent of mine. She answered playfully. The name's Jane, darling. What's yours? Ron Weasley. He looked uncomfortable. Why are you here? Why not? Can't a girl pop in and say hi to a friend? She replied, then looked to the door. Speaking of which, she got up and waved her hand over the entirety of the door frame. There. Now no more unwelcome guests. Wait, you shouldn't be using magic outside of school. Ron warned. Jane smirked and sat down again. That's okay, I'm not a student. Ron blinked. You're not. She nodded. Then why are you on this train in the first place? I don't know you well enough to answer that just yet. Can you at least tell me what you just did? Jane nodded. Oh sure. I shadow sealed the door, making it difficult to open. We're New Yorkers, we don't like people just barging in like that. Harry nodded alongside her. The shadow sealing proved particularly useful when someone again tried to open the door minutes later but could not. They made several attempts before appearing leaving. Harry sighed in frustration. What is going on here? Why does everyone on this train suddenly want to come in here? I swear I had more privacy on the subways. Fortunately the rest of the train trip went in peace, though it did take several hours. Ron was willing to chat and inform Harry about a few details he knew, such as his brothers and Quidditch, but oddly enough the one subject he didn't want to go over was his sister. Whenever Harry brought her up, Ron got disinterested and changed the subject. So after a bit, he stopped too, but that didn't mean he was done on the matter. Then came the time when the train began to slow down, a station coming into view beside a lake and a small town. I better go, Harry, people seeing me might just cause confusion. Jane said, getting up. She released her shadow seal over the door, then climbed back into the overhead compartment. Harry supporting her so she could get in. After the compartment door closed, Ron opened it and saw nothing but an empty compartment. How the heck did she do that? He asked, waving his hand inside as if to ensure she wasn't invisible. Jane's just really good at hiding. Harry answered, grabbing his case and Hedwig's cage, waiting for the train to stop. When it did and a whistle announced it was clear to depart. All the students left the vehicle, stepping out into the open. According to the station, they were in between the Hogwarts school and a town called Hogsmeade, and first our students were directed to go to a lake. Second year and up were directed to carriages that had no horses attached. Alright, first years over here. Get into whatever boat ye want, but no more than 4 in a one. Hagrid directed. Apparently the guy escorting them the rest of the way. Harry nonchalantly got into a boat, while Ron sat next to him looking like he was expecting Jane to reappear at any moment. As he sat down, he saw Draco Malfoy from before do the same in another and the two boys looked at each other. Neither said anything, but Harry could tell that Malfoy wished to speak to him again. Ron saw this and with a frown elbowed Harry. Hey, I know you're new here, so let me give you some advice. Stay away from that one. He's nothing but a jerk. You know him? Harry asked while more kids he didn't recognize got into the boat. Hagrid appeared to choose this boat as the one to personally steer and attach guiding ropes to, which Harry suspected was not a coincidence. No, but why Dad and his interact once in a while at work, and Dad's never had a nice thing to say about that family. They're all pureblood snobs who think money is everything and look down on my family just back. We don't have gold pouring out of our ears like they do. Plus they're all Slytherins and everyone knows all Slytherins are dark wizards. Harry looked away and out of the corner of his eye he saw Hagrid nod somewhat to him. This did not fit right with the young boy and he looked back to Ron. So you've never actually spoken to that boy yourself before? Ron looked confused. Why would I ever want to? Have you ever actually spoken to him before? Harry repeated, more insistent this time. Ron frowned. No, but again why would I? I know what he's like. No you don't. All you know is what your father said about his father and you're using it against him. If someone hated your father and used that against you, would they be right? Why are you defending a Malfoy? What are you, a Slytherin? Ron asked, offended. Harry ain't no Slytherin boy. It'd be a dishonor tear his folks. Hagrid chipped in. Harry gave both of them harsh looks. I will be the one who decides what I think of others. I will not have either of you tell me who to like and who to hate. If that's not good enough for you or anyone else, then that's your problem. Ron frowned but didn't say another word. In his mind, it was like Harry was already choosing Malfoy over him. Hagrid looked like he didn't know what to think and instead focused on getting the boat across the lake, speaking up once to warn the children about the giant squid. Here we are kids, welcome to Hogwarts, he announced when they got to the other side of the lake. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was one of the most iconic places in all of Wizarding Britain. Virtually all who went there for the first time could only look at it in awe, and virtually all who attended would proudly call it their second childhood home. To Harry, it was just a big castle with some towers. Not to say that he was intentionally being dismissive. It was rather more a result of him living in New York his whole remembered life. Moondies had C-rated buildings that tried to touch the sky, yet wizards still thought castles were impressive. Sure, castles were nice to look at and this one was certainly more impressive than Belvedere Castle, but surely there were more comfortable buildings to spend most of the year in. But it was a moot point and Harry joined the crowd of students standing before the castle, greeted by a stern-looking elder. Lee woman wearing a green robe and a green witch's hat. Harry was strongly tempted to make a Wicked Witch reference just looking at her. First years, welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall, he said as she opened the doors to the castle. The entrance hall was about as big as the one in the woodland, maybe a little bigger. This certainly confirmed to Harry that wizards used the bigger on He inside trick as much as the Fables did. The interior certainly looked like a castle, with lit torches on the stone walls illuminating the hallway. The most prominent feature were 5 flags, each 2 colors and sporting an animal. The odd one out was a simple white flag with a black wolf on it. McGonagall led the eager and nervous first years down the hall, with a murmur of voice up ahead. We're about to get to the banquet hall, where meals are held each day. But before you can take your seats and feast, you must first be sorted into your houses. The sorting is an important ceremony, because each house will be more than just a dorm. It will be your family while you're here, and hopefully after you graduate. There used to be only 4 houses here, known as. A girl held up her hand. Yes miss. What do you mean used to be? All the books say Hogwarts only has 4 houses and has only had 4 since it was founded. Harry recognized her as the bushy-haired girl who asked for the missing toad. Literally minutes after they had already been asked. McGonagall nodded. Yes that is true. However this year, a new 5th house has been added, and all the available books were printed before that edition. So there was no way for you to know ahead of time. Please keep in mind that print can become outdated. The bushy-haired girl nodded, though it didn't look like she was comfortable accepting this lesson. Now, as I was saying, the 4 original houses are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, named for the 4 founders of the school. Each house has a noble history and each has produced many notable wizards throughout history. The new 5th house is called Fablewolf, and while it may seem like the least impressive one, it too is rooted in a long history that most people have overall ignored. It is our hope to bring that history back to light, and that whoever goes into it will make it worth the effort. Harry frowned a bit, and wasn't imagining that she looked toward him a bit when she said that. To him, it was like she was saying, we did a lot for you, don't make us regret it. It also sounded like she was mostly repeating what she had been told to say. Not something that she actually believed. But to be fair, she also looked like she had been cracking down on troublemakers for too long and it was just habit of hers to be firmer than normal. While you are here, your triumphs will earn your house points, and bad behavior will have points removed. At the end of the year, the house with the most points earns the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house you join. Now, the sorting ceremony will commence shortly. Be sure to be ready. She walked away, leaving the new students to talk among themselves. Many of them were asking what the ceremony would consist of, with theories covering everything from juggling swords to eating fire. Harry noticed that some of the kids said nothing and looked unafraid, like Lee having been informed already by family of this. The bushy-haired girl looked like a wreck. What am I going to do? None of the books said what the sorting actually was. What if I fail and get expelled? Harry rolled his eyes. Was this girl legitimately terrified to be in a situation without foreknowledge? And did she really think this was some sort of test that could make or break her chances of staying here? For crying out loud, it was just choosing an appropriate dorm. Such thoughts were cut short though by something floating overhead. All first years looked up and almost all of them gasped. Above them were a cluster of ghosts floating by, barely noticing them, having some sort of conversation between themselves. Come this way, McGonagall called out down the hall. The many ghosts moved along and phased through the walls. And the nervous first years proceeded to the ceremony. The banquet hall was a rather stunning place. The room was huge, maybe bigger than Fabletown's ballroom. Harry would go so far as to say it could hold half the farm in it. There were 6 tables in place, 4 lined parallel to each other in the middle with the remaining 2 perpendicular to them, all on opposing sides. One of those tables on an elevated portion of the floor. Hundreds of lit candles hovered over the tables as if hung in invisible chandeliers, somehow not dripping wax below, and the ceiling looked like the open sky. Harry noted that the 4 main tables had students of various ages seated together and the elevated table had the faculty, seated to face the students. But the last table was completely empty. Sure, it was covered in a tablecloth and had plates and cups waiting to be filled, but no one was seated there. He suspected he knew why. In front of the teacher's table rested a stool with a wizard's hat on it. It was a patched and wrinkled hat, with the patches and folds almost making it look like it had a face. Then some seams ripped open, and the hat began to sing. Oh, you might think I'm not pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor. Where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry are what set them apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff. Where they are just and loyal. They are patient, they are true, and unafraid of toil. You might belong in Ravenclaw. Where those of wit and learning will always find a sharpened mind, and their passions burning. You might belong in Slytherin. Where cunning is your friend. The clever and resourceful folk surely achieve their ends. Last but not least, you might belong in Fablewolf the New. When freedom, hope, and mystery are what motivate you. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands. Though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. The hat went silent and the already sorted students clapped. We just got to try on a hat. Ron asked, sounding surprised but relieved. I'm going to kill Fred. He said we had to fight a troll. Harry rolled his eyes. And you believed him? McGonagall came up with a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, take a seat on the stool and put on the hat. She paused to clear her throat. Abbott, Hannah. A blonde girl with pigtails came forward and sat down, putting the hat on. She was put into Hufflepuff. And the table meant for that house clapped for her. She removed the hat and was led to the table, greeted warmly. The sorting went on, with Harry mostly wanting to see who the first one to be put into Fablewolf would be. If any. While not impossible, he doubted that Dumbledore would get away with having a mostly empty dorm. Fablewolf, the hat announced. Harry looked at the first recipient of this honor. According to the roll call, she was Tracy Davis, a girl with short chestnut hair. She looked rather surprised by this, and no one knew whether to clap for her or what. Without a word, she got up and walked to the empty table. Seated in a way she could see everyone and everyone could see her. The bushy-haired girl from before was called up, her name being Hermione Granger. She looked eager for this and took the hat with a smile. The hat mused and declared her fit for the Fablewolf house as well, earning her some applause, but it was awkward. She got up and looked mortified, glancing at the teachers rather than any of the students before moving to the table. Harry noted that her gaze seemed fixed on Dumbledore during that time. What, does she think he cares what dorm she ends up in or something? Why would he? He asked. After Hermione went a blonde girl named Daphne Greengrass, and the hat seemed conflicted about where to put her. But it made up its mind and announced she would go to Fablewolf. Daphne also looked confused and surprised, her eyes glancing towards the Slytherin table like she was looking for someone. But she took a deep breath and walked on over to the Fablewolf table. Looking like this was nothing to her. After a while the boy with the lost toad, which judging from his cage he relocated, came up to the stool. His name was Neville Longbottom, and he looked like he thought the hat was going to bite him. Which made it surprising when the hat said he would go to Gryffindor. When he left the stool Draco Malfoy went up for his turn, and the hat barely had to touch his scalp before he was selected for Slytherin. There was considerable applause, and Harry saw the blonde boy briefly glance at one of the teachers, a man with slick dark hair who didn't exactly look friendly. Well, he did say his family had always been in Slytherin. It's no surprise he knows people already associated with the house. Harry thought, suspecting that adult was head of the dorm. Apparently each house had a teacher who doubled as overall authority of that house, though still below the headmaster's authority. He didn't know yet who the Fablewolf version was, but he could guess. A few more students had their turns, then it came time for Ron. He went to the stool in good spirits, still relieved that his twin brothers had been exaggerating about this. He sat down with a smile. But that vanished when the hat announced he would be in Fablewolf. He stayed there for a time longer and even readjusted the hat on his head, as if trying to get it to reconsider, but McGonagall made him leave the stool and go to the assigned table. Ron avoided looking at anyone while he did so, and said nothing when he sat down. After that was the last student Blaise Zabini who was sorted into Slytherin, leaving only Harry. And he wondered what would happen next. His answer came when Dumbledore rose to his feet, getting everyone's attention. I want to welcome back our many returning students. And I especially want to welcome those that are here for the first time. Now, as you all have noticed, we've changed things here a little to include a fifth house, and I'm sure many of you are asking why. I will tell you. You see, we wizards are guilty of a little hubris when it comes to magic. We tend to forget that we are not the only people who can use it. Oh sure, we acknowledge the goblins, the house elves, the Vila, and the centaurs, but when we think of magical people we traditionally think of just ourselves. It is time for us to embrace the forgotten group of magic users in the world. That group is the Fables. What exactly are Fables, you might ask? Well, you will find out in the year to come. There will be a class introduced covering Fable history and culture that will be mandatory for all students of all years, including the 7th years. Fret not, this will not be included in any owl or newt, so don't think of it as a burden. Think of it as an opportunity to see just how much more there is to learn in the world. What I can tell you is that Fables and wizards have had a long history together. In fact, Merlin himself was a Fable. Wait, Morgan Le Fay told me Merlin was a wizard who helped drive our two cultures apart in the first place. Harry thought. So with that said, I suppose the other question to consider is why do this now? Dumbledore asked. The fact is, the Fables have done our community a great service. I'm sure the vast majority of you all are familiar with stories of the war against the Dark Lord, and those unfamiliar will learn soon enough. But the war ended because of one family, the Potters. And they left behind a son, who many of you know as the boy who lived. What you don't know is where he's been all this time. Well, he's been in the care of the Fables since that fateful night, and in appreciation of that, we welcome the boy who lived to Hogwarts and honor his surrogate family with Fablewolf. For those that value the freedom of all despite heritage and a united community. With that, allow me to present our honored hero of the war, Harry Potter. All students looked at the last student remaining, surprised to see him Rev. Aled is the famous survivor of the unstoppable killing curse. Harry himself just looked to the headmaster, annoyed with this. Harry will be in Fablewolf with no need to be sorted, as per the agreement of having him attend. Dumbledore said, then looked to the boy. Any words to give to your fellow students, Harry? Yeah, one. Harry answered, then looked over the whole banquet hall. My name is Harry Wolf. I may have been born a Potter. But my name is Wolf and I don't want anyone to call me Potter. I don't want that name. This goes for the teachers too. The vast majority of students were surprised by this. Not only was the famous Harry Potter here in the flesh, but he refused to go by his birth name. Malfoy looked disturbed but still intrigued, and Ron oddly looked offended. The head of Slytherin looked at the boy like he didn't know what to feel. "You heard the boy. Please call him Wolf from now on," Dumbledore declared. "I hope this will be an enlightening year for you all. Please be courteous to our Fable guests. Keep any and all items listed on the forbidden items list off school grounds, and don't go up to the 3rd floor unless you wish to experience a painful death. Now, tuck in and enjoy your meal." Harry took his stuff and proceeded to the table, well aware that many eyes were still on him. He ignored them all, and sat down with the others deemed suitable for the Fable dorm. "What's up?" he greeted. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Tracy asked. Harry frowned. "It's Wolf, I'm not saying it again, but yes, Potter was my birth name." "So why did you change it?" Hermione asked. "I was raised in the Wolf family and it was easier to call me Wolf than Potter." Tracy nodded, accepting this. Hermione looked like she had more questions and didn't know where to start. "You lied to me," Ron stated, bitter. "I asked if you were Harry Potter and you said no." "You lied." Harry shook his head. "No, I didn't. My name is not Potter. Can we please drop it? Why are we in this house?" Daphne asked before Ron could say more. Her tone sounded like someone owed her something. Harry snorted. "I'm no expert, but I'd say it's because you have the Fablewolf values more than the other ones." Daphne frowned at him. "The Greengrass have always been a Slytherin family. I value cunning and power. And every Weasley has been a Gryffindor. You have any idea what my family is going to say when they hear about this?" Ron complained. Harry looked apathetic to this. "What, is your family going to disown you because of this? Seriously, why is this such a terrible thing to you too?" Ron turned his head. "Just stay away from me, Greengrass. As far as I'm concerned, you're still a Slytherin." Daphne looked away as well. "How very Gryffindor of you, Weasley. Knock it off, you two." Hermione chided. They remained silent, but it had nothing to do with her. The food was served with the Fablewolf table saved for last, mostly because the staff wasn't sure how many would be there to dine. Tea did not take long for small creatures with thin bodies and large ears and eyes to bring them roasted chicken, potatoes, and juice for their goblets. "What's this?" Harry asked, seeing an orange liquid in the chalice. "Pumpkin juice," Tracy answered. Harry looked disgusted and pushed it away. "No thanks. Where I come from we prefer our pumpkins as pies." "Where do you come from?" Hermione asked. "Your accent is unfamiliar to me." "New York." "Yes, I'm American. Is that really so surprising?" Tracy blinked then grinned. "Wow, you're just full of surprises, aren't you, Wolf?" When dinner ended, after a rather quirky school song was sung, it was time to go to their dorms, with the older students leading the younger ones. The Fablewolf students naturally did not know where to go. "Hey Harry. Miss me?" Wendy said when the banquet hall was mostly clear, approaching the table. He just shrugged in response, and she looked over the others. "Hello, I'm Wendy darling, and for the time being, I'm head of Fablewolf. At least until we get a better one. Follow me to your dorm." She led the 5 students down the hall, one that had many moving paintings in it. They made 2 turns and stopped before they got to the end. Standing before a portrait of 3 witches over a cauldron that looked like a scene out of Macbeth. "What's the password?" one of the witches asked. "Lay on Macduff," Wendy replied. The painting swung over to show a passage on the other side, and she led the kids into the Fablewolf dorm. "Whoa, what is all this?" Tracy asked, taking in the sight of the common room. It had some of the normal features of a typical common room, such as couches, tables, and a fireplace, but beyond that it looked more like a Monday lounge. There was a widescreen TV next to a DVD rack, an air hockey table, an arcade machine displaying several retro game options, a fridge with a microwave next to it, and a cabinet full of board games. 2 open doorways with stairs going up were seen on opposing sides of the TV. And a closet door was beside the fireplace. Hermione was surprised but at the same time relaxed. "Wow, this reminds me of home. My dad would go crazy if he saw this," Ron commented, not recognizing the majority of stuff here but aware it was Muggle in origin. Some of it did look rather appealing to him. Daphne looked bothered. "This looks like Muggle junk. This shouldn't be here. Here in Fablewolf, you will be expected to learn the value of the non-magical." Wendy told them all. The wizarding world would have you believe magic is all you'll ever need from now on. That is, as you might say it. Complete bollocks. Magic and technology are two sides of the same coin. You can't spend only half of a coin, can you? So you're saying this stuff will work here without magic breaking it? Tracy asked. Wendy nodded. Not unless you're actually trying to break it with magic. But that's impossible. I was told magic and technology are strictly incompatible. Hermione argued. Then how do you explain the train you took here? Wendy asked. That still had gears and engines and moving mechanical parts. Sounds like technology to me. Hermione just looked at the Fable woman with wide eyes. Unable to come up with a counter to that. Anyway kids, this is here for you to enjoy and use as much as you want. The Mundy world has much to offer, regardless of what this school would have you believe. One of the reasons we Fables have remained unnoticed is we've learned how to blend in with the Mundys. Over the next 7 years, you'll learn the same. Why do you say Mundy? Don't you mean Muggle? Daphne asked. Call it a cultural difference. You have one word for the non-magical, we have another. Now, I'm going to leave you 5 to my current assistants while I go to a teacher meeting. You're a teacher, Wendy? Harry asked. She shook her head. No, but I know they've got things to say. Might as well shut them up before they do something stupid. She walked out of the dorm, leaving them uncertain what to do. The closet door opened and Jane came out. Coraline descended down one of the stairs. Hi everyone. We're the teacher assistants here, not actual students. Jane greeted. Well, you heard Mom. Relax, have fun. If you don't mind, I'm hitting that hockey table. I'll play you, Jane, Harry said, rushing to it. Coraline followed. I've got winner. Tracy ignored them and went to the fridge. Might as well see what they've got. She wasn't hungry, just curious. Opening it, she saw all sorts of food, snacks, and drinks that the Hogwarts staff would never provide the students. Things like pizza, nachos, Chinese takeout boxes, various sodas and flavored waters, cartons of milk, ice cream, wrapped sandwiches, and even sushi. Whoa, we have free food? Ron asked, looking inside along with Tracy. His eyes practically sparkled at the assortment of food he had never seen before. Maybe this dorm might not be so bad after all. Hermione went to the bookshelf, wanting to see what was available in this private library that the dorm had. She saw mostly fiction books, several she had read before and many she hadn't but wanted to, along with comic books and graphic novels. None of it looked educational, so she figured this was primarily here for recreation rather than research. Daphne meanwhile just left the room to go claim a bed, wishing to be isolated for the rest of the night. Outside the castle the teachers were collecting for a meeting, using all sorts of privacy charms to avoid being eavesdropped on. Wendy arrived and right away all eyes were on her. Ah, Miss Darling, how are the new students? Dumbledore greeted warmly. Surprised and a bit uncomfortable, like all eyes are going to be on them for a while. Though with primary ch. or actor status now that's kind of a given from this point on. Maybe they'll get lucky and have main character shields too. Hey, but where's the fun in that? Despite having to associate with Wendy off and on throughout the month, most of the staff here still could not get a grip on how the Fabletown representative talked. McGonagall looked perplexed, Snape looked annoyed, and Quirrell looked uncomfortable. I find it rather peculiar how 2 children whose families normally end up in Slytherin and Gryffindor found their way into your house. Snape said. Wendy grinned. Either sneer more or less when you speak, Snape. I can't tell if you're making an observation or an accusation. Snape said nothing, though it looked like he wanted to. I'm still rather surprised we made a new dorm just so Harry Potter, McGonagall started. Wolf. His name is Wolf. It's not that hard to remember. His mother was named Wolf and you never forget it then, did you? Wendy interjected. McGonagall frowned but cleared her throat. My apologies. What I was saying was, wouldn't it have made more sense to just have Harry Wolf be in one of the 4 original houses? Minerva, we've been over this. Dumbledore told her. Fabletown has custody over Harry. And they won't let him attend here under any binding contracts. To sort him is to put him under one, and we can't just put him in one of the houses without it. Doing so could not be considered anything but favoritism. Creating a 5th dorm was the only compromise. You wouldn't have to sort him. Both James and Lily were in Gryffindor, clearly he belongs there. If that was the case then the Greengrass girl would be in Slytherin, not this Fable house. Snape argued. I agree with Snape, Wendy said, surprising the greasy-haired man. Correct me if I'm wrong. But aren't the houses chosen based on personal values, not heritage or lineage? Well, McGonagall started, but couldn't finish. Harry is not James and Harry is not Lily. Harry is Harry, and if you were fit to be a teacher you wouldn't look at him and expect him to be either. Treat him based on who he is, not who his parents were. Wendy stated, only to hear Snape snort, making her glare at him. You got something to say. Nothing you'd want to hear. Pardon me, but are we out here just to discuss one student's living quarters? A short half-goblin teacher named Flitwick asked. Confirming that Harry and his new dorm mates are adjusting was only part of this discussion. Now we should move on to the other part. Dumbledore said, then cleared his throat. My old mentor Nicholas Flame. L has asked me to hide something very valuable of his, something he's afraid will be stolen, and I need all your help to set up various defenses to ensure no one does steal it. The teachers here all nodded, with Snape being the only one to show some form of reluctance rather than eagerness. Wendy however stood there motionless for a moment. Hell no. All eyes were right on her, shocked at her refusal. What did you just say? Pomona Sprout, a stout gray-haired woman who looked around the same age as McGonagall, asked. I said hell no. Miss Darling, Dumbledore started. Here are my reasons, if you care enough to know. She started, cutting him off. When it looked like no one was going to argue, she continued. Whatever this thing is, you're clearly planning on hiding it here. If it has nothing to do with school business, then why bring it into a school in the first place? And if it's something not only worth stealing but worth setting up elaborate forms of defense for, then you're endangering students unnecessarily by bringing it here where the thieves will want to come. There is no risk here on Hogwarts. McGonagall argued. Then why do you have a hospital wing? And why do you have a forest literally named the Forbidden Forest? And why did the headmaster specifically warn students to not go up to the third floor lest they, and I quote, die a painful death? Hell, right you just told thieves where to start looking for this object. You know, she does have a point on that part, headmaster. Flitwick admitted. He only said it tear students, not tear thieves. Hagrid argued. Oh, and no student is ever going to get curious and look up there. And no thief is going to figure it out on their own or get it out of a student. Wendy asked. I must agree with Miss Darling here. Snape added. A thief who's truly determined to get to the stone will not hesitate to coerce a young ill-prepared student to tell them things. Stone? Wendy asked, then looked to Hagrid and Dumbledore. This object wouldn't happen to be that rock you got in the bank, did you? Dumbledore blinked. How could you possibly know about that? I wouldn't let Hagrid back in the cart unless he showed me what he got down there wasn't a threat to the kids. It's my job to make sure they're safe after all. So, you're setting up some kind of security here in a school full of children who are going to be put at risk by thieves. All for a mere rock. Why the hell couldn't you have just left it at the bank? Are you seriously telling all of us that a fucking school has better security than a fucking bank? Language. McGonagall protested. Oh, grow up, lady, there aren't any kids around here. By the way, dumbly, that wasn't a rhetorical question. Are you saying Hogwarts is more secure than Gringotts? It's not so much a matter of security, but, how do I put this? A need for me to see it directly. Then put it in your damn office. The old wizard shook his head. No, that's the first place a thief would look for it. What we need is a secure room no one can get to directly, with several connecting rooms having various obstacles to prevent any one wizard from getting to it with ease. I'd like each of you to design such a room. But none of you aware of the others, so no thief can steal plans from just one of you, and the rooms and obstacles will be changed periodically as to prevent the thief from getting the hang of it. You want a hallway of various obstacles to slow down a thief who's trying to get a shiny rock. Gee, why don't you completely rip off Indiana Jones and add the giant boulder too? Wendy remarked, rolling her eyes. This time Dumbledore was getting annoyed by her as well. All right, Miss Darling, if you think you can come up with a better idea, please enlighten us. Wendy smiled. All right, first thing I need to know is who are you expecting to come for this rock? You obviously expect someone to come for it. Who would that be? And for that matter, it's just a rock. Why on earth would anyone want to steal it? It's no mere rock, it's the Philosopher's Stone. And I believe a follower of Voldemort will come for it to revive their fallen master. Several teachers trembled at hearing the name. Wendy rolled her eyes again. Okay, so you think someone who is part of a terrorist organization is trying to steal a powerful relic that could bring the head of that organization back to life. And your best solution was to hide that relic in a school, putting every child in it in the crossfires, with nothing more than a few hurdles to get in their way. I bet you aren't even planned on trapping the criminal, were you? Just slow him down long enough for you to get down there yourself and apprehend him personally. Dumbledore had the good decency to look a little ashamed of himself. You weren't you? No traps, no way to prevent escape, just slow him down long enough for you to catch up. Meaning you weren't even going to pay attention to your own defenses. Just set up some alarms and wait for them to be triggered. Ignoring the possibility of a skilled thief getting around such alarms. Wendy shook her head. And you all thought I was crazy to say no to this. What do? I can't defend this anymore without looking incompetent. Dumbledore asked himself. The whole reason I agreed to this in the first place was to show Harry that the threat of Voldemort is very real and not over yet. I never wanted to put him in danger, just show him that Voldemort is as real a threat as that adversary is. But now, thanks to this confounding woman, there's an way for me to do that without making it look like I actually want the children in danger. So here's what I would do. Wendy continued. If hiding it here at your school is a necessity, despite my claims otherwise, then here's the best way to do it. First of all, pay more attention to your ground security. I'm assuming you at least have a way to make sure no one uninvited gets here without you knowing. They nodded. Good. Keep that up. Same with internal security. Now, the corridor of various obstacles in it of itself isn't a bad idea, but don't make obstacles. Make traps. Make it so that if any thief does get in, they don't get out, thus arresting them will be easier and the guilt is more obvious. Use whatever magic you need to make sure any instant teleportation spells into or out of that hall are no good. Otherwise the whole hall is basically useless. Dumbledore nodded, admitting that defenses against apparition and portkeys would be useful. Design the traps so that intruders aren't supposed to get through. Wendy continued. For example, let's say the obstacle was a locked door and to get through you needed a specific key. Obvious idea is having dozens if not hundreds of keys in the room to make the thief waste time trying to find the right one. No, the correct idea is have every last one of those keys be fake, with the one true key in the teacher's possession. There's no way the thief would get through unless they knew ahead of time what to look for. You're not designing a game where the player is supposed to earn the right to get to the prize, you're designing traps to keep everyone out at all costs. Go ahead and build in fail-safes so you can get through if you have to, but don't make that the whole point of the hallway. Several of the teachers nodded, admitting that was a good idea. But here's the most important part. Since alarms are going to be needed, and you can't all keep on top of them, I volunteer myself to once in a while test what you come up with and see if it's working. If I can't get to the rock, no one will be able to. You seem pretty confident in your skills. Snape said. Wendy grinned. I've seen a lot in my long life. I've picked up a few things in that time. I believe this is a fair compromise. Dumbledore said. We will design the security measures, hopefully with what Miss Darling has in mind, and she will once in a while check up on them to make sure their integrity holds. Of course, she cannot be aware of what the measures will be. Doesn't mean I can't find out. A determined thief will make the effort to learn from any of you. Wendy added. Dumbledore nodded. True. Mentally he had more to say. This adds the extra measure of ensuring the teachers don't say anything they're not supposed to and be careful with whoever might be trying to learn. I must admit her contribution is doing wonders for the safety of the stone. I just need to find a new way to make sure Harry sees proof of Voldemort's impending return. It got later, and Harry decided to go settle down in his new room. Due to the low numbers of students in there, so far each member of Fablewolf would be getting their own room. Not that anyone complained about that. Harry's room had a single bed, a desk with an electric lamp and a computer, a window to see outside, a bird perch besides the window, and a small TV with a PlayStation hooked up to it. With all his games from back home. Outside that the room was dull and drab, waiting for him to decorate it. First thing he did was let Hedwig out of her cage. She certainly appreciated it, and went to the perch while looking outside. Yeah, I can take a hint," he said, unlocking the window and opening it for her. The white owl flew outside, doing a few loops for fun. Looking out the window, Harry could see that the Fablewolf dorm was a simple stone brick tower from the outside, not unlike the rest of the castle, but the stones looked newer compared to the others. Going back inside, Harry decided to do something he didn't want to put off any longer. Taking out some paper and a Mundy pen, he sat at the table and began to write. "Hey Ginny, as promised, I'm writing now that I have something worth writing about. I'm here at Hogwarts, so far it's at least interesting to look at. Not as interesting as New York though, but I am biased. Wish I could say more, but it is my first day. Ooking at it is really all I can do right now. I spent the whole train ride with your brother Ron. Not a bad guy, though I'm not sure if I'd call him a friend yet. Nothing personal, I just don't know him that well yet. Weird thing is, whenever I asked about you he kept changing the subject. He said some things about his brothers, mostly how accomplished they are, his words not mine, but he didn't want to talk about you. Any ideas why? Speaking of your brother, he's probably telling you or your family in one of his own letters about how I'm actually Harry Potter, and who knows just what all he has to say about that. I told him my name is Wolf, which it is, so I didn't lie about who I am. Yet he says I lied to him. Does he hate the Harry Potter stories you like? Or does he think I deceived him in some way? His letters will probably offer a clue, and tell me if a friendship with him is worth pursuing. That doesn't have to affect us though. I'm not going to judge you as a friend by what your brother does. Tell me about yourself. I'll start if that helps. I've got some teaching in magic already, not a lot but enough to not start tomorrow blind. I probably know a lot more about technology than half of this school. Fablewolf. The dorm I've been sorted into has some good stuff from New York, so it feels like home. If you're not scared of technology you should see it here. Since you're not going to be here for another year. And I doubt your brothers will tell you the truth in detail, maybe I should tell you more about just what a fable is. To put it simply, we're storybook characters brought to life. My grandpa is the actual big bad wolf, and I know Snow White on a personal level. Pinocchio is a good friend of mine. I'm assuming you know who these characters are. Well, they're real, and they're my family. I could tell you more, but I don't want to ramble. Write me back when you can. I'll answer any questions you have. Harry Wolf. He folded the letter and put in it an envelope. Hedwig came back to the window, as if sensing his need for her, and he handed her the envelope. She took it in her beak. You know how to find her? He asked. The owl gave a muffled hoot, which he hoped meant yes. He stroked her head. Oh, before you go, I should give you that thing Wendy gave me. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the vial, pouring the liquid into a saucer for her. Hedwig drank it, seeming to enjoy the taste. Yum, that was good. Harry nodded, then his eyes widened. Did you just speak? Hedwig tilted her head. Did I? Holy crap, I did. I can talk. How? I don't know. I mean, there's no way you were a fable owl this whole time. It has to be that stuff Wendy gave me. The snow owl shrugged. Whatever it was, tell her thanks. Wait, I can talk, I'll tell her myself. After I take this letter for her. Birds gotta fly. Hedwig took flight, and he closed the window behind her. Then he turned on the computer and worked on an email back to Snow White, since Bigby didn't have a computer. The first true day of school started, and the students were given their schedules down in the common rooms. At 8 a.m. Harry stood by the others as they all looked over their own. Monday, 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock potions. 1:30 to 3 o'clock herbology. 3:30 to 4:30 fable culture. Tuesday, 9 o'clock to 10:30 history of magic. 1:30 to 3:30 charms. Wednesday, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock flying. 10 o'clock to 11:30 charms. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock defense against dark magic. Thursday, 9 o'clock to 10:30 history of magic. 1:30 to 3:30 transfiguration. Friday, 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock potions. 1:30 to 3:30 defense against dark magic. 4 o'clock to 5:30 transfiguration. Saturday, midnight astronomy. I got potions first. Any of you? He asked. I do. Hermione answered. Same. Ron grunted. Tracy and Daphne shook their heads. Daphne said she had herbology and Tracy had charms. Quote, at least it's something I've got experience with. Harry muttered. You better not screw up. Ron stated. Professor Snape teaches it, and he's well known for being harsh on those not in Slytherin. Ah, guess that means he might not be nice to you, Daphne. Tracy asked the blonde girl in a teasing tone. Daphne just glared at her, but it only made Tracy keep smiling. He can't be that bad. He's a teacher after all. Hermione defended. I have 5 brothers that say otherwise. Ron told her. The same brothers that told you that you'd fight a troll in order to be sorted. Harry asked, which resulting in Tracy laughing and Ron blushing. The potions classroom looked like the kind of place Drive Frankenstein would have been as a student. It was drab and dreary, with jars full of severed anima. L parts floating in green goo decorating the place. A few jars had entire animals if they were small enough, and it was like those that still had eyes were looking at you. Hogwarts apparently liked to have its class filled with students from 2 houses at a time. This class was filled with Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Since Fablewolf only had 5 students, they couldn't be half the class by themselves. So they had to be squeezed in with others. Harry found a table and invited either Ron or Hermione to sit with him. Ron hesitated, looking like he wasn't sure what to think of Harry now. While Hermione took the opportunity and sat down next to him. Grumbling at himself, Ron settled on a seat next to Neville. Snape came in and took the role. His eyes lingered on Harry at the end. Harry Wolf, our newest celebrity. He added with a small amount of disdain. If you say so, the student remarked. Ignoring this, Snape looked over the class. You are here to learn the subtle and precise science of potion making. This will be different than most other forms of magic since it involves no wands and doesn't allow for much margin of error. Potion making is an art, one I don't expect many of you to appreciate or show talent for. Though since you're all new to this, I suppose some leeway must be given. Over your time here you will learn to make potions ranging from medicines to tools of deception or even weapons. But don't expect me to teach a bunch of first-year dunderheads anything too complex. Wow, this guy's about as friendly as the Jersey Devil. Harry thought. You think I'm being too harsh on you, don't you? He replied, then glanced to Harry. Let's test that. Wolf, what potion would I get if I used powdered asphodel root and an infusion of wormwood? All eyes were on him, particularly Snape's and Hermione's. Are those the only ingredients used? Harry asked back. Snape raised an eyebrow, not expecting a sensible question in return. Those are the most prominent ones for the potion I'm inquiring you on. Then with all due respect, Professor, I cannot answer that. That's like asking me what kind of cake I can make using flour and eggs. You kind of have to be a little more specific. Unless you're seriously suggesting only one potion exists using both those ingredients. Snape frowned. Hermione rose her hand, hoping he'd let her give an answer, but he ignored her. All right then, if that's too difficult for you, let's try another. Where would you look if I told you to get me a bazaar? Harry smiled. A store. Where else would you expect an 11-year-old to look? Ron actually came close to laughing, but covered his mouth and suppressed himself. Not the answer I was looking for, Smartmouth. Snape stated. Again, Hermione raised her hand hoping to give the correct answer. Only to be overlooked. Can you tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Oh, that's easy. They're the same plant. As a wolf, I kind of have to know that one. Snape said nothing, but if you looked closely you'd almost swear he was repressing a frown. 2 points to Fablewolf, but 4 points taken away for the questions you didn't answer. He then walked over to his desk, giving Ron a chance to lean closer to the New Yorker. Not bad, Wolf. The rest of the class went rather well for Harry. It was clear to Snape that the boy knew what he was doing in terms of prepping ingredients and following directions. The potion they were making, one to relieve boils, turned out nicely, and Snape said only Harry's table and Malfoy's actually got it right, earning both houses more points. Though it was clear he was only proud of Malfoy's accomplishment given how he gave Slytherin more points for it. Neville seemed so troubled by the process that it looked like he wasn't sure what he was making anymore, and Ron wasn't much better, so they both got a 0 for the day and points removed. Hermione had repeatedly tried to get the teacher's attention as she worked. But she remained ignored for the entire 2 hours. Class ended and lunch came, with the students heading to the hall. Seated at their table, Harry managed a conversation with the others, and often He threw in a few tidbits even though she mostly stayed out of it. The most interesting part of the day was certainly when it was time for Fable's culture. Harry kept wondering who would be teaching it, since he hadn't seen a Fable at the teacher's table yet and Wendy said she wasn't doing the job. Hello everyone. My name is Colin. No, you're not imagining things and this is no trick. I am your teacher for this class. Everyone was quite surprised to see the Fable culture teacher when they came into the room. It was Colin, the pig, seated at a desk. We have a pig for a teacher. Malfoy exclaimed as if outraged. Like with potions, Harry was taking this one with Gryffindor and Slytherin. Only difference was this time Daphne, Tracy, Ron, and Hermione were there with him. All Fablewolf students together for a Fable culture class. Surely this was no coincidence. Yes you do, young man, if you don't like it you can walk out the door, but that might make you fail the year and lose a lot of those points. Colin warned smugly. Malfoy sat down bitterly, but said nothing. Hermione raised a hand and Colin called on her. Sir, why are you teaching in an animagus form? Wouldn't it be better for us to see you as a human? Colin laughed. Little girl, I'm not an animagus. This is my true form. But that's impossible. Pigs can't talk. Normal pigs can't, but Fable pigs can. And if you don't believe me, from what I hear these animagi can't talk either when they're animals. Colin replied. Everyone, this class is where you will learn the starting points of who we Fables are. What we do, where we come from, and what makes us different from the wizards and the Mundies. Your first lesson is not all Fables look like humans. None of the students knew what to say about this. Tracy, Ron, Hermione, and Daphne looked to Harry. The five sharing a table, and he nodded. Let me start off with what Fables are. By the way, you'll want to write this down. Colin said, pausing so the students could prepare to take notes. The simplest way to describe a fable to you is this: we are the characters from stories, except we're alive. I myself am one of the 3 little pigs. I was the pig who built the house of straw. Please don't make snide comments about that, I've heard them all. Hermione raised her hand again, and Colin let her speak. So Professor. She sounded like she had a really hard time calling a swine that. Are you seriously telling us that fairy tales are real? Colin's ear twitched a bit. You see magic with your own eyes and a talking pig right in front of you, yet fairy tales being real is hard for you to believe. But fairy tales are just fiction. Stories made to entertain children and teach them lessons. Any truth to them is blown out of proportion or long forgotten. A common conception. Most of those stories are quite true. Though yes, several of them do get some facts wrong or altered. But sir, even considering that, most fairy tales are hundreds of years old. There's no way you could be one of the actual 3 little pigs if they were real. You'd have to be long dead. Hermione argued. Colin grinned. Lesson 2 of this class, fables have very long lifespans. And I dare say I look pretty damn good for being several centuries old. But, that's impossible. Colin laughed. How far do you plan to make it in this school if you keep saying something is impossible? This is a school of magic, where defying the laws of physics is something you do before breakfast. Forget what is and isn't impossible and accept that you have a lot to learn. Now, are you ready to learn or aren't you? Hermione said nothing, all she could do was nod. Though personally, she was already liking Colin more than Snape, and that surprised her. The rest of the class went simply, with Colin explaining a little more about fables as a collective whole. Mostly how there were human fables, animal fables, and even object fables like the magic mirror. The class remained silent, some confused but intrigued while others skeptical, but everyone was grateful to not receive homework. Though Colin did suggest they read up on some stories to refresh their memories before the next class next week. With all classes done, the students relaxed before dinner. So everything the pig said is really true? Tracy asked Harry as they sat in their common room, channel surfing on the TV. Yep, it's true. Most of your childhood stories are actually true, people just forgot that. This does explain you quite a bit. Daphne poked in, getting their attention. The Boy Who Lived is a popular story in and of itself. That alone could make you one of these fables. Oh, it takes more than just having a story about you. Otherwise everyone in a news scandal would become a fable. Harry replied. Daphne nodded. I see your point. Plus, you don't exactly seem to be how the stories describe you. Oh yeah, the stories that pretty much depict me as some kind of superhero. Harry snidely commented. Daphne arched an eyebrow. What's a superhero? A fictional character who has powers and uses them for the good of normal people. I could show you a comic so you could get an idea. Oh, Drive. Strange would be a perfect start. Okay. The blonde girl said slowly, like she didn't know what else to say. Tuesday proved to start out with a bore. History of Magic was so dull. Ry could have sworn he could have stayed in bed for it. Professor Binns had been able to hold his attention for about 5 minutes before he completely lost it. The ghost talked as if he was the only one there. And while Harry probably would have paid attention to the Goblin Rebellion of 1287, the fact that the teacher started on it without any build-up or introduction of the class only confused the young boy. Other students tried to get the ghost to back up and start from the beginning, but Binns rambled on like he was literally speaking to a brick wall. Tuning him out seemed to be the only thing they could do. On the upside, Binns' obliviousness allowed the students to focus on other things, such as Harry reading the letter he got from Ginny that morning. Hi Harry, I'm glad you wrote back. Mum was rather surprised to see your owl. And I was certainly surprised to hear her talk. If I had been holding something I would have dropped it. Hedwig seemed smart enough to not talk in front of Mum. Oh by the way Mum wants to know why you're writing me if you don't know me, but I convinced her to let you send her a letter next time. Trust me, you wouldn't want her to go with her idea, which was send you a howler. I think she's being a little influenced by Ron's letter. Yes he did write one too the first day. He said one thing, that he wasn't put into Gryffindor, before he went on a rant about how you, his words not mine, lied to him like a dirty Slytherin and rejected Gryffindor. Long story short, a lot of people have been expecting the boy who lived to end up in Gryffindor, and Ron doesn't know what to think about both you and him being in another house. I love my brother but I will admit that he's the kind of person that doesn't really care about the why of a situation, only the is or isn't. I think my mum had the same expectation. Since you don't live here, you're probably unaware that our society has a sort of view of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Most peep. See Gryffindor is the symbol of all that is good in our world, and Slytherin the opposite. So since people have built you up in their heads as a great hero, they expected you to be in Gryffindor by default. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the school had tried to get you into that house one way or another had this Fablewolf not been an option. Speaking of which, I'm kind of surprised by what you said a fable is. So you're saying that people like Sleeping Beauty, Jack and the Beanstalk, and Beetle the Bard were all actually alive. And some still are. How? I heard wizards can live up to 100 years if they're really powerful and healthy, but you make it sound like fables live even longer. How is that possible? What else makes you unique? Let me know when you can, and you might and to write something for my parents just to get them to hear something other than Ron's complaints. I'll handle the rest here. He finished her letter and eventually class ended. Charms class was okay. Nothing of particular note occurring there, but the same could not be said for flight class. Madame Hooch was a white-haired woman who looked to be approaching her 50s if not already in them. Harry wondered why. With the exception of Snape, all of Hogwarts' teachers looked so old. She led the class out into one of the fields around the school and had each student carry a provided broom, all of which would have to be at least 5 years younger to be considered used. You ever been on a broom before, Potter? Malfoy asked, since he was in the class too and was walking alongside Harry, who didn't answer. Malfoy frowned. Hey, I'm talking to you. No, you're talking to someone named Potter. I told you my name is Wolf, so if you want to have a conversation Draco you'll call me by my name. Potter is your name, Malfoy stated. Maybe it was 10 years ago, but it's not anymore. Malfoy looked like he didn't know how to respond to that, but that didn't stop him. Must be, after all, Potter couldn't be anything but a Gryffindor. And a smart person wouldn't judge others on labels alone. Harry replied. Before Malfoy could add in another word, which he obviously wanted to, Hooch see. All for their attention and had them get started. The first lesson, putting the broom on the ground and getting it back into their hands simply by commanding it to do so. Professor, wouldn't that require a summoning charm? Hermione asked. Most brooms already have this feature included, dear, so you don't have to worry. If you were trying to call it from a distance that'd be another story, but standing right next to it, it's as easy as picking up with your hands. So then, why not just pick it up with your hands? Harry added in. Hooch blinked, having never been asked that before. Because it's more convenient. No, a remote control is convenient. Something that puts itself in your hands is just lazy. Hooch frowned. Just do it. Everyone, hold out your hand over your broom and say, up. Commanding it to fly into your hands. Don't actually board them, not until everyone gets it. The students, sans Harry, all got started, but none of them were getting it on their first tries. Some brooms wiggled and some looked like they were trying, but none ever actually broke contact with the grass. Sighing, Harry bent down and grabbed the broom himself. Young man, I told you how to do this. Hooch spoke up, silencing the others. And yet, my way worked. Detention tonight, Potter here after dinner for talking back and not following orders. Now, do it the right way. Shrugging, Harry dropped the broom. Hooch's eyes were on him and him alone, and she was surprised to see he was the only one who could get his broom up on the first try. There, now was that so bad? Doesn't mean I was wrong, does it? He asked back. She had no answer. 5 minutes went by and all but a few had succeeded in getting their brooms in their hands. The only ones who couldn't were Hermione and Neville, both looking like a good part of them didn't actually want to ride a broom. Harry just shook his head at the teacher, as if to remind her his way wasted no time. That was when she told them to just pick up the brooms for now and showed them all the proper way to mount a broom, correcting a few who did it wrong. Ron snickered at the fact Malfoy needed corrections but he didn't. Now, when I blow my whistle, pull the front of the broom upward slightly and kick up as hard as you can. You should only go up a couple of meters at most. Hold yourself there and when I say so, angle your broom downward to descend. Ready? 3, 2. Before Hooch could blow the whistle, a nervous and jumpy Neville kicked up early and went a good 6 meters up in the air. He screamed and practically tried to jump down, only to stop himself and try to hang on. The broom went down again due to his angling, but he fell off before he reached the ground, landing with a thud. Something rolled out of his robes. Hooch went to check on him as the others watched. He broke his wrist. Nothing the doctor can't handle. She picked him up. None of you move or fly until I get back. Understood. They nodded, and she left. As soon as Hooch was out of sight, the silence was broken by Malfoy laughing, joined in by 2 boys next to him. Oh wow, that was priceless. Longbottom should get a job as a clown if he graduates. Har. Rye gave the blonde Slytherin a dirty look, but Ron decided that wasn't going to be enough for him. Shut up you jerk. At least he got into the air. How much did you get off the ground? Ignoring him, Malfoy looked at a glass ball that Neville had dropped and scooped it up. Get your hands off that. Ron demanded. Whatever Malfoy had originally intended to do with that ball was forgotten now, Ced with a desire to taunt the angry redhead. You want it? Come and get it. He got back on his broom and took off into the air. Ron angrily got his own broom and took to the air, moving as if this wasn't his first time on it. Malfoy flew like he had some experience, but not as much as Ron did, and they too began a chase in the air while the others watched from below. Some cheered on this little game, rooting for either one, but Hermione appeared to be the only one repeatedly telling them this was against the rules. As if hearing that would somehow make them stop. Harry just watched, not seeing any reason to get involved. Even if he did, what could he do on a broom they couldn't do? Hey Weasel, catch! Malfoy shouted once he got them both high enough and dropped the glass ball. Ron gasped and tried to make a dive, but he couldn't get down fast enough, nor did he like flying directly down. The glass ball was doomed. That is, until Harry stepped forward and caught it. Here, make sure he gets this back, he said, giving the ball to Hermione, who accepted and nodded. Later that day they had Defense Against Dark Arts, one of the more anticipated classes judging from the other students. Harry admitted he was curious about it, but once he stepped into the room it took all he had not to walk out. The room reeked of garlic, like it was trying to suffocate a vampire or something. Brea thing through his mouth made it bearable and he took a seat next to Tracy. Hello class, I'm your professor, Quincy Quirrell. A man wearing an exotic turban said, looking uncomfortable standing before the students. I'll be teaching you how to better defend yourself against dangerous creatures and wizards. You can trust me. I defended an African prince from a zombie not too long ago. He gave me this in gratitude. He pointed to his turban. The first thing he tells us is to trust him. Maybe it's the New Yorker in me, but that just sounds fishy to me. Harry thought. Since you're all first years, we won't start with anything complex. Our practical lessons will be mostly defense and evasion, along with teaching you about some of the greater dangers out there. Any questions? Harry raised a hand, and was called on. What was the name of the prince you saved? Quirrell blinked and his face turned pink. Why do you ask? Just curious. Oh, no one any of you would be aware of. Wouldn't you rather hear how I bested the zombie? Nah, that's easy. Destroy the head, problem solved. Harry remarked. It's all right, I can just check public records about zombie attacks to get my answer. Quirrell started sweating. Let's get back on topic. Grab your wands and we'll do the shield charm. Dinner was a decent affair with the students talking about what they had experienced. Several were going on about how disappointed they were with Quirrell's class. Harry had not been the only one to pick up on the man's cowardly behavior and wondered if the teacher was even qualified for the job. Not to mention Harry's question about the prince made them wonder if the man had lied about his experiences. Needless to say, the defense teacher this year was going to have to work with many skeptical students for the time being. The next day in the morning, Harry was given a notice to head to the headmaster's office before any class, along with directions and a password to use. He came to a gargoyle and used the password, revealing a door that brought him to a spiral staircase that took him up to a well-decorated office filled with books and a shelf adorned with strange gadgets moving and puffing smoke. Dumbledore sat behind a desk next to a bird perch where a phoenix sat. Next to the desk was a grumpy-looking Madam Hooch. "Hello Harry, how are you enjoying Hogwarts so far?" Dumbledore greeted. "It's an adjustment to say the least," he replied. "I wish this was just for pleasantries, perhaps this weekend. But today I called you here because of an issue. Madam Hooch here said she assigned you detention last night, which you neglected to show up for. Care to explain why?" "Oh, that's easy. She didn't assign me detention," Harry answered simply. "You really think you can get away with saying that?" Hooch asked, her face starting to get red. Harry nodded. "Yes, I can. As I recall, you assigned detention to someone named Potter. Since that's not my name, I was not the one assigned to go. Or am I supposed to go to every detention for someone else?" "Why you, Madam Hooch?" Dumbledore cut her off. "Did you say the detention was for a Mr. Potter or a Mr. Wolf? Why would it matter? They're the same person." Quote. Harry sighed. "My first week and so many people flat out refused to get my name right. This doesn't make Hogwarts look professional, you know." Dumbledore could see the gears turning and knew he had to act fast. "Madam Hooch, Mr. Wolf has made it perfectly clear what his name is. It is not his fault if you could not get it right. Now, as it stands, since you assigned a detention to the wrong person, the outcome could not have been anything but what you got." "But," Hooch started to object. Dumbledore shook his head. "No, Mr. Wolf is right, he should not avenue to answer to a name he does not consider his own. I'd suggest you remember that from now on." Hooch sighed. "As you wish, Headmaster." She left the office, avoiding looking at Harry as she did so. "I apologize for my staff. They seem to have some expectations some are not yet ready to let go of." Dumbledore assured. "They're not the only ones from what I've seen. Danger of death blatantly advertised at Hogwarts this year." These were the words that greeted Dumbledore when the first weekend of the school came. He could only look at the Daily Prophet in shock, wondering how they heard of this. We all normally think of our illustrious school as a safe place with the occasional prankster that goes too far. However, this year, the headmaster Albus Dumbledore himself stood before the entire student body at the welcoming feast and was quoted as saying students would face a painful death should they go near a prohibited corridor on the third floor. As this has never been said before, and no former student reached says otherwise, we can only assume that this is a recent development. When asked, former students say they could not recall anything of value up on the third floor during their tenure aside from classrooms to practice for owls and newts as well as a portion of school library. This can only mean that regardless of the headmaster's warnings, students will at some point have to Go up to the third floor and risk coming across whatever is up there. Lest he actively prevent the students from preparing for the hardest tests to be taken this year. The headmaster has clearly allowed something that is a threat to the students into the school. What could this be? Why is it there? And isn't it suspicious that he specifically waited to reveal this until after the sorting ceremony was completed? Thus forcing all new students to remain there for the year whether they're in danger or not. One has to wonder if the headmaster is actually trying to put the students in danger. While on the matter, there is one more fact we'd like to point out. The boy who lived, who makes it clear he wishes to go by the name Harry Wolf as opposed to Harry Potter, has started his first year here. We cannot confirm or deny anything. But isn't it too much of a coincidence that this death trap is brought to school at the same time the boy who lived is? We suggest concerned parents write to the school staff and get the facts we cannot. Dumbledore fumed and threw the paper in the trash. The Daily Prophet had again done what it did best. Take some real facts out of context and leave it up to the reader's imagination to make the accusation that they could legally say they only speculated at, never actually made. And he had a good idea who gave them this information. Leaving his office, he walked down the halls and politely greeted any students he encountered, saying he didn't have time to chat. After some time he got to the door to Fablewolf. I need to enter. What's the password? The three witches asked. It's an emergency. I need inside, he insisted. Being the headmaster, Dumbledore was the only one who could command the portraits to open on command rather than the conventional means. He normally didn't do it. But this would be an exception. The three witches shook their heads. No password, no luck. Even for staff. Sighing, Dumbledore leaned against the opposing wall. Then I'll wait for someone to exit. It was still early, before the scheduled breakfast, so only the early risers would be up and about right now. It wouldn't be long until someone came out. After a while, the painting moved and someone did come out, and fortunately it was exactly who Dumbledore wanted to see. Standing around outside student dorms makes you look like a stalker, you know that right? Dumbledore looked stern, in no mood for snide comments. Miss Darling, did you go to the papers and tell them about the third floor? Yes, she answered bluntly. While not surprised at her answer, Dumbledore was not expecting her to be so shameless about admitting it. Why would you do that? You're the one who said it was a bad idea for me to reveal that truth in the first place. So why tell the whole world? Think about it this way dumbly. Don't you think more than a few students could have written to their parents telling them what you said? Don't you think maybe a few frightened or concerned parents would have had a few things to say about it that could have gotten blown out of proportion? So you instead act first. How does that accomplish anything different? Well, for one, it might accomplish the one thing I said you should be doing in the first place. Not hiding something here you know attracts thieves and terrorists. Dumbledore blinked. I don't understand. You said you were willing to cooperate with us on defending the stone. No, I said that if hiding it here was an absolute necessity, then there were certain changes that needed to be made to your plans. After talking to you and finding out what the real purpose of your scheme is, you should consider yourself lucky that I'm not taking Harry back to New York right now. Dumbledore blinked, trying not to show his worry. Miss Darling, the entire reason you brought the stone to this school was to show Harry that Voldemort is still a threat. And force him to stay here and fight him for you. Dumbledore's eyes widened and he jolted back, looking like he had just been struck. Wah! How could you possibly know? Wendy smirked. I'm the fourth wall, I can see reality in a way that would utterly destroy your mind. I saw when Snow White took you to Ground Zero, I saw when you had to deal with Snape after the goblins and trolls threw him in the lake, and I saw what you were thinking when I was pulling apart your half-baked security system. The old wizard looked rightfully worried. What do you want? For you to do your job without putting your personal agenda first. This school is just that, a school. Not a vault or temple. Your first responsibility is to make sure that the students here learn and grow in safety. Actually trying to lure criminals here is counteractive to that responsibility, to say the least. And announcing to the whole country that a relic is being hidden isn't. The old wizard challenged. Wendy grinned. I didn't say what was up on the third floor, did I? All I said was you told the entire student body that they'd die if they went up to the third floor. All the country knows is that something lethal is up there, not that it's there to protect anything. That's for you to clarify. Though I'd expect more questions about what it is you're hiding up there and whether or not you have the right to put kids' lives in danger to do it. The children are not in danger. Dumbledore insisted. As long as they don't go up there and no one tries to get what you're hiding. And let me point out that when you explained your master plan to hide the stone, you overlooked the part where you need to pay attention to your alarms before they're triggered. So if a kid did go up there, you wouldn't have known until it was too late. And you would have had to explain to some grieving parents and an angry newspaper about how you let a child die here. So tell me, what's to stop any kids from going up there? They'd be punished if caught. Wendy laughed and slapped a knee. You serious? Oh, you're fucking ridiculous, you know that. You honestly believe that if the threat of a painful death doesn't scare them away, the threat of detention and missing house points will. Well, when you put it like that it does sound stupid. Then explain how you're protecting the students in a way that doesn't sound fucking stupid. Dumbledore frowned, tiring of this. Miss Darling, I understand that you are simply trying to do your job, even if I don't know how you do it, but may I explain to you why I'm doing all this? Wendy looked amused. Sure, justify how you came all the way to New York to ask a child to come to your school and the first thing you do when he's there is plan to make him encounter the man who tried to kill him years ago. Also you can twist his arm into following your lead. Tell me why I should be siding with you on this. Voldemort is a dangerous man but still just a man. He could never have gained the stranglehold on my country he did on his own. He preached an intolerant genocidal dream for the world and to my regret and disgust many people shared in that dream and joined him in making it a reality. And if I am correct, many who didn't join him still did had that dream. So it's not just Voldemort you're trying to expose, it's his followers too. Wendy noted. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, but until Voldemort is exposed none of his followers can be exposed too. Many have claimed to have been controlled by Voldemort and thanks to how the Ministry handled the issue it would be illegal for me to force answers out of them to find out who was genuinely controlled and who faked it to escape Azkaban. The only way to find out who is a legit follower of Voldemort is to find Voldemort himself. And using Harry and the stone as bait was the best plan you could come up with? Wendy asked, skeptical. Dumbledore fidgeted. I assure you that I have tried many things over the past decade to get these results, and sadly none have worked. I wish it hadn't come to this, but I am getting desperate. Wendy paused for a moment then sighed. Assuming this one actually works, assuming you do capture Voldemort's ghost, how is Harry supposed to end the problem? How do you expect him to kill a ghost? Dumbledore gulped. Actually, there's more to it than that. More that I would rather. Wendy immediately took out a pistol and aimed it at his face, with the safety off. Answer the damn question or the next ghost Harry sees will be yours. Okay. The elderly wizard pleaded, exhaling in relief when Wendy put away the gun. The truth is in O.R.D.E.R. to cheat death Voldemort created things called Horcruxes. One of which is currently in Harry's original scar. Wendy commented. You know, I know all that is shown on screen. But what I don't know is what a Horcrux is. That hasn't been established yet. A Horcrux is, to put it simply, soul manipulation. You kill an innocent person, and separate a fragment of your soul that you attach to an object. From that point on, your soul has an anchor to the living world other than just your mortal body, and thus when your body dies your soul is tethered to this world and does not pass on to the afterlife. Wendy frowned. And you've spent the last 10 years gathering these things up, right? Dumbledore tugged at his collar. Actually. All of a sudden Wendy slapped him, something Dumbledore honestly would never have seen coming. Then she grabbed his collar. You haven't. 10 years and you've done nothing. My God, are you expecting Harry to do everything here? We can work something out, Miss Darling. Dumbledore attempted to assure her. Oh, we can, but here's how we're going to do it. Wendy asserted, releasing him. First, you're going to remove that stone and give it to me. Dumbledore's eyes widened. I can't. It's not mine. Doesn't matter. You're going to give it to me. That's the only way you can prove to me that you're listening to me. Then I'm going to put it somewhere Voldemort could never get to. The next thing you're going to do is go to Harry, look him right in the face, and actually ask for his help rather than try and trap him into doing your bidding. Dumbledore looked nervous. What if he says no? You will give him that option if you want his respect. Manipulating him will only earn you more enemies, including me. But for the greater good. You are not the author Dumbledore. I don't care how you scripted out this war in your head, but no plan ever survives contact with the enemy. I will admit that you have good intentions and your goals are reasonable. After all, capturing Voldemort and removing those that would avenge or support him is smart. But from now on, you're doing it without being dependent on Harry. He may be the main character, but he's just an 11-year-old boy. What do you expect? For him to be a dynamic hero willing to risk his life for everyone in this school? I had expected nothing, but I did believe Harry's reactio. End to the threat would inform me of his character. Well, fortunately Harry isn't some lonely orphan that's been taught he can't rely on adults to do anything helpful. I don't know what you were expecting from Harry Potter. But Harry Wolf is a well-adjusted young man who doesn't have to be self-reliant or a hero. He's still a kid, Dumbledore, let him be one while he still can. Dumbledore sighed. You're right. Does this mean you'll cooperate with me on this, Miss Darling? Wendy crossed her arms. For now, since I'm sure I can keep things from getting worse. But mark my words, Dumbledore, Macon. Why plans to put Harry at risk without my consent again, and you'll find out why everyone's afraid of the big bad wolf. With that, Wendy turned around and went back into the Fablewolf dorm. Dumbledore took a deep breath, then turned around, heading towards the Great Hall since there was no point in going back to his office before breakfast. Okay, the damage is done, now I just have to repair it. Perhaps if I spoke to the Daily Prophet myself, that would settle concerns and allow me to not have to respond to every complaining parent individually. But I can't say what I'm hiding, nor can I say anything that can be disproven. He entered the hall and said his hellos to the other teachers while taking his seat, but his mind was still going. I just hope Miss Darling remains willing to assist me. I dread to think what she will do if this doesn't work and we have to risk Harry's life a second time. Wendy felt rather proud of herself when she went back into the Fablewolf dorm. That is, until she felt cold and immobile. What? Why can't I move? She asked herself, unable to even blink. Hiya, fourth wall. Spoiler cheerfully appeared before her. Can we talk? Wendy couldn't respond. Oh right, I should fix that. Spoiler said, getting in close and tapping the older woman. Wendy took a deep inhale and collapsed to the ground, her balance removed in that instance. Sorry. What was that about? Wendy asked, looking up. Oh, it's simple really. I think now it's time to invoke the cost of my help from a few chapters back. Wendy blinked. What? But the criminal got away. I thought that was the cost. Me not being able to stop him. Spoiler shook her head. Oh no, that was just part of the plot. Odds are you would have lost him even without my help. No, it's time for the real cost for my prediction. And you just showed me what it needs to be. What? What do you want? Or would that be a spoiler too? Spoiler chuckled. No, this time I'm required to tell you to establish things, so no spoiler here. And I'm sorry. I know this will hurt, but it's for the good of the story. I'm taking away some of your fourth wall awareness. What? Wendy shouted. Spoiler nodded. Sorry, but you're just too powerful. You can see everything on the screen, every action written, every thought verbalized. You've already altered the plot by being aware of what Dumbledore was thinking. Imagine how boring the story will become if you know everything else that's going to happen. For the good of the future, you need to be depowered. You can't do this. I am the fourth wall. And you still will be. But now you'll only be aware of the stuff that happens directly around you. You can still talk to the readers Deadpool style if you want to, but from now on no more knowing stuff that happens when you're not around, and no more reading thought dialogue. That'll put you more on the level of the others and make the plot more interesting. What can I do to get this back? Wendy asked. Spoiler thought it over. I'm not sure yet. Luckily for you, I don't intend on this change lasting forever, but it will be a while before it's reversed. For now though, just live with it. With that, Spoiler vanished, and Wendy withheld a groan. Good morning, Harry. Dumbledore said when he saw Harry outside along with Harry's owl later in the morning. The boy looked like he was taking pictures, but he wasn't using a camera for it. He was using some kind of device that Dumbledore could not name, but had seen a lot of Muggles use in New York in his visit. Hi Dumbledore, he replied, pocketing the device. I was just taking some pictures of the place to send back home. Show the guys where I am. I hope you're enjoying your stay. I imagine that Hogwarts is considerably different than what you're used to living around. So far. But not in that good a way, he remarked, making Dumbledore look concerned. It's mostly just people expecting me to be Harry Potter the Wizard rather than Harry Wolf the Fable, but I was expecting that. My only question is how much longer do I have to put up with it? I'm afraid that remains to be seen. But given time people will accept you as you are. Harry looked right at the old wizard, now in position to say something he'd wanted to. In that case, why did you announce to the school I was Harry Potter? I don't understand, I only did that because it was what everyone knew you best by. I saw no harm in grabbing their attention then giving you the reins to declare your own choice of name. So you weren't trying to get everyone to see me as the boy they tell stories about? Harry asked, sounding like he didn't believe it. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow. Do you think I was trying anything other than just letting the students know who you were, Harry? Oh, I know you wanted them to know me. But I can't help but think you wanted them to see a Potter rather than a wolf. Remember how I told you that Pinocchio was different than the movie version? He asked. Dumbledore, AHHED. I see. In that case I am deeply sorry, my boy. I honestly did not see the harm in letting them know of your legacy, but I can see your point. But at the same time, this may have been inevitable. And a problem you would simply have to handle at some point. I believe Miss Darling would understand getting it done now, and better I do it than someone else with bad intentions do it. Alright, I accept your apology. But if this keeps up, I would appreciate you telling the school to knock it off. It seems your word carries a lot of weight here, so if they won't listen to me they should listen to you. Dumbledore nodded. I can do that. Now, how are your new friends? Well, I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Hedwig replied. Dumbledore nodded, then his eyes widened for a moment. Oh, I was unaware that your owl was a fable too. I'm not. Hedwig corrected. Harry nodded. I think Drive. Doolittle had something to do with it. Confused, Dumbledore dropped the subject. Harry, while I have you here, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. This about you needing me to get rid of this Voldemort guy. Harry asked. Dumbledore blinked but then calmed himself. Yes, that's it. I can't go into too many details out here where anyone can listen, but would you be willing to meet me in my office later so we can discuss this more? Can it wait for next weekend? I'd like to see how things work here first. Dumbledore nodded. All right, that's understandable for a new student. Hello everyone, Daphne said when she saw some familiar Slytherin students, the same students she thought she'd be sorted among. What do you want, Greengrass? Pansy Parkinson asked, sounding like her personal space was being violated. Shouldn't you be off with your fairy tale freaks? Hey, I didn't ask to be sorted into that weird house. I'm still a Slytherin at heart like you all. You're nothing like us, Malfoy declared. If you were a Slytherin you'd be a Slytherin, not one of those. Say morons who think a pig makes a good teacher. Look, I'm still the same person you always knew. Daphne defended. Well, we don't want to know you anymore, Greengrass. Pansy stated. You're dead to us, you and your sister. Daphne blinked then glared and got right into the other girl's face. You leave Astoria out of this. She's not even a student yet. Then you better pray once she is that she becomes a Slytherin. Or she's an enemy too. Malfoy claimed, with Crabbe and Goyle nodding. Her name has story in it, so she's practically one of those freaks already. Pansy added. Daphne clenched her fist. That's how it is. Fine. Then we'll see just how tough snakes are compared to wolves. Without another word, she stomped away, refusing to shed a tear. Hermione was in the library on a search for knowledge. Not unlike her at all. But unlike her, she wasn't getting any results. How can there be no mentions of fables in this library? There has to be something. She must have checked a dozen books by now. Focusing on the various magical cultures in the world. Obviously most of them were about wizards, with an emphasis on European cultures and some details on other countries, and a.b. book about the magic creatures classified as sentient, but none of them said one word about the fables. Not even in a contemporary sense or a reference to Aesop. It was as if they just didn't exist as far as wizards were concerned. Is Professor Colin lying to us? She asked herself. Part of her found it impossible to even consider that a teacher of all people would give false information, yet Annette. Her part of her found it just as impossible for no book in a refuted library like this one to lack any information to support the truth. This could only mean one of two things, that either a teacher w. As in fact lying or the best library in the country was incomplete. She didn't know which one she preferred to have be true. Ron walked through the halls of Hogwarts looking for one of his brothers. In his hands was a letter from his father, one that said that he and his wife were surprised by the results of his sorting but they weren't disappointed or ashamed of him for this. Sure, Arthur Weasley. Y expressed curiosity about Fablewolf and encouraged Ron to immerse himself in the dorm, but Ron was reassured by this at all. His father kept emphasizing the, "we're not disappointed," part but never a. Setually said what Molly thought on the matter, and Ron knew for a fact that any day now, if not any hour now, he'd be receiving one of his mother's signature howlers. He felt some relief when he saw his brother Percy down the hall. From the looks of it, Percy was doing an afternoon patrol per his prefect duties, though knowing Percy it wasn't his turn to do so and he was just doing this for the sake of it. Either way he went up to his sibling. "Hey Percy, you got a minute?" The third-born Weasley son saw his brother and for a moment Ron swore he saw a sneer on his face. And not his usual, "I've got better things to do than be here," expression, but in Ron's eyes it was a, "you shouldn't be allowed to be in my sight," glare. "What do you want, Ronald?" Bad start already. Ron thought, knowing no one used his full name for good things. "Can we talk? Why don't you talk to your dorm mates? I really need to talk with family about this." "About what?" Percy asked. Ron paused, trying to think of the best way to phrase what was on his mind. "You guys know that I didn't want to be in this dorm, right? I wanted to be in Gryffindor. So what? What do you expect me to do about it? Resort you? Is it possible?" Ron asked. "That would defeat the entire point of the sorting ceremony, Ronald. You clearly were not fit to be a Gryffindor," Percy stated. Ron frowned. "That doesn't make me less of a Weasley. The way I see it, it does." Quote. Ron jerked a bit, feeling like he had just been slapped. Percy turned and walked away, acting like he had spent enough time on this, leaving Ron there to shake in anger and pain, fists clenched. "Ron." The redhead boy turned around slowly, seeing Fred and George coming his way. Their faces looked uncharacteristically melancholy. "Wow, Percy must think he has a quota for how much of an ass he needs to be each week." Fred commented when closer. "How much did you hear?" Ron asked, sounding like he was trying not to yell. "We got here around the time Percy was saying something like resorting and you not being fit for Gryffindor." Ron growled. "Don't rub it in my face. Hey, just because Percy's a ponce doesn't mean we are." George countered. "There's no thing wrong with not being Gryffindor, Ron. You're still a Weasley, just unique. Yeah, think about it. Now you're the most unique Weasley there is," Fred added. Ron raised an eyebrow but then his mood lightened. The twins had a point. Ron knew he would be compared to his brothers in all their achievements, and he worried he'd come up short. He wanted to stand out, and didn't being the one Weasley. Why who wasn't a Gryffindor make him stand out for sure. At least he wasn't a Slytherin. "Thanks guys, that helps." "No, what will really help you is us giving Percy a little payback," George added. Fred grinned and looked to his twin. "Brother dear, I think we need to think of something really good to make Percy think twice before saying something like that again." George nodded. "Yes, I think we do." "How are you going to prank Percy?" Ron asked. "It's better that you don't know," Fred advised. George nodded. Plausible deniability. Evening came and Dumbledore found himself with a visitor. Strangely though, it was not one he had been expecting. "You have some explaining to do, Dumbledore." Seated at his desk, the old wizard took a moment to wipe his glasses. "First off, Lucius, this isn't a social visit or a business meeting, so I don't owe you anything. But since you're here, let's go ahead and discuss what is bothering you. What's this nonsense of having a fifth house that involves children's fairy tales? And hiring a talking pig to be a teacher? Have the standards for this school gone down to practically nothing? The Board of Governors had a right to know about these decisions and put a stop to them. Show me the rule stating that there can't be a fifth house in Hogwarts." Dumbledore challenged calmly. Lucius glared. "It has always been tradition that Hogwarts only has 4 houses. I merely broke tradition, not a rule or a law. Unless you can show me said rule or law," Dumbledore repeated with a shrug. Lucius gave an angry sigh, unable to push that argument any further. Since the older wizard was indeed correct on that. Then what is this nonsense about the house honoring fairy tales? Are you going to teach students that fairy tales are real? This gives us ample reason to suspect your mind is finally slipping, Dumbledore. Lucius, we live in a society based on magic. Wizards, witches, giants, ghosts, merfolk, we are the stuff of fairy tales. With that in mind, is it really that hard to believe that some fairy tales might have more truth to them than even we give them credit for? Even if that were so, it doesn't justify having a fifth house made. Lucius insisted. The Board of Governors demands to know why you did this without informing any of us. And how were you able to afford it without us knowing? Dumbledore knew he had to phrase this carefully. Lucius Malfoy might have been cleared of his Death Eater past by claiming the Imperius, i.e. bribed his way out of jail, but the headmaster knew that the head of the Malfoy family was still to this day a pureblood supremacist. He had been easily taken in by the ambitions of Voldemort and so far had not regretted that choice. At least not in any way that didn't require testimony. But Dumbledore hoped that time would either expose his true nature or help him learn to regret, but until then, he wasn't going to give him anything that he could use to curry future favor with the Dark Lord. Or perhaps, it would be best if the former Death Eater was under the illusion that he had a means of currying future favor. It is simple, Lucius. There is a second community of magic users that are separate from the wizards and the muggles. Not unlike the giants, goblins, and centaurs. This group calls themselves Fables, and in their isolation they have developed all sorts of magics that we are unaware of. By integrating them into our society, we will see just what they know, and what can be of use to us. Lucius did not look convinced yet, but his expression clearly showed he was seeing the potential of new magic. What kind of magic? For starters, the ability to communicate with animals. I've recently learned it's possible to give an animal the ability to speak. You yourself mentioned the talking pig. Imagine how much easier it would be if our pets could tell us what they wanted rather than relying on us to figure it out. And I believe they may have some form of youth preservative. Some Fables are older than me yet look younger than you. Tell me that you wouldn't love to live another 100 years and never grow any gray hairs like me. If that's true, then yes, I suppose creating a new house designed to make these people feel special is a small price to pay. But you haven't answered my question. Why did you not tell the board beforehand? It was part of the terms of agreement with the Fables. Either the fifth house went up unopposed or they take their secrets to the grave. Had I brought it up, could you guarantee the board wouldn't have opposed it? Dumbledore asked back. This is still unorthodox. But considering the potential gain and the fact it cost us nothing financially, I believe the board can be convinced to allow this. But a word of warning, Dumbledore, we don't want this to become a habit. Lucius warned. Dumbledore nodded and Lucius began to walk out. Oh, by the way, Lucius. Dumbledore called out, stopping his visitor. Did you happen to read the paper this morning? Yes, what of it? Never mind, have a nice day. Lucius left, and Dumbledore sighed and leaned back in his chair. Strange how he came here solely to complain about Fablewolf, and had no concern about the implied danger of the third floor. Still, I can only hope he and his family can be saved from the darkness. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.